Chapter 1985. These were casual words, but they gave people a feeling of arrogance. This wasn't encouragement, but a kind of warning from a superior to a weak one. How to put it? Perhaps it was more appropriate to describe it as a reminder. It also fully showed that the core of the prodigies didn't take Qin Shao seriously at all. Perhaps in his eyes, Qin Shao was just a slightly stronger ant. But an ant was an ant, and no matter how strong an ant was, it wouldn't be taken seriously by a giant dragon. This was supreme arrogance. Therefore, this meeting also made Qin Shao dislike the prodigies very much. In fact, Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the prodigies before. Previously, the Blissful Island had helped him find the whereabouts of Jing Yang and the others, but after the prodigies said a few words, the Blissful Island withdrew. From then on, Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the prodigies. Now that they met again, he didn't have a good impression of them. This incident caused the atmosphere at the scene to become a little strange. Let's begin. The voice of the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace suddenly rang out, breaking the somewhat strange atmosphere. Elder Yun Ku walked out. He was the host of this year's competition, and the curtains had officially opened. In theory, the prodigies didn't have to participate in the competition. After all, they were already standing at the highest level of the disciples, and couldn't be promoted by another level. And for the prodigies, an era was actually very short, so it wasn't very useful to test their strength. Of course, if two prodigies were willing to come out and exchange pointers, it would also be fine. The most lively were the ordinary disciples, who were the largest in number. More than 10,000 ordinary disciples were gathered here today, and it was a very good opportunity for them to exchange pointers. The rules of the competition weren't complicated, unlike the previous disciple selections. In the competition, the emphasis was on exchanges between the disciples, and on the disciples showing off their abilities. It was an opportunity for them to stand out. As for the ordinary disciples, all of them had to participate, and then the elders would come out and comment on them. Even the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace would occasionally give them some pointers. Disciples who made great improvements would be praised. Disciples who made small improvements would be reprimanded to a certain extent, and reprimanded to give them some pressure, so that they would have more motivation to improve. Entering the Fu Yu Immortal Palace didn't mean that he could sit back and relax. If you don't work hard, then it would be very embarrassing to be scolded in the disciples' tournament. Qin Zhao's strength had long been recognized without a doubt. In addition, Qin Shao had been tested by the genius just now, which made her even more dazzling. Therefore, whenever Qin Shao went on the stage, the opponent would directly admit defeat. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. As for Qin Shao, all the elders unanimously praised him and spoke highly of him. Therefore, Qin Shao basically didn't make a move. He had been watching other people's competitions. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao's growth over the years was also very good. Although their strength was still at the bottom of the ordinary disciples, their progress was still recognized by several elders, giving them a certain amount of praise. Progress was a good thing. The light of the ordinary disciples was completely overshadowed by Qin Shao. The disciples' tournament had been held in a lively and festive atmosphere for thousands of years. From time to time, news would spread, and it was enough to make Linfu City lively. In the end, among the ordinary disciples, 4 of them were promoted to core disciples. The 4 of them were Bai Shan, Zijing Fairy, Tai Yulong, and Hao Guihu. Among the core disciples, no one had been promoted to a genius. There were only 18 geniuses, which was very rare. It was indeed very, very difficult to be promoted to a genius. Sometimes, it was quite common for no one to be promoted to a genius after tens of thousands of disciples' tournament. Qin Zhao's promotion hadn't been announced yet, which made many people speculate. With Qin Zhao's strength, it was impossible for him not to be promoted in this disciples' tournament. Therefore, many people felt that Qin Shao might really be promoted directly from an ordinary disciple to a genius, which was why it hadn't been announced yet. In fact, many people felt that Qin Shao was most likely to be promoted directly. After all, Qin Zhao's current performance was no less monstrous than the genius of the past. In fact, he was even better than the genius of the past. Therefore, many people felt that Qin Shao should be directly promoted to a proud son of heaven. After all, in terms of strength, Qin Shao had definitely reached the level of a genius. In terms of talent and potential, perhaps only the genius and Princess Xiaoyu could compete with him in the entire Fumo Immortal Palace. The others were definitely far from him. If he still couldn't be promoted directly, then it would be a little unreasonable. The Disciples' Tournament had lasted for more than 1,000 years, and finally, it was over. Bai Shan and the other three were the winners, and it was their due. Everyone's eyes fell on the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace, waiting for him to make the final speech and decision. The master of the Fumo Immortal Palace swept his gentle gaze across the crowd, and his loud voice rang out, "Disciples of the Fumo Immortal Palace, I'm quite satisfied with your performance this time. However, I can only say that it's barely passable, and it didn't give me any unexpected surprises. The future of the Fumo Immortal Palace depends on you. Only when you're all strong, the Fumo Immortal Palace can become stronger. You're the hope of the Fumo Immortal Palace's future, and the cornerstone of the Fumo Immortal Palace's continued growth. Therefore, I've always had high expectations for you, and I hope that you can work harder, and walk out of your own world, and achieve glory. The Fumo Immortal Palace will always be your strongest support, the strongest embrace, and the warmest home." Even though the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace had only said a few simple sentences, they were surprisingly inspiring and encouraging to the crowd. Many disciples felt their blood boiling, and their fighting spirit was high. They wanted to fight for themselves, and also for the prosperity of the Fumo Immortal Palace. They shouldered a sacred mission, and also a glory. Work hard. The master of the Fumo Immortal Palace looked at Qin Shao in the end. Being sized up by the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace, Qin Shao couldn't help but straighten his back, and became more spirited. Everyone looked over, waiting for the palace master's final decision. Qin Shao. The master of the Fumo Immortal Palace called out Qin Zhao's name with a heavier tone. "You're not bad. You're the pride of the Fumo Immortal Palace, and the fortune of the Fumo Immortal Palace. I'm glad to have a disciple like you. You came from the universe, and from a lowly background, you've reached your current level of strength. You must have gone through countless hardships and obstacles in your journey. You have unparalleled talent and potential, and that's why you've reached your current level. With your lowly body, you're comparable to the geniuses with immortal king constitutions. Not bad. As long as you continue on the path of cultivation, you'll be able to set foot on the ancient path one day. I look forward to that day. However, the path of cultivation is long and filled with countless uncertainties. Your talent and potential are heaven-defying, and you're excellent in all aspects. But that doesn't mean you'll be able to walk the ancient path and become an Empyrean saint. Everything still depends on your own good fortune and your own hard work. Walk your own path well, and don't make a single mistake. Otherwise, you'll have endless troubles." Qin Shao listened attentively to the teachings of the Fumo Immortal Palace. Although he also understood these principles, he still listened very patiently. After listening to it, he nodded solemnly to show that he understood. "Qin Shao, in view of your monstrous talent, heaven-defying performance, and astounding strength, as well as the glory you've earned for the Fumo Immortal Palace in Tianshan City, I've decided to promote you to the top of the Fumo Immortal Palace. From this moment onward, I'll announce to the world that you're a true genius. Land for the 100 races. With the Xinhua clan as the center, the surrounding 100 races will be your territory, and you'll be the overlord." The master of the Fumo Immortal Palace finally announced an exciting piece of news. Qin Shao was also directly promoted to become a proud son of heaven, and was also bestowed with the land of the 100 tribes. The last time he was given land for the 100 races, he was still a true genius. The other geniuses would only be given land for the 36 races. The so-called land meant that after the land was given, the 100 races in the land would be completely under your command. You could collect taxes from the 100 races, set up your own private army, set up your own rules, and build your own territory. The significance of owning a land was extraordinary. Just the benefit of collecting taxes was enough to make people scramble for it. It was equivalent to having a source of primal chaos origin stones. Moreover, in the land as the overlord, he could control the life and death of countless people. Generally speaking, as long as you didn't cross the line in your land, the FOMO Immortal Palace wouldn't care how you ruled your land. At least, in the long history of the FOMO Immortal Palace, there had never been a case of a true genius being stripped of his overlord status. To be able to become a proud son of heaven, one must be a dragon or phoenix in a million. They were all very good people. Therefore, they would definitely not do such an evil thing. Qin Shao was directly given the land of the 100 tribes, which meant that Qin Zhao's position in the eyes of the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace was comparable to that of a genius. The reward was also given according to the standards of a genius. "Thank you, Palace Master." Qin Shao immediately bowed and thanked him. Qin Shao had heard about the land before, but he didn't know much about it, so he didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect to be given land for the 100 races this time. It was an unexpected surprise. Qin Shao really didn't expect this situation. The master of the FOMO Immortal Palace left with Princess Xiaoyu and the true genius, and the disciples' grand competition officially ended. An uproar of jubilation broke out. "Haha, junior brother Qin Shao, congratulations. How can you still call Qin Shao junior brother if you don't know the rules? You have to call him Your Highness Qin Shao or Lord Qin Shao." Yes, it's time to change the rules. Your Highness Qin Shao, congratulations. Lord Qin Shao, congratulations. In the face of everyone's praise, Qin Shao smiled faintly as a response. He didn't feel much about the title of a true genius and the land for the time being, so he didn't feel much joy. "Brother Qin Shao, you're really rich this time, really rich. Ha, I'm so envious." Fatty Kai looked at Qin Shao with an envious look. Xiao Dao corrected him. "Fatty Kai, behave. Call him Your Highness Qin Shao, Lord Qin Shao." Ha, yes, Lord Qin Shao. Fatty Kai laughed even more happily. Chapter 1986. What Highness? What Overlord? It sounded a bit awkward. It was fine if other people called him that. It was a form of respect. However, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao also joined in the fun. Qin Shao naturally felt uncomfortable when he heard that. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were just joking. Bai Shan also joined in the fun, making Qin Shao even more speechless. Qin Shao was promoted to a genius. Bai Shan and the other two were promoted to core disciples. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao also received the praise of many elders. Everyone was happy. Naturally, it was a joyous day. Therefore, it was unavoidable for them to drink and celebrate. Therefore, the group of 6 also came to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Qin Shao was a bit shabby. He did not have any good wine. Therefore, Bai Shan took out some of his collection. However, Bai Shan's collection was quickly overshadowed by the rich and overbearing Fatty Kai. He took out a few bottles of good wine from his collection. This made Bai Shan excited. "Damn, Fatty Kai. You actually have so much good wine on you. TSK. As expected of the young master of the Kai family. You are really rich and overbearing. This bottle of wine should not be less than 10,000 chaos source stones, right? You actually took out 6 bottles in one go. Why do I feel that I, a great immortal, am not as rich as you, Fatty Kai?" Fatty Kai was happy to be able to stimulate Bai Shan. "Ha, senior brother Bai Shan, aren't you happy today? I have always admired you guys. Today, I finally have the chance to drink with you guys. Naturally, I have to put in some money. Today is such a joyous day. How can I, Fatty Kai, not show my appreciation? I am not strong enough. My looks are not good. My talent is also not good. However, I have a lot of meat. I have a lot of money. Otherwise, wouldn't my title of Brother Kai be too undeserved? Ha ha ha. Baishan was also happy. He patted Fatty Kai's body full of meat and nodded. Your meat is indeed a lot. It is as much as your wealth. Right now, I am not convinced by anyone but you. Come, let's drink. This wine is really top quality. I have not drunk this for a long time. It's such good wine. Cough, Senior Brother Baishan, if you want to drink, then drink. What's the meaning of giving you my wine jug? What do you mean by yours and mine? Why are you so stingy? Didn't you take out your wine for everyone to drink today? It's not that I'm stingy, but I only have 6 pots on me. Everyone gets a pot, and it's gone after they finish it. What? I wanted you to take out a few more pots, but you don't have any? No, let me drink a few more cups of your wine to calm my nerve. With the presence of Baishan and Fatty Kai, the atmosphere at the table was naturally very good. The sound of laughter was unceasing, and it often made everyone laugh. Soon, the good wine that Fatty Kai took out was finished. Drinking this kind of good wine really made people want to drink more. After a round of drinking, the celebration was almost over. Baishan patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, Brother Qin Zhao, don't act like you don't care. Although the title of Proud Son of Heaven was just an empty title, the benefits it could bring one were numerous. Besides, don't people have to fight for fame sometimes? However, in the competition between disciples, the most important thing is not the competition for resources. The resources that a proud disciple can obtain are naturally far from what other disciples can compare to. Take this territory for example. If you have the territory of 100 races, the significance is extraordinary. It's enough to make even the elders jealous. With a territory, you can establish your own force and lead a region. Secondly, you can collect taxes and bring in income. The land of 100 races is also a huge territory. Even if you collect 1 chaos source rock from a race every 10,000 years, you can get 100 chaos source rocks in 10,000 years. In 100 million years, that's 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. Excluding the expenses of raising an army, I estimate that you'll have at least 30% left. If we count it as 30%, that's 300,000 chaos source rocks. If we count it like that, it doesn't seem like a lot. But you have to know that the territory is permanent. You can always have it and collect taxes. Therefore, it's an extremely stable source of income. With the primal chaos source rock, it will be extremely beneficial to your future cultivation or the establishment of your own force. Qin Zhao nodded. He was very clear about the benefits of being a lord. Possessing the right to rule over the territories of 100 clans was indeed something to be envied by others. However, Qin Zhao had no intention of building an army or establishing his own force. He really didn't have the time to do these things now. Moreover, Qin Zhao didn't really want to collect taxes from those clans. Those clans were already living very hard lives. Collecting taxes from them would only increase their burden. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't really care about these benefits. There's another benefit that you should be interested in, Qin Zhao. If you become a proud disciple, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. In addition, you can choose any secret technique, 3 high-grade immortal techniques, and a high-grade immortal weapon. Oh? High-grade immortal weapon? Hearing this, Qin Zhao was really moved. He knew that there would definitely be some benefits to becoming a proud disciple. Cultivation resources would also be biased. However, he didn't expect there to be so many benefits. He didn't expect that he could choose any secret technique. If he knew this, he wouldn't have exchanged for the dual body technique. Moreover, he could choose a high-grade immortal weapon. This was a very good thing. As for the 3 high-grade immortal techniques, Qin Shao didn't care so much about it. Of course, the value of this was very, very great. However, Qin Zhao's focus was on the other 2 benefits. Now that he thought about it, there were 4 great benefits to being promoted to a heaven's chosen disciple. It was indeed a very great benefit and very attractive. Originally, Qin Shao didn't feel much about becoming a proud disciple. However, after hearing Bai Shan's words, he felt that the benefits of becoming a proud disciple were indeed very good. Qin Shao didn't need to choose any secret techniques for the time being. As for high-grade immortal techniques, he could choose one. Most importantly, it was a high-grade immortal weapon. Speaking of which, Qin Shao didn't have a high-grade immortal weapon. He also didn't have a weapon that was very suitable for him. As for the flowing light wings, it was only a speed and defense type immortal weapon. An 8-sided Buddhist weapon was also a Buddhist weapon. Therefore, Qin Shao had always been lacking an offensive weapon. He could use this opportunity to choose one. That's why you don't know how many people envy you. You don't care too much. Even I want to hit you, okay? Bai Shan said again. Qin Shao smiled and said, "At first, I didn't know there were so many benefits. Now I know. Haha, you can't beat me. You can only think about it." Bai Shan shook his head speechlessly and said with a sigh, "The world is so cold. In the past, I used to call others senior brother very respectfully. Now that I'm strong, I don't put senior brother in my eyes. As a senior brother, I'm really a failure. A failure. Haha, senior brother Bai Shan, being weaker than others is like this. Don't be sad." Fatty Kai grinned. Bai Shan rolled his eyes at Fatty Kai and said, "I can't beat Qin Shao, but can't beat you?" Cough cough cough. Fatty Kai immediately raised his hands and surrendered. Don't. My good senior brother, I admit defeat. My body can't take your hit." It was as if the 2 of them were singing a duet, which amused Fairy Zishang. After laughing for a while, everyone said their goodbyes and left. After becoming a genius, Fuda Immortal Palace naturally prepared a new cultivation place for Qin Shao. Someone had already come to inform Qin Shao that he could move there at any time. However, Qin Shao didn't have any intention of moving there for now. He felt that cultivation places were about the same. Qin Shao would look at it in the future. This place was also quite good. If he was used to a place and then moved, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. In fact, Qin Shao was quite a nostalgic person. This was a small matter, so Qin Shao didn't think too much about it. He got up and went to the Immortal Pavilion. "Yo, Overlord Qin Shao, what wind blew you here so quickly?" Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku saw Qin Shao and joked. He didn't have the dignity of an elder anymore. In the past, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku was very amiable in front of Qin Shao, but he had never joked like this. Speaking of which, the present was different from the past. Now, Qin Shao was a genius. His status in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace was equal to the elders. He was on equal footing with the elders. Moreover, Qin Shao was obviously more special. He was given the land of the 100 races as his territory. This treatment could be said to be on the same level as the geniuses. Therefore, among the geniuses, Qin Zhao's status was somewhat extraordinary. He was probably second only to the geniuses. Naturally, in terms of status in Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Shao was indeed not below Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku. He could speak to him as an equal. Therefore, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku joked with Qin Shao like this. He had indeed placed Qin Shao on the same level as him. Hearing Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku's teasing, Qin Shao blushed with shame. He had always regarded Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku as a respected senior. "Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku, why are you teasing me too?" Qin Shao said helplessly. "Kiki teasing you? Am I?" Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku laughed and said, "It's not really teasing. It's just that you are fully qualified to stand on the same level as me now. Therefore, I naturally can't treat you like before. Your status is different now. You have to slowly change your mindset and accept these things. Qin Shao was stunned. Heavenly Immortal Yunding's words made sense. Qin Shao also knew that. It was just that he was used to being carefree. It was indeed difficult for him to suddenly change his mindset. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Qin Shao explained the reason for his visit. Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku led Qin Shao to a large hall. The moment they entered the hall, they felt waves of powerful aura surging toward them. It was fierce and sharp. The hall was not big and it was empty inside. There were only about 30 stone benches. Only about half of these stone benches had an immortal treasure placed on them. Clearly, these were all upper-grade immortal treasures. However, they were pitifully few in number. There were only about a dozen of them. In the vast Fuda Immortal Palace, there were only about a dozen upper-grade immortal treasures in the Immortal Pavilion. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, upper-grade immortal treasures were incomparably precious. It was normal for them to be pitifully few in number. Generally speaking, only heavenly immortals at the fourth step could own upper-grade immortal treasures. Among the third step heavenly immortals, those who owned upper-grade immortal treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was normal for upper-grade immortal treasures to be rare. Chapter 1987. Feeling the power of these high-grade immortal weapons, Qin Shao wanted to get his hands on a high-grade immortal weapon. He needed a good weapon so that he could better unleash his strength. Qin Shao, there are 16 high-grade immortal weapons here. All the high-grade immortal weapons of our Fu Tu Immortal Palace are here. You can pick one. Every time you pick one, there will be one less. My heart aches just looking at it. Hurry up and pick one, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony with Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku and started picking. There were only 16 weapons in total. Actually, he could take a look at them all. Qin Zhao's target was very clear. He wanted a sword. Other than a sword, no other high-grade immortal weapon could attract him. As for swords, Qin Shao saw a total of 3. 2 of them were about the same. The one that caught Qin Zhao's attention was the third sword because it was a little strange. This sword was not complete. It was slightly damaged. Therefore, it looked very awkward and ugly, just like a worn-out sword. Intuitively, it felt very bad. Therefore, when people saw such a sword, their first reaction would be to skip it. They wouldn't even think about it. The reason why Qin Shao was sizing up the sword was out of curiosity. Wasn't it strange that a broken sword, an incomplete sword, could be placed here? You're interested in this sword? Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku suddenly walked over. Qin Shao said, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku, this sword is very strange. What's its origin? Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku shook his head and said, I really don't know what its origin is. I only know that this sword has been here for a long time and no one has taken it away. You've seen this sword. The sword's body is quite damaged. It's not a complete sword. Its shape is also a little strange and ugly. It doesn't look good. And because it's incomplete, it's very difficult to control. The sword energy is chaotic and violent. If you're not careful, it might even backfire on you. In terms of power, it seems to be slightly weaker. Although it's a high-grade immortal artifact, I'm afraid it's only at the threshold of a high-grade immortal artifact. In other words, when this sword was complete, it was a pretty good sword, but after it was damaged, its power was naturally greatly reduced. Therefore, this sword has always been placed here. No one has ever chosen it. My guess is that you also want a sword. There are 2 swords over there that are not bad. They are quite suitable for you. As for this sword, I think you should just forget about it. Don't get yourself into trouble. You only have one chance to choose. If you miss it, you won't be able to change it again. Was it really just a broken sword? It seemed that there was indeed a big problem with this sword, but Qin Shao had an inexplicable feeling. He felt that this sword wasn't as simple as heavenly immortal Yun Ku had described it to be. Moreover, it seemed to be able to resonate with his heart. Qin Shao picked up the sword and infused his immortal energy into it to feel it. As soon as Qin Zhao's immortal energy entered the sword, he immediately felt a violent backlash from the sword energy. It was chaotic and violent, making it difficult for Qin Shao to control this force. Qin Shao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What a violent force! It's really chaotic and will backfire on you. If you don't control it well, you'll end up backfiring on yourself before you even hit your enemy, let alone using this sword to fight. This sword is really strange." Qin Shao shook his head and frowned. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It was indeed very strange. However, this violent force was extremely powerful. In that instant, it even shocked Qin Shao, causing Qin Shao to feel an inexplicable sense of danger. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but have a thought. If he could control this violent force well, wouldn't it be very dangerous? With this thought in mind, Qin Shao had an idea. "Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku, I have a question. The most troublesome thing about this sword is its violent force. It's not easy to control and will backfire on you. If I can control this violent force well, will I be able to make this sword extremely powerful?" With this thought in mind, Qin Shao asked directly. Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku hesitated for a moment, then said, "Theoretically speaking, that's true. However, there have been people who have tried to control this violent force in the past, but they all failed. Moreover, I can't give you too much time to try. After all, the Fu Tu Immortal Palace has its own rules. The big rules can't be broken. If you want to try, I can give you some time to interview here. However, it can't be too long. At most, I can give you 10,000 years. Any longer and it won't be suitable. Many people have tried, but without exception, all of them failed. If you can control this sword well, it's indeed very powerful and terrifying. It might even surpass the other two swords. However, there are still many uncertainties about this sword. So, Qin Shao, you have to consider carefully. After all, this is a high-grade immortal weapon. You only have one chance to obtain it. This is very important to you, so you have to be careful." Qin Shao nodded. Naturally, he was aware of this. He also wanted to be more cautious in his choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many thoughts. He had so many thoughts because he wanted to be better. If he chose the other two swords, it would be much safer and there wouldn't be any problems. However, Qin Shao was a person who trusted his intuition. His intuition told him that the damaged sword was a little unusual, so he wanted to study it carefully. Now, it seemed that this sword was indeed very unusual. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku didn't give Qin Shao much information, so he could only rely on himself to make this decision. It was indeed a slightly difficult choice. One was a safer choice, and the other was a choice full of uncertainties. In fact, according to normal logic, he should have chosen the other two swords, and not take such a big risk and bet on an uncertain factor. Moreover, even if he could successfully control the explosive energy in the damaged coin, it was still just a high-grade immortal weapon. Even if it was stronger, it wouldn't be by much. So, it didn't seem to be a good thing. I've always liked challenges, and I'm not afraid of any challenges. Often, only through challenges can I obtain more things. Through challenges, I receive a lot of tempering, which allows me to improve faster. So, this time, I'll do it out of respect. Since I feel that there's something special about this damaged sword, I'll give it a try. I don't believe that I really can't control this sword. Others can't, but I can. In the end, Qin Shao made up his mind and decided to take the sword. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was stunned to see Qin Shao still insist on choosing this damaged sword. He frowned and said, "Qin Shao, are you sure you want to choose this sword? Have you thought it through? There's only one chance." This time, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He said with certainty, "Yes, I've made up my mind." Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, You don't have to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing. I'm just following my heart's decision. Maybe I want to give myself a chance to challenge. My favorite thing in cultivation is not to challenge. Often, challenges can help me improve, and grow. So, I'll give it a try this time. Even if it doesn't work, it can be used as a weaker high-grade immortal artifact. No matter what, it's still a high-grade immortal artifact. It can't be too bad. To me, it's enough. It was indeed enough. In fact, Qin Shao didn't care that much. After all, he had the flowing light wings, the 8-sided Buddha mirror, and the 9 sage Li's flying daggers. In terms of immortal treasures, Qin Shao didn't lack any. So, it wasn't a big deal to give it a try this time. Since Qin Shao had made up his mind, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku could only let it go and didn't say anything else. Qin Shao had his own creation and luck, so he really shouldn't interfere. Perhaps Qin Shao could really control that berserk power? What others couldn't do, Qin Shao might be able to do. A peerless monster like Qin Shao couldn't be measured by common sense. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku waved his hand and removed the restriction on the sword. Then, he handed the sword to Qin Shao and said seriously, "Qin Shao, I'm giving this sword to you. From now on, it belongs to you completely. You can give it a name. I also wish you success in controlling that explosive power. I hope you succeed." Qin Shao took the sword and said, "Thank you, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. I also believe I can do it." "All right, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, I'll take my leave first." Go ahead." Exalted Immortal Yun Ku nodded. After putting away the sword, Qin Shao directly left. After leaving the Immortal Pavilion, Qin Shao returned to his cultivation place. This time, he directly went into seclusion. He told Qin Yi and Qin Er not to disturb him if anyone came. This time, he naturally wanted to control the explosive power in the sword. In the secret chamber, Qin Shao took out the upper-grade immortal sword. Although the sword energy was not activated, it still emitted a sharp sword energy. It was violent and sharp. Just like a wild beast that had gone mad, it could rush out and bite you at any time. The immortal aura of an upper-grade immortal weapon was already powerful enough. Fortunately, this secret chamber was protected by a powerful restriction. Otherwise, the immortal aura of the sword energy would be enough to destroy this place. Upper-grade immortal weapon. Just the sword chi that it emitted naturally was enough to kill ordinary lesser immortals. What an explosive sword chi! I'd like to see just how strong you really are. Others can't subdue you, but I, Qin Shao, will. Qin Zhao's heart was filled with confidence. A powerful force surged up. Without any hesitation, he immediately injected immortal energy into the sword, activating all the sword energy of the sword. An incomparably violent force surged out of the sword. The sword was also filled with spirituality, like an ancient ferocious beast that had awakened. The violent force surged toward Qin Shao crazily. The force backfired on its owner. Qin Shao did not hesitate. His power burst forth, and his hand tightly grasped the sword, wanting to suppress the sword. This was a battle of strength, a battle of heart, and a battle of souls. After all, a sword was a sword. It was not a living thing. Naturally, it could not attack Qin Shao like a living thing. Therefore, although this force was very violent, its lethality was limited. Chapter 1988. Controlling this sword was like taming a ferocious beast. It was wild and disobedient, and would bite back at its master. Therefore, if one wanted to control this sword, it would be impossible to suppress it with brute force alone. Since the sword had a spirit, one had to subdue its spirit and make it submit willingly. Only then could the sword be used as one. Only then would one be able to achieve the state of being one with the sword. Even if you were given an upper-grade immortal weapon, you might not be able to unleash its full power. If you couldn't unleash its full power, then no matter how powerful the immortal weapon was, it would be useless in your hands. Therefore, Qin Shao had to first tame this sword. He had to successfully refine it and make it recognize him as its master. Refining a high-grade immortal artifact was not an easy task to begin with. Refining this sword was even more difficult than refining the Lightstream wings and the eight-faced Buddha mirror that Qin Shao had refined. This was indeed a challenge for Qin Shao. No wonder exalted immortal Yun Ku had advised Qin Shao twice. It was true. No one in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace had ever been able to control this sword. Qin Zhao's soul power seeped into the sword with all his might. He wanted to use his powerful soul power to subdue this sword. However, the sword also resisted with all its might, resisting Qin Zhao's soul power. This was an intense struggle. Qin Zhao's soul and will were both being tested and provoked. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might even hurt himself. There's a terrifying power hidden in this sword. It has the aura of a saint? I've only sensed such an aura from an ancient saint. How can this sword have such a powerful saint aura? Moreover, I can clearly feel that this sword is incomplete, and the degree of incompleteness is quite high. How can this be? How can such an incomplete sword possess the power of an upper-grade immortal weapon? If this sword reaches the complete level, how powerful will it be? Could it be, after Qin Shao carefully studied the sword, he also found many new things that surprised him. A bold idea inexplicably popped up in his mind. Could it be that this sword is a damaged divine weapon? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. He hadn't even seen a sacred tool yet. Saint artifacts were supreme divine weapons that not even ancient sages would necessarily possess. For Qin Shao, divine weapons only existed in legends. He had never seen them before, so he didn't know how powerful they were. However, Qin Shao quickly calmed down and shook his head. So what if it was a sacred tool? Now that it had been damaged to such an extent, its power was only that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Moreover, it depended on whether he could control the sword or not. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to exert much of its power. Therefore, this sword was still full of uncertainty at the moment. However, let's not talk about this for now. I should first refine and control this sword. Everything else can wait. Qin Er, Master is really monstrous and heaven-defying. It is our great honor to be able to follow Master. Now that Master has been promoted to a genius, our status has also improved a lot. In the courtyard, Qin Yi said with a face full of admiration. Qin Er also nodded with a face full of admiration. Yes, in just a few million years, we have witnessed Master grow from an extremely ordinary immortal all the way to such a terrifying level. Such a speed has even surpassed the glory of the geniuses in the past. Master's future is indeed immeasurable. No matter what, we've been following Master in name for so many years. Although Master is usually busy and doesn't have much time to take care of us, I believe that we will still enjoy Master's grace in the future. It is our great honor to be able to follow Master, and it is also something that others are incomparably envious of. But, at this point, Qin Er couldn't help but shake his head. After a long while, he said, "Our talent and potential are too poor. In these few million years, we have also obtained some resources, but the improvement is very, very little." Qin Yi understood Qin Er very well. He patted Qin Er's shoulder and said, "Yes, but this is also something that can't be helped. Our talent and potential were originally very poor, otherwise, we wouldn't have entered Fu Yu Immortal Palace as servants. We used our freedom to exchange for cultivation resources in exchange for opportunities. Isn't this also a kind of helplessness? If we had talent and potential, then we could have joined a large force and received good training. Then we wouldn't be like this. This is something that can't be helped. For the distant dreams in our hearts, let's continue to work hard. I believe that the heavens will not mistreat people who work hard. Qin Er nodded his head heavily in agreement. Let's work hard. He had to work hard like Master Qin Shao. Qin Er, are you here? At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Hearing this shout, Qin Yi and Qin Er couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After looking at each other, they quickly walked out and their eyes fell on a figure outside the door. This was a second-step Empyrean human immortal, but from the way he dressed, it was obvious that he was also a servant. However, there were only a few second-step Empyrean servants in the entire Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Who was this person in front of them? Qin Yi and Qin Er didn't recognize him, but from the powerful arrogance of the other party, they could feel that this person's background was definitely not small. They didn't know if this person was a servant of an elder or something like that. The other party glanced at Qin Yi and Qin Er with an arrogant gaze, then said in a loud voice, I am here on the order of a prodigy to inform your master, His Highness Qin Shao, to immediately make a trip with me. Fate of a prodigy? Hearing the words prodigy, Qin Yi and Qin Er couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did they know who this person in front of them was. So, he was a servant of a prodigy. No wonder he had such a powerful arrogance. The status of a prodigy's servant was indeed somewhat special in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Among the servants, it was definitely incomparably extraordinary. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to easily offend him. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. Those who didn't know would think that he was a disciple of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Even though he was a servant, he still put on airs. Qin Yi immediately said, I'm sorry, my master is in seclusion. He has instructed that no one is to disturb him. So, before my master comes out of seclusion, I can't inform you of this matter. I'll have to trouble you to go back and report that my master will rush over after he comes out of seclusion. Hearing Qin Yi's words, the servant snorted coldly in anger and said, What arrogance! Do you think that you can be unparalleled in the world just because you've just been promoted to a prodigy? You dare to not even put a prodigy in your eyes? Who dares to go against the orders of a prodigy? Quickly go and report this matter. I'm not discussing with you. I'm just passing on the prodigy order. If you stop me again, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. You're just two little servants. If my master wants you to live, you can live. If he wants you to die, you must die. Those who go against a prodigy have never had a good ending. Think carefully before you answer me. If that was the case, it was indeed a little frightening. Qin Yi and Qin Er's expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. Qin Er's heart trembled. He believed that what the servant said was true. In the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, a prodigy was a supreme existence. His prestige was second only to the master of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, who dared to go against the orders of a prodigy. In the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, who dared to go against a prodigy? Wasn't that courting death? The two of them were just servants. How could they dare to go against a prodigy? As long as a prodigy was enraged, killing them was just a matter of a word. Even Qin Shao might not be able to protect them. Seeing that Qin Er was hesitating, Qin Yi gritted his teeth and said firmly, No, we will never disturb my master's seclusion. We swear to protect my master's orders with our lives. I've already activated the protective formation. Don't even think about disturbing my master. I'll say the same thing again. Go back and report that my master will go over after his seclusion. But for now, please go back. Qin Yi's words had clearly infuriated the other party, causing him to glare at Qin Yi furiously. He gritted his teeth and said ferociously, How dare you? Are you tired of living? You even dare to go against the orders of a prodigy. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Qin Yi said coldly, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. With the protective formation, you can't even enter this door. What are you going to use to kill me? As for whether the prodigy will punish me or not, that's your master's problem. You don't have to worry about it. All right, I've already said what I need to say. You don't have to use the prodigy's life to threaten me. I know what I'm doing and what I'm doing. I think you'd better go back. Go back? How could that be? He came here under orders. How could he go back without accomplishing anything? The other party was indeed angry out of humiliation, but he also felt a little helpless. Even the disciples of Fu Yu Immortal Palace couldn't barge into the cultivation grounds of Fu Yu Immortal Palace, let alone a servant like him. Even if he dared to barge in, there was a protective formation there. He couldn't enter at all. Incomparably furious, the servant could only clench his teeth and point at Qin Yi and Qin Er's noses. He scolded angrily, Good, good, good. I'll remember it. You will definitely pay a painful price for your stupid actions today. Then I'll wait here. I'll see when your master comes out. But it'd better not be too long. Otherwise, my master won't have the patience to keep waiting. Other than my master, the other prodigies are also waiting there. Your master is going to provoke everyone's anger. When the time comes, I'll see how your master cleans up this mess. You dare to hide such a big matter and not report it? When your master comes out, I'll see if your master will punish you. I think your brains aren't working well at all. You can't tell the severity of the matter. Everyone is waiting for your master alone. Such a big matter, but you didn't report it. Just you wait. Just you wait. I can guarantee that you won't have a good time. Qin Yi snorted coldly and replied, That's our problem. You don't have to worry about it. I think you should worry about your own. Don't like to worry about others. That's too tiring. Still so stubborn. Let's see how long you can be stubborn. The servant snorted coldly and crossed his arms in front of his chest, standing there and waiting angrily. But his eyes were like a ferocious beast, like a poisonous snake. He stared at Qin Yi and Qin Er as though he couldn't wait to kill them with his gaze. Chapter 1989. Attack the heart of the person, attack the weapon, attack the spirit. The person had the heart, the weapon had the spirit. Before controlling the weapon, one had to control the spirit. There were strong and weak spirits, good and evil. The spirit of the upper-grade immortal weapon that Qin Shao had chosen was very powerful, very violent, and extremely ferocious. The ferocious and violent sword spirit would not accept any power and would resist violently. Therefore, it was very difficult to refine it. Qin Shao battled with the berserk sword spirit for a full 10,000 years before he finally managed to refine the sword spirit with his tenacious willpower, powerful soul, and powerful willpower. After refining, although the violent power in the sword was still there, it was at least under Qin Zhao's control and could be used by Qin Shao. This explosive force had instead become the sword's weakness. Phew, I finally refined it. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. No wonder no one was willing to try to refine this sword before. It was really too difficult. Compared to ordinary upper-grade immortal weapons, it was probably tens or even hundreds of times more difficult. But fortunately, hard work pays off. I finally succeeded in refining it. My persistence and choice were not in vain. No matter what the origin of this sword is, at least this violent power is now under my control. If I use it well, it will be a powerful weapon. Under the influence of the violent power, the sword's power is probably stronger than that of ordinary upper-grade immortal weapons. The choice that I insisted on was proven to be correct. What others despise, I may not despise. What others don't dare to try, I just have to try. What others can't do, I, Qin Shao, will do. Maybe it's because I'm different from others that I've received more recognition from the heavens, more attachment, and more luck. Since this sword is full of violent power, let's call it violent explosion. After becoming an immortal, I finally have a divine weapon that suits me. With berserk in hand, my strength will obviously increase by a lot. Swords, my favorite. It's exciting to fight with swords. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. After refining the sword, he was naturally in a good mood. He loved swords and was a bit obsessed with them. Swords meant a lot to him. It was a sword lover's dream to have a sword that he liked, a sword that could withstand all the dangers. Today, Qin Shao got his wish, so he was naturally happy. Putting away the violent explosion sword, Qin Shao left the secret room. As soon as he came out, he felt a trace of an ominous aura, causing Qin Zhao's brows to raise slightly and look at the door. Master. Seeing that Qin Shao had come out of seclusion, Qin Yi and Qin Er immediately went forward and greeted him respectfully. Just as Qin Shao was about to ask them what was going on, the servant outside the door shouted again, "Your Highness Qin Shao, you've finally come out of seclusion. I've been waiting for you for a full 9,000 years. You should take care of your two servants. They kept delaying and refusing to report to you. It's fine for me to wait, but my master, the prodigy, and all the other prodigies are waiting there. It's not appropriate, right?" There was a hint of anger in the servant's tone. He had been waiting here for 9,000 years, and he had long been annoyed and impatient. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would have charged in. The servant's words made Qin Shao frown. What an arrogant tone! In front of him, there was no respect at all, and he even spoke arrogantly. Did he really not put Qin Shao in his eyes? The servant of a prodigy? Did he think he could be arrogant just because he was a prodigy? Qin Shao had always hated people who relied on their master's power. What's going on? Qin Shao asked Qin Yi and Qin Er. Qin Yi clenched her teeth and said unhappily, "Master, it's like this." Qin Yi explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail, and the anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but surge up when he heard it. However, the servant didn't seem to be prepared to die. He continued to shout, "Your Highness Qin Shao, you've already made my master and the others wait for 9,000 years. I think you should go over immediately. Otherwise, if my master gets angry, no one will be able to withstand his fury. Also, Your Highness Qin Shao, your two servants did not report such an important matter. They are so audacious. You have to teach them a lesson." Humph! An angry snort came from Qin Zhao's nose. His cold gaze pierced the servant like an ice blade. The servant was frightened by Qin Zhao's cold snort and his sharp eyes, but he quickly pretended to be tough and calm. "Who are you?" Qin Shao asked coldly. "Who am I? Is there a need to ask? I have said it several times. Didn't you hear me clearly?" Although the servant was unhappy, he still replied, "I am a servant of His Highness Tianjiao. I was ordered by Tianjiao to. I asked you who you are." However, before the servant could finish speaking, Qin Shao raised her voice and asked again, "What are you doing?" The servant who asked the question was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at Qin Shao, as if he didn't know what was going on. What did he mean? Didn't he explain it clearly? Why did he ask this again? Thus, this time around, the servant did not continue to answer. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's voice was as cold as a knife. "Don't call your master Tianjiao. I know you are Tianjiao's servant, but you are just a servant. You have to be clear about your identity. You are just a servant. Even if you are fiercer, you are still a dog that only knows how to bite. Who are you and who am I? Do I need you to tell me what to do? How dare you be so disrespectful in front of me? Even if I kill you, it will be in accordance with the rules of the Fugue Immortal Palace." "You!" The servant turned ghastly pale after hearing Qin Zhao's words. He stared at Qin Shao in astonishment. It had to be said that when he heard Qin Shao say that she was going to kill him, his heart did indeed feel weak. Some fear surged up, and he was indeed a little afraid. After all, according to the rules of the Fugue Immortal Palace, it was a serious crime for a servant to disrespect a disciple of the palace. What's more, the target of his disrespect was a prodigy. That was even more disrespectful, and even more so a capital offense. Therefore, if Qin Shao really killed him, then he would have died in vain. He would have died a worthy death. My servant is just following my orders. What's wrong with that? I was the one who instructed them not to disturb my seclusion. They followed my instructions strictly. What did they do wrong? Qin Shao shouted again. His words were like sharp blades stabbing at the servant. But Your Highness Qin Shao, this is the order of my master's prodigy. The servant felt weak, but he still forced himself to say. Prodigies had a very high status in the Fugue Immortal Palace. Thus, no one dared to disobey a prodigy's order. As a servant of a prodigy, he naturally wouldn't allow anyone to disobey his master's order. So what? Qin Shao didn't care. So what? Hearing this, the servant's mouth immediately opened wide. He stared at Qin Shao in disbelief, and was actually unable to say anything for a while. So what? What a frivolous sentence. Even under the light provocation, it was filled with a strong sense of provocation. This was a great disrespect to the geniuses. It was a provocation and a humiliation to a prodigy. What did he mean by so what? This was a prodigy's order. Who dared to disobey? Qin Shao was probably the only one who dared to say such words. Qin Shao didn't wait for the servant to react and continued, I hate it when people threaten me. No one is an exception. So what if he's a prodigy? He's also a disciple of the Fugue Immortal Palace and a prodigy. Why should I follow his orders? You're just a servant in charge of passing on the message. Don't think that just because your master is a prodigy you can be arrogant and look down on everyone. So you can shout and shout here, looking down on everyone. Qin Yi and Qin Er are my people. As long as I can decide whether they're right or wrong, whether they live or die. Your master is a prodigy. He doesn't have that right. Do you understand? Hearing how Qin Shao defended them, Qin Yi and Qin Er were so touched that their noses turned sour. They thought that they would definitely get into trouble this time, and would be in trouble. But they didn't expect Qin Shao to be so protective of them. Such a master was worthy of them following him wholeheartedly for a lifetime. In order to protect them, Qin Shao didn't even hesitate to offend a prodigy. The servant looked at Qin Shao in shock. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. Qin Zhao's gaze scared him. He didn't know how to respond to Qin Zhao's words. He felt that whatever he said was useless. He didn't have the strength to fight back against Qin Shao. He could be arrogant in front of Qin Yi and Qin Er, but he didn't dare to do so in front of such a powerful Qin Shao. No matter what, he was just a lowly servant. His position in the Fugue Immortal Palace was very low. How could he dare to provoke a prodigy? The more arrogant he was just now, the more humiliated he was now. Qin Yi and Qin Er were exhilarated in their hearts. For the past 9,000 years, they had been enduring all the bullying and humiliation. Now, His Highness Qin Shao finally helped them vent their anger. They were very happy. Get lost. Go back and tell your master that I'm not going. I'm not interested. If they want to see me, then let them come here, Qin Shao said to the servant. Then, he waved his hand at the servant, indicating that he could scram. The servant was even more speechless and didn't know what to do. He had waited here for 9,000 years and this was the result? How could he go back and report this? But he still wanted to say something, but Qin Zhao's cold gaze swept over him. The servant suddenly felt as if he had been stabbed by a sharp knife. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. How could he dare to say anything? So, he could only leave in a sorry state. Seeing that Qin Shao directly sent the servant away and refused to see Prodigy and the others, Qin Yi and Qin Er were really shocked. It wasn't that they looked down on Qin Shao, but Prodigy's position in the Fugue Immortal Palace was too high. There was no need to doubt this point. Although Qin Shao had been promoted to a prodigy, there was still a big gap between his position and Prodigy's. No matter in which aspect, there was still a big gap. But under such circumstances, Qin Shao still dared to ignore Prodigy and directly sent Prodigy's servant away. They had to say that it was a little too ruthless, but at this time they didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 1990. After receiving Qin Zhao's praise, Qin Yi and Qin Er were stunned and looked at each other. This happiness came too quickly, and the two of them were in disbelief. This time, not only did they not receive any criticism, but they actually received praise from His Highness Qin Shao. This was the first time, so naturally the two of them were excited. This also gave them more encouragement, allowing them to be firm in their principles. Qin Yi, Qin Er, how many years have you been with me? It should be 5 to 6 million years, right? Qin Shao suddenly asked. Qin Yi and Qin Er nodded. If they calculated the time, it was indeed more than 5 million years. This time was actually not considered long. Many immortals went into seclusion for more than this time. Qin Shao nodded slightly and said, "These years, I haven't been here much, and the time I'm here is basically spent in seclusion. So, I don't care much about you guys. You guys have been dutiful all these years, and your performance is not bad. At least, I'm satisfied with you guys. Especially this time, I'm very satisfied with your performance. You just need to remember that you are following me, Qin Shao, and you only need to listen to my orders. As for the others, you don't have to care about them. If they are unhappy, I will take care of them." Qin Yi and Qin Er nodded excitedly, finding a sense of dignity. "You guys are following me, so I should be concerned about your cultivation. These years, I have indeed been negligent in this aspect. In terms of cultivation resources, I don't have anything to give you guys. How about this? I will give each of you 200 contribution points. You can exchange for some cultivation resources, which should be enough for you to cultivate temporarily." "What? 200 contribution points per person?" This. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Yi and Qin Er were so excited that they almost jumped up. 200 contribution points. To them, this was an unimaginable amount of wealth. With so many contribution points, they could exchange for a lot of good cultivation resources, which could improve their strength. "I don't have anything else on me. I'll give each of you a low-grade immortal artifact. It's quite a high-quality one." Before their excitement could subside, Qin Shao gave them another big surprise. 2 low-grade immortal swords appeared in their hands, one for each of them. Anything that could be taken out from Qin Zhao's hands was a high-quality low-grade immortal artifact, a low-grade immortal artifact that was worth quite a bit. To Qin Yi and Qin Er, this was like obtaining a priceless treasure. The two of them were extremely happy and excited. After the excitement, Qin Yi and Qin Er immediately knelt down and bowed, saying in unison, "Many thanks for Master's grace. Qin Yi, Qin Er, we'll definitely remember it in our hearts. We will never forget Master's great kindness. As long as Master doesn't mind, we are willing to follow Master to death." Qin Shao waved his hand at the two of them and lifted them up. He smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. I already said that I don't like people kneeling to me. This is what you deserve. All right, you may leave." Qin Yi and Qin Er immediately retreated. The smile on Qin Zhao's face deepened. He was indeed in a good mood today, so the rewards for Qin Yi and Qin Er were a little more than usual. But thinking about it, he hadn't rewarded them in all these years, so he decided to give them more today. Qin Shao hadn't studied the way of using people in depth, but it was still necessary to give some appropriate favors. The refinement of the Berserk sword was successful, and there was no good news from Fatty Kai. Qin Shao was also thinking about his next plan. Next, it seemed that he could only go to the Myriad Beast Abyss. The focus of his recent cultivation was still on secret technique. Entering the Myriad Beast Abyss was indeed a very risky move, but Qin Shao had also seriously calculated in his heart. After making some preparations, he could leave. Now that he had many means and a protective treasure like flowing light, meaning he could buy some invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, and so on. Then he could go in. In terms of chaos source rocks, Qin Shao had more than 300,000 of them. Although it wasn't much, he could still buy some invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, and so on. When it came to money, one would regret not having enough. This feeling was particularly strong at this time. Just as Qin Shao was about to go out, 3 figures suddenly descended and walked over. Seeing these 3 figures, Qin Shao immediately greeted them with joy. White Fan, Tai Yulong, and Fairy Ziquan, what brings you here? It had only been 10,000 years since the last time they met for a drink. The 3 of them naturally made Qin Shao a little curious. She waved her jade fan and said with a smile, "What's wrong? If there's nothing important, can't we come and sit at your place? Just sit for a while?" Qin Shao was a little skeptical about this. It didn't seem like it. But at this time, Qin Shao naturally couldn't say so. He smiled and said, "Ha ha, of course, of course. Come in, come in. Sit inside and talk." Qin Shao welcomed the 3 of them in and sat in the pavilion. Then, he prepared some wine and dishes. However, Qin Shao didn't have any good wine with him. He couldn't compare to the rich Fatty Kai. Without Fatty Kai here, there was no good wine and dishes. The good atmosphere was also gone. "Did something happen to you?" Bai Shan asked. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." "Small matter? I just saw a servant of the heavens chosen leave angrily. Are you sure it's a small matter?" White Fan expressed her disbelief. Fairy Ziquan and Tai Yulong also looked at Qin Shao with a serious expression. This caused Qin Shao to be slightly stunned. Could it be that the 3 of them saw the servant leave, and then thought that something had happened to him, so they came over to show concern? In front of the 3 of them, Qin Shao had nothing to hide. So, he told them what happened just now. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Bai Shan and the other 2 were stunned. They looked at Qin Shao with strange eyes. It was as if they were speechless, but also as if they were admiring him. After a long while, White Fan said, "Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, sigh, we really don't know what to say about you. You are too awesome, really too awesome. So awesome that we admire you so much that we don't even know what to say." Why does this sound so strange? Qin Shao rolled his eyes at White Fan and said, "Don't talk nonsense. There's no need to beat around the bush between us. If you have something to say, just say it." White Fan shook her head and frowned. She said with a serious expression, "How should I say this? We know your way of doing things and your principles. We also understand you. Doing this is in line with your way of doing things. We're not surprised. If you don't do this, it won't be like you, Qin Shao. However, this time, you've offended a heaven's pride. You've already offended a heaven's pride by leaving his servant here for 9,000 years. Later on, you directly sent his servant away and said that you're not going. You want them to come by themselves. Isn't this even more offensive?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said indifferently, "So what if I've offended them? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't know any of those heaven's pride. It doesn't matter if I've offended them or not. I don't plan to have any dealings with them. As for the heaven's pride, you all know that I don't have a good impression of him. During the disciples' grand competition, he intentionally targeted me, trying to intimidate me. He even hinted at a warning. Of course, I don't have a good impression of him. That's why I'm not afraid of offending him." White Fan shook her head again and said, "You're right. However, there are some things that need to be thought over. According to what I know, the Heaven's Pride has a tradition of welcoming the new. If there's a new Heaven's Pride, that Heaven's Pride will come out and host a welcoming event. Call all the Heaven's Prides over and let the new Heaven's Pride get to know the other Heaven's Prides. Everyone gets to know each other and get to know each other better. This has always been a tradition. It's not just the Heaven's Prides. Us core disciples also have such a tradition. The four of us also participate in such a welcoming event. So, when the Heaven's Pride asked his servant to call you over, it should be for you to participate in the welcoming event. If that's the case, then everyone is indeed waiting for you. After all, you're the main character. If you don't show up, then the welcoming event can't be carried out. Welcoming event? Qin Shao immediately understood. Many factions had such a tradition. It was easy to understand. In fact, Qin Shao had also thought of this possibility. However, even if that was the case, so what? If he didn't want to go, then he didn't want to go. After seeing that servant's behavior, Qin Shao didn't have any desire to go. When he thought about how it was organized by the Heaven's Pride, he didn't have any desire to go. In the end, Qin Shao still rejected. Forget it. I've already rejected it. It's not a big deal. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Bai Shan was speechless. Fairy Purple Chest said, Qin Shao, I think there are some things that you need to compromise on. Don't be too stubborn. If you can avoid offending people, then try not to. Especially the Heaven's Pride. You really can't afford to offend them. At least for now, you can't afford to offend them. You must not underestimate the power of the Heaven's Pride. Even more so, you can't underestimate their strength. The Heaven's Pride is definitely the second most powerful person in the Fuda Immortal Palace. Whether it's strength or authority, he's definitely the second most powerful person in the Fuda Immortal Palace. His influence and charisma in the Fuda Immortal Palace are too strong. It's not a good thing for you to offend him. And this time, you've not only offended the Heaven's Pride. You've offended the other Heaven's Prides as well. You can say that all the Heaven's Prides listen to the Heaven's Pride's orders. All the other geniuses have already been brought together by the Heaven's Chosen and are now following his lead. I think the reason the Heaven's Pride invited you over, other than the traditional welcoming ceremony, is to let you join his camp? He doesn't want to take you under his wing, but at the very least, he wants to rope you in so that you can be of use to him in the future. Bai Shan nodded. He agreed with Fairy Purple Chest's words. However, Qin Shao chuckled and said, if that's the case, then all the more I won't go. No matter what the Heaven's Pride's motive is, I don't want to be involved in it. If I don't go, then no matter what he wants, he won't succeed. Wouldn't that be great? In any case, I just don't like to deal with the Heaven's Pride. Perhaps there's no reason to hate someone. Perhaps there's a reason from the beginning. That's why I still think I'm doing the right thing. Very right. I won't change my decision, and I won't regret it. Let's just leave it as it is. It's pretty good. If others don't dare to do it, then I, Qin Shao, will do it. If others can't change the situation, then I, Qin Shao, will change it. I, Qin Shao, don't need to walk the path of others. Bai Shan and the other two looked at each other, but could only shake their heads helplessly. Chapter 1991. Qin Shao had a solitary courage, but he also had an unparalleled brilliance. Wasn't cultivation just like that? Although Bai Shan and the other two felt a little helpless, they couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's spirit after thinking about it. Yes, perhaps this was one of the reasons why Qin Shao could be so monstrous and heaven-defying. If he followed the rules, if he was like others, if he went with the flow, wouldn't that make him seem too ordinary? Which one of those monstrous and heaven-defying people was ordinary? Which one of them didn't walk the unconventional path and amaze others along the way? The things that they couldn't understand showed that this was the path that Qin Shao should take. This was the real Qin Shao, this was the heaven-defying part of Qin Shao. If they could understand, they wouldn't be as mediocre as them. At least, compared to Qin Shao, they were indeed mediocre. Rumble. Qin Shao and the other two suddenly looked surprised. Waves of powerful immortal aura descended, majestic and mighty, as if they were going to flatten this place. All of them were fourth-step, heavenly venerables. Heavenly venerables had arrived, and there were a lot of them. One by one, figures descended on the sky above Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. There were a total of 17 of them. The 17 of them formed a big circle, surrounding Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. They were like 17 blazing suns in the sky, shining brilliantly. His immortal might was vast and mighty. Clearly, he was intentionally pressuring Qin Zhao. Clearly, he was targeting Qin Zhao. He didn't even bother to hide the fact that he was targeting him. These 17 people were none other than the 17 geniuses. Apart from the Sky Prides, all the other geniuses were here. These people came with strong hostility, targeting Qin Zhao. Obviously, they were ordered to do so by the Sky Prides. The power of a genius was indeed frighteningly powerful. All the other geniuses would follow his lead and obey his orders. Bai Shan and the other two were already worried about this matter. They didn't expect that all the geniuses would come knocking on their door so quickly. The three of them instantly broke out in cold sweat. Under such pressure, they felt very uncomfortable. However, in front of the geniuses, they were indeed very weak. Therefore, they did not dare to make any moves. They could only sit there stiffly and watch the development of the situation. Qin Zhao abruptly stood up and swept her gaze across the 17 geniuses as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. This show of strength came really quickly. But since he was already here, he would deal with it as it came. Qin Zhao was already prepared to deal with it. His refusal to participate in the welcoming event also gave the geniuses an excuse. In fact, how could Qin Zhao not know that the so-called welcoming event was just a warning to him? It was definitely not a good thing. Of course, they wanted to force him to submit to the prodigy. In the future, he would listen to the prodigy's orders and join their team. It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao was so determined to refuse to meet the Chosen One. This way, he could take the initiative from being passive. Since nothing good would come out of it, why not make himself look stronger? Senior brothers, did you all make an appointment together? What wind blew you all to my rundown temple? Why didn't you inform your junior brother in advance, so that I could prepare some wine to entertain you senior brothers? Since you've come so directly, forgive me for not entertaining you. Since the other party was being so impolite, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't be polite either. He directly said that he wanted to drive them away. Humph, Qin Zhao, don't pretend to be ignorant here. What great immortal might you have! Are you really going to look down on everyone? One of the geniuses pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded angrily. Qin Zhao knew this genius. He was Hao Guilong of the Haochu tribe, who was also Hao Guishuan's elder brother. Today's meeting was a bit like a meeting between enemies. Although the Haochu tribe had previously chosen to show weakness and appease Hao Guishuan's matter. However, as a genius, Hao Guilong had always been brooding over this matter. As a proud son of heaven, how prideful was he? Now that he had the opportunity to step on Qin Zhao, he naturally wouldn't let it go. This time, he wasn't just representing himself, but all of the geniuses. He was acting on behalf of all the geniuses, so he could step on Qin Zhao without any worries. In fact, he even hoped that Qin Zhao would resist, and the more he resisted, the better. The more the matter blew up, the more he believed Qin Zhao would suffer. With the geniuses supporting him, what was there to be afraid of? Even the palace lord wouldn't ask too much. Qin Zhao chuckled coldly and said, Hao Guilong, if you want to compare immortal might, then I, Qin Zhao, am no match for you, senior brothers. Senior brothers, you came uninvited and used your immortal might to oppress me. What's the meaning of this? Is this a show of strength, or is this a greeting gift? Haven't you heard of the saying that if you want to gain respect from others, you have to give them respect first? You didn't give me any respect, so why should I respect you? If you don't offend me, I won't offend you either. You've already come to my door to bully me. Do you think I, Qin Zhao, should welcome you with a smile and let you bully me? If that's what you're thinking, then I'm sorry, but I, Qin Shao, will have to disappoint you today. You're all acting on the orders of the geniuses. You're just lackeys. To put it bluntly, you're just lackeys. If the geniuses want to show me their might, why don't they show themselves? Arrogant. How dare you? Humph, why should the geniuses show up for such a trivial matter? Who do you think Qin Shao is? You think too highly of yourself, don't you think? You're so young, but you dare to speak so arrogantly. You're really arrogant. In that case, today's rule must be established. I must let you, Qin Shao, clearly understand what rules are. That's right. You've just become a genius, but you're already looking down on us. If we let you go on like this, won't you look down on us even more in the future? As a newcomer, I should take care of you properly and dampen your spirit. Hao Guilong's smile became even more sinister when he saw that Qin Shao had provoked the crowd. This was the effect he wanted to see. He wasn't afraid of Qin Shao acting arrogantly. He was only afraid that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to act arrogantly. If Qin Shao dared to act arrogantly, then he would ruthlessly trample on Qin Shao today. It would be considered as helping the Haochu family vent their anger. The Haochu clan's reputation in Linfu City had suffered a huge blow due to the incident where they had to offer a humble apology for their crimes. Some people even privately said that the Haochu family was no longer worthy of being one of the top 10 factions in Linfu City. This was a great humiliation to the Haochu family. Hao Guilong was furious. He couldn't accept the Haochu family's compromise. Today was a very good opportunity for him. Qin Shao naturally knew why these geniuses had come. They wanted to teach him a lesson and establish their might. They wanted to gain some prestige from him. However, how could Qin Shao let them do as they wished? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. He swept his gaze across the crowd of geniuses and said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you dare to disregard the immortal rules and attack me here?" Attack you? You really think too highly of yourself. There are so many of us here. Who do you think you are? It'll be a piece of cake for us to beat you up. That's right. Do we need to attack you? You're too naive. The immortal rules won't make things easy for geniuses. Don't think you can rely on the immortal rules to be a coward. Don't worry, we won't attack you. We just want to have a good talk with you. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, you'll provoke the prodigy to attack you personally. When that time comes, you'll know how to spell the word death. Junior brother Qin Shao, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Don't try to challenge the prodigy's supreme dignity. You can't afford to do so. Otherwise, you'll only regret it. Hao Guilong laughed mockingly and said, Qin Shao, the prodigy has given you two choices. Listen carefully. The first is to come with us immediately and apologize to the prodigy. You'll also submit to him and join our team. From now on, we'll be on the same side. Impossible! Qin Zhao's cold voice rang out as soon as Hao Guilong finished speaking. It was incomparably firm, and there was no room for doubt. There was no need to think about it. Qin Shao had already made his decision. How was it possible for him to submit to a prodigy? It was impossible. He didn't even need to think about it. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I, Qin Shao, disdain to be on the same team as you, Qin Shao said again. You, how dare you? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? However, Qin Zhao's words had obviously angered the crowd. However, Qin Shao didn't care at all. So what if they were angry? It didn't matter. He didn't want to have anything to do with these people anyway. It didn't matter. Qin Shao would treat people he could get along with respect, even if they were ordinary mortals. As for people he couldn't get along with, even if they were ancient saints, Qin Shao wouldn't be on the same team as them. So what if they were prodigies? Qin Shao could even refuse an ancient saint like the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. So what if they were prodigies? Humph, Qin Shao, you really don't know what's good for you, Hao Guilong said sinisterly. In fact, he hoped that Qin Shao would say that. In that case, it would be tantamount to openly defying a prodigy, opposing a prodigy, and making an enemy out of a prodigy. Those who made an enemy out of a prodigy didn't have a good ending. He believed that Qin Shao wouldn't be an exception. A prodigy's immortal aura wouldn't allow anyone to challenge him. If Qin Shao wanted to challenge him now, he believed that he wouldn't have a good ending. He might not be able to control Qin Shao, but he could make good use of this opportunity. It would be much easier if he borrowed the prodigy's power. As long as a prodigy wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. The more arrogant and condescending Qin Shao was, the more he would anger the prodigy. Before the start of the disciple competition, the prodigy had already given him a warning. How dare he act so untactfully? Wasn't he courting death? Hao Guilong continued, since you don't want to choose the first option, you can choose the second option. The second option, as a punishment for not participating in the welcoming ceremony, the prodigy orders you to go to the boundless zone and get a jug of boundless water. You have 10 million years to complete it. 10 million years is enough for the prodigy to be lenient with you. Originally, I thought that you would have 3 million years at most. However, since the prodigy is so lenient, we will also act. What? Boundless zone? Hearing Hao Guilong's words, Bai Shan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Fairy Zijing and Tai Yulong were also nervous. They looked at Qin Shao angrily and worriedly. Boundless zone? Qin Shao frowned. He had some impression of this secret territory. It seemed to be one of the top secret territories in the southern wasteland. Qin Shao was unfamiliar with the boundless water. He didn't know what it was. Chapter 1992. Qin Shao looked at Bai Shan. After exclaiming in surprise, Bai Shan hastily explained to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, don't agree. The boundless solitary territory is one of the top 10 most dangerous places in the entire southern wasteland. It's much more dangerous than any place you've ever seen. Moreover, people know very little about it. There's also very little information that can be gathered. Therefore, entering it is equivalent to entering an unknown place. Unknown dangers, unknown deaths, unknown terrors, many unknowns and many dangers. Even exalted immortals will have a slim chance of survival after entering it. The chances of coming out alive are extremely slim. Moreover, you're looking for the legendary boundless water. The boundless water is holy water. It contains the holy power of water. Every drop is extremely precious. If you count 100 drops in a small pot, the value of this boundless water alone is more than 10 million chaos source stones. Even a semi-sage would have to spend a long time and endure great dangers to complete such a mission. That's right, Yi Shiwen said. It's too dangerous for you to enter with your current strength. Don't agree. This is not a joke. After listening to Bai Shan's explanation, the anger in Qin Zhao's chest couldn't help but burst out. This heaven's pride was really ruthless. He actually wanted him to enter the boundless solitary territory to search for the boundless water and complete such an impossible mission. An ordinary exalted immortal of the fourth step had no hope of completing such a mission. Unless a half-sage went in, there was still some hope if he was lucky. This was too much of a bully. The heaven's pride's oppression made Qin Shao very angry. He was ruthlessly oppressing him. He was really stepping on his face. How ruthless! Humph, what if I say I don't choose any of them? Qin Shao stared at Hao Guilong and said coldly. There was no need to even think about the first option. Qin Shao would definitely not choose it. Even if he died, he would not choose it. Qin Shao pondered for a moment and decided not to choose the second one. Qin Shao wasn't stupid enough to throw his life away. Even if Qin Shao didn't think he would definitely die in the boundless solitary territory, there was no need to take such a risk for the sake of a heaven's pride. So what if he offended a heaven's pride? He had already offended a heaven's pride, so he wasn't afraid of adding more. Ha ha! This time, Hao Guilong laughed instead of getting angry. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful smile and said, Qin Shao, I guess you must be thinking, what can you do if I don't choose any of them? You're thinking that since I've already chosen to offend a genius, I'm not afraid of offending him to the end, right? Anyway, we don't dare to do anything to you here. We can't do anything to you, right? Qin Zhao's thoughts were completely exposed by Hao Guilong. Qin Shao was indeed thinking the same thing. However, these thoughts weren't hard to guess at all. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't surprised at all when Hao Guilong guessed correctly. She looked at him calmly and didn't deny it. So what? Hao Guilong laughed even more playfully. He looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, The Heaven's Pride has made it clear that if you don't choose any of the two options, he will personally take action. Of course, he won't necessarily kill you. But it's possible to severely injure you, right? If you don't believe the Heaven's Pride dares to do that, you can try. Don't think that no one in the fuming Immortal Palace can do anything to you just because you're a Heaven's Pride. That's right. Others, including the elders, don't dare. But the Heaven's Pride dares. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't give face to the Heaven's Pride again and again, the Palace Master won't care if he seriously injures you. You're not as important to the Palace Master as a Heaven's Pride. Qin Zhao's face turned extremely cold when he heard such a blatant threat. Was the Heaven's Pride really that powerful? Were geniuses really that important to the Master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace? Was it so important that the Palace Master would abandon him for the sake of the Heaven's Pride? If that was the case, Qin Shao felt that it didn't matter whether he stayed in the fuming Immortal Palace or not. Qin Shao was no longer the Qin Shao who had just entered the Immortal Realm. The Qin Shao now had some strength and confidence. Even if he went out alone, it wouldn't be much worse than staying in the fuming Immortal Palace. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Qin Shao naturally didn't want to end up like that. No matter what, the fuming Immortal Palace was the first power he had joined in the Immortal Realm. It could be said that it had accompanied him step by step as he grew up. Therefore, Qin Shao still had feelings for the fuming Immortal Palace. He was also very grateful. Moreover, Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, Princess Xiaoyu, Wild, and the others were all here. Qin Shao was reluctant to leave this place. This was the place where he had started and also the place where he had grown up. It could even be a place of glory. Qin Shao was a very sentimental person. The fuming Immortal Palace could now be considered as Qin Zhao's home in the Immortal Realm. But now, the Heaven's Pride had already stepped on his head. What could he do? Admit defeat? Let the Heaven's Pride step on him? No. Qin Shao didn't want to lower his head. He didn't want to admit defeat. He didn't want to be stepped on by the Heaven's Pride. But what could he do? Resist? What would the result be if he resisted? The result was predictable. Qin Shao was no match for the Heaven's Pride. Qin Shao was very clear on this point. Even with the addition of the high-grade Berserk Sword, he was still too far away from the Heaven's Pride. Fighting with the Heaven's Pride was just courting death. He would definitely be completely crushed. There was no chance. If the Heaven's Pride was really like what he said, then if he refused, his vitality would be greatly damaged. It was even possible that his foundation would be destroyed, and his cultivation path would be cut off. Qin Shao believed that the Heaven's Pride was capable of doing such a thing. During the Disciples' Tournament, the Heaven's Pride dared to attack him in front of the Master of the fuming Immortal Palace. It was obvious how arrogant the Heaven's Pride was. This time, he had provoked the Heaven's Pride. It was normal for him to be ruthless. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't doubt Hao Guilong's words. Hao Guilong was incomparably pleased with himself. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful gaze, waiting for Qin Zhao's final answer. No matter what Qin Zhao's answer was, it was good news for him. Because no matter what Qin Shao chose, he would be crushed this time. And this was the result of offending the Heaven's Pride. If you offended the heaven's pride, then no one in this world could save you. So what if you were a noble heaven's pride? In the fuming immortal palace, no one except the palace master dared to offend the heaven's pride. No one, not even the elders, let alone Qin Shao, who had just become a heaven's pride. Qin Shao, don't be impulsive. Don't act recklessly. Bai Shan anxiously grabbed Qin Zhao's arm. She looked at Qin Shao with a worried expression. She shook her head at Qin Shao. Then she said, I've weighed the pros and cons. I think you should choose the second option. If you insist on not choosing either option and insist on going against the heaven's pride, then you will definitely suffer a great loss. Since the heaven's pride has spoken, then he will definitely do it. There is no doubt about that. If you don't choose, then the heaven's pride will definitely attack you personally. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. The boundless desert is indeed extremely dangerous. The boundless water is also extremely rare. It's almost a legendary item. Moreover, you only have 10 million years. It's too short. This test sounds almost impossible. However, as long as you choose the second option and work hard, I believe you will have given the heavens pride face. Even if you don't complete it, he won't use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Besides, 10 million years have passed. Everything is in the past. Therefore, you should choose the second option. Don't be impulsive. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. That will destroy your future. Fairy Zishang looked at Qin Shao helplessly. She bit her red lips but still said, Qin Shao, choose the second option. Don't be impulsive. For now, you can't fight against the heaven's pride. Don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. No matter what, we hope you will be fine. Although the second option is extremely difficult, there is always a way. Besides, you have 10 million years. You can buffer yourself. There is no need to rush. Besides, 10 million years is still a long time for you. After all, you have lived for less than 10 million years. Who knows, these 10 million years might bring you earth-shattering changes. This might not be possible for others, but for you, anything is possible. Tai Yulong also nodded heavily. He agreed with Bai Shan and Fairy Zishang. The three of them also had the same opinion. They all felt that they should not offend the heaven's pride. They could not afford to offend him. The reputation of a prodigy was like an insurmountable mountain placed there. No one could even think of offending him. Those who offended him would not have a good ending. No one, no force could protect them. As long as the heaven's pride wanted to kill someone, then even the heaven's pride and elders could only obediently accept their fate. This was not an exaggeration. This was the truth. The heaven's pride was so domineering and powerful. How could Qin Shao not know this? Therefore, he was still considering this question. He was making the final decision in his heart. To choose or not to choose. To choose, there was a slim chance of survival. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of a slim chance of survival. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Although the boundlessly territory was extremely dangerous and filled with endless unknowns, there would definitely be unknown opportunities as well. Therefore, Qin Shao was not afraid of going to the boundlessly zone. Qin Shao was not afraid of going to the Hellfire Zone and the Thoughtless Sea. Moreover, his strength in the past was much weaker than it was now. Now that he was strong, why would Qin Shao be afraid of going to the boundlessly zone? It was just that being oppressed and stepped on by the heaven's pride made Qin Shao very angry and unhappy. Moreover, it was difficult to cross this hurdle in his heart. Therefore, Qin Shao was also in a fierce struggle. Qin Shao, aren't you arrogant enough? Aren't you ruthless enough? Aren't you self-righteous enough? Aren't you supercilious enough? You can continue to be arrogant today. Continue to be insufferably arrogant. To be honest, I really hope that you don't choose either. In that case, I can see you being crippled immediately. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Aren't you a man? Aren't you brave? Aren't you young and frivolous? If you have the guts, don't choose. Do you dare? Do you have the guts? How Guilong continued to provoke Qin Shao. Obviously, he wanted to infuriate Qin Shao. This was an inferior method of provocation. However, it was undeniable that provocation could infuriate people in many cases. Chapter 1993. To choose or not to choose. Calm down, I must calm down. A moment of bravery was the action of a rash man. There were some issues that couldn't be compromised, but there were also some that could be compromised. A real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall once in a while, so there was nothing wrong with that. Therefore, Qin Shao was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Was it worth it for him to compromise? Bai Shan and the other two were also looking at Qin Shao nervously. Their eyes seemed to be telling Qin Shao not to be rash, to choose the second option, and not to go against a prodigy. A prodigy was like a god that couldn't be offended. He wasn't much weaker than the master of the fuming puppet Immortal Palace. In the face of a prodigy's suppression, one couldn't even think of resisting. How should he choose? The atmosphere became more and more tense and oppressive. Space seemed to have frozen. Bai Shan and the other two were so nervous that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They were worried for Qin Shao. They were praying that Qin Shao wouldn't be rash and act recklessly. Hao Guilong and the others were looking at Qin Shao playfully. They were releasing their immortal aura to suppress Qin Shao. Vast immortal aura, endless suppression. Since Qin Shao was born, other than the 2 times he was suppressed by ancient sage Yu Luosha, he had never been suppressed to such an extent. Yu Luosha was an ancient sage, and Qin Shao was indeed powerless to resist. Although Qin Shao wasn't sure if a prodigy was an ancient sage, he was sure that he couldn't resist. The situation wasn't much different from when he faced Yu Luosha. It was just that it was harder for his heart to bear this time. Cultivation is all about the heart. Persistence is good, but it's not necessarily a good thing to be stubborn. If you can keep your heart tight, you should be able to let it go happily. Against Yu Luosha, I can't resist. Against a prodigy, I really don't have the strength to resist. So why not bear with it? Using an inappropriate saying, where there's life, there's hope. In the past, I dared to resist in many dangerous situations because I could find a glimmer of hope. This time, it's too difficult. If I do, I'll be the unlucky one. Fine, I'll endure it this time. Thinking of this, Qin Shao also made up his mind. He raised his head to look at Hao Guilong and said, "Okay, I choose the second option." Hearing that Qin Shao had chosen the second option, Bai Shan and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. The stone in their hearts could finally be lifted. They were really worried. Fortunately, Qin Shao was not impulsive and chose the second option in the end. Since both were harmful, it was better to choose the lesser. Hearing Qin Shao choose the second option and compromise, Hao Guilong threw a disdainful glance at Qin Shao. In fact, he was trying to provoke Qin Shao. In his heart, he wanted Qin Shao not to choose. Unexpectedly, Qin Shao compromised in the end, which annoyed Hao Guilong. He said sarcastically, "I thought you were tough, Qin Shao. It turns out you're just SOSO. I thought you wouldn't compromise, but it turns out you're just a coward. I think your previous arrogance and insufferably arrogant attitude was just an act. That's all there is to it. It seems we've overestimated you. Ha ha ha, is this the peerless genius in the hearts of the people in Linfu City? A hero? A creator of miracles? Bah, that's all you can do." Qin Shao stared at Hao Guilong with cold eyes and said coldly, "I can't afford to offend a genius. Do you think I can't afford to offend you? It seems you want to fight with me today. I'm in a bad mood, and I want to find someone to vent my anger on. If you have the guts, why don't we fight? Don't worry. I won't kill you. Of course, if you think I'm just SOSO, you can fight me to the death. You can avenge your little brother, and win back some face for your Haochu family. Look, I've given you such a good opportunity. Hao Guilong, do you dare to fight with me? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Hao Guilong's mouth twitched. His face turned green and white. It was very interesting. He couldn't say a word. He just stared at Qin Zhao. Did he dare to fight with him? Did he? The answer was no. How could he, Hao Guilong, have the confidence to fight Qin Zhao? The only reason he dared to trample on Qin Zhao like this today was because there were still 16 other geniuses present. He also relied on the fact that there were geniuses behind him. If he was alone, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to treat Qin Zhao like this. Qin Zhao was a crazy person. Since he dared to provoke and humiliate him, he wouldn't let him off so easily. If they really fought, Hao Guilong felt he had a great chance of losing. Just how powerful Qin Zhao's strength was, he was not sure. But according to some rumors, he must be very powerful. Moreover, the palace master had directly promoted Qin Zhao to a genius, which was enough to show how powerful he was. Therefore, when he heard Qin Zhao's challenge, Hao Guilong didn't dare to reply. His face turned red and unsightly. Seeing that Hao Guilong didn't dare to reply, Qin Zhao spoke again. What's wrong? Didn't you just trample on my body? Now you don't even have the courage to fight with me? You're a man. Is that all you've got? Humph, you said I'm just SOSO. If you're so powerful, then I, Qin Zhao, won't give you a chance to step on me again? Are you admitting defeat again and not daring to do it? Don't you think you're ridiculous? Just now, Hao Guilong had humiliated Qin Zhao. Now, Qin Zhao was humiliating him back. His reaction was fast. Hao Guilong's face turned green. Did he really dare to fight with Qin Zhao? He didn't. It was too risky. However, being humiliated by Qin Zhao was too shameful. Hao Guilong clenched his teeth and said stubbornly, "Today, I came here with a mission. I didn't come here to fight with you. It's not interesting at all. Alright, since you chose the second option, you should go to the boundless region as soon as possible. I can give you tens of thousands of years to prepare, but don't take too long. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. I won't repeat the rest. You should understand." After saying that, Hao Guilong left. The other geniuses also left. Hao Guilong left with a gloomy face. In the end, he was severely humiliated by Qin Zhao. Only after everyone had left did the place regain its peace. However, everyone's good mood was obviously gone. Sigh. Bai Shan sighed helplessly and shook her head. She seemed to have a lot to say but didn't know how to say it. Bai Shan suddenly patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and said, "Brother, this time, you can only pray for yourself. We won't be able to help you in any way. In terms of information, I'll try my best to collect more for you. Then, you'll need to make more preparations. We might not be able to help you with other things, but we can gather some chaos source stones to prepare treasures for you. Anyway, Qin Zhao, just say the word and I won't hesitate to go bankrupt." "Me too. I'm afraid that's all I can do." Fairy Zi Quan immediately expressed her opinion. Tai Yulong said with a serious face, "Don't forget about me. Just tell us what you need us to do. As for the preparation work, we'll discuss it together. We'll try our best to increase our chances of survival in the boundless region. Indeed, we can't be careless in this matter. The more preparations we make, the more insurance we have, the more hope we have." Hearing the three's words, Qin Zhao's heart was also filled with warmth. These words were enough. Qin Zhao smiled and said to the three, "All right, thank you. I understand. If there's anything I need, I won't hesitate to ask. There's no rush. We have tens of thousands of years to slowly prepare anyway." At present, there was still plenty of time. However, it seemed difficult to make many preparations in tens of thousands of years. At least in terms of strength, Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to improve much. Unless one was able to gather all the materials required for a secret technique and successfully cultivate a secret technique, this was obviously impossible. Apart from that, the only other option was to cultivate a high-grade immortal art. Speaking of which, Qin Shao hadn't chosen a high-grade immortal art yet. After choosing the Berserker sword last time, Qin Shao had immediately rushed back to refine it. He hadn't taken the time to choose a high-grade immortal art. High-grade immortal arts were one of the things he needed to prepare. Intelligence was the second thing he needed to prepare. Third, he needed to prepare some supportive treasures. Invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, teleportation talismans. These all needed to be prepared. At a critical moment they could save his life. Other than that, there was nothing else. Everyone was in a bad mood. In fact, they were also very angry, but more than that, they felt helpless. Sigh. Bai Shan let out a long sigh and comforted, "Brother Qin Shao, don't think too much. Everything will be fine. You're the creator of miracles. No matter how dangerous it is, I believe you'll be able to turn misfortunes into blessings and safely get through it. Perhaps this will also be a journey of opportunity for you. I look forward to you returning from a rewarding journey and shining brilliantly in all directions. How heroic and satisfying would that be?" "Ha ha ha, I think so too." Qin Shao laughed. "Then," he said, "Bai Shan, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not that weak. Since I've made my decision, it means I've thought it through. Since I've made my decision, I won't think too much. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just one more trial. What's there to be afraid of if it's a little dangerous? Just think that the more dangerous it is, the greater the opportunity. Isn't that comforting? What kind of danger haven't I experienced? What is this time? Others want to manipulate me and scheme against me. I, Qin Shao, will not let them do as they wish. I want to surprise them and make their schemes fail. I want to see their disappointed and regretful faces. Wouldn't that be even better? The prodigy is suppressing me like this because he's afraid that I'll threaten his position. Thinking about it, I should be happy. The prodigy already sees me as his opponent. Among the disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace, who else has such an honor other than me? The more he treats me like this, the more he's afraid of me rising. He's afraid that I'll surpass him one day. So, right now, he's the one with a guilty conscience, not me. Why should I think too much? Ha ha ha, right, you're absolutely right. Hearing you say that, I feel much more at ease." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Bai Shan and the other two immediately felt their hearts lighten up. They were incomparably impressed by Qin Shao. Chapter 1994. Next, it was time to make some preparations. Bai Shan and the other two also began to help. Bai Shan was in charge of gathering information, while Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong were thinking of ways to get Qin Shao some defensive treasures. Qin Shao did not want to trouble them, but since the three of them insisted, Qin Shao had no choice but to let them be. Qin Shao did not stay idle either. He came to the Immortal Pavilion again. This time, he wanted to choose a high-grade immortal technique. When he saw Qin Shao, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku frowned slightly and said, "Qin Shao, I knew you would come to the Immortal Pavilion. You must be here to choose a high-grade immortal technique, right?" Qin Shao was slightly taken aback when he heard Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's words. He had just arrived and Exalted Immortal Yun Ku already knew about it. Could it be that Exalted Immortal Yun Ku already knew about the Sky Prides bullying him? This news should not have been made public. However, it was not surprising that Exalted Immortal Yun Ku knew about it. After all, he was an elder. Nothing could escape his eyes. Moreover, the commotion last time was not small. Many disciples must have seen it. Moreover, there were 17 Sky Prides in attendance. It was easy to find out. Therefore, it was not strange that Exalted Immortal Yun Ku knew about it. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, exalted immortal Yunku. I want to choose a high-grade immortal technique. One is enough. I don't have much time to cultivate other high-grade immortal techniques for now. Exalted immortal Yunku said seriously, Qin Shao, I know you are going to the boundless desert. I have been there once before. Therefore, I guess that you would come. I have already chosen 3 high-grade immortal techniques for you. You can cultivate one first and leave the other 2 with you for the time being. This time, you will not be able to come out of the boundless desert in a short time. Perhaps you will have time to cultivate the other 2 high-grade immortal technique. I chose it for you based on my experience. It should still be useful. Qin Shao was taken aback. Exalted immortal Yunku had already chosen for her? Furthermore, he had actually entered the boundless desert before. That would be a good opportunity for him to learn from it. It seemed like heavenly immortal Yunku was still very concerned about him. This warmed Qin Zhao's heart and made him feel grateful. However, from the helpless tone of exalted immortal Yunku, Qin Shao could tell that even exalted immortal Yunku did not dare to go against the will of a heaven's pride. Geniuses in the Fu Tu Immortal Palace were indeed like a mountain that no one could surmount. Apart from the master of the Fu Ku Immortal Palace, no one could suppress a genius, and no one dared to go against a genius' will. Qin Shao nodded and said gratefully, Thank you very much, exalted immortal Yunku. In that case, let's go with what exalted immortal Yunku picked. I don't mind bringing it with me. Exalted immortal Yunku brought Qin Shao to the upper-grade immortal technique area. There were not many upper-grade immortal techniques in the Fu Ku Immortal Palace. There were only slightly more than 100 of them. Exalted immortal Yunku picked out the 3 upper-grade immortal techniques that he had chosen and presented them to Qin Shao. Then, he introduced them to Qin Shao. The first one is an offensive immortal technique called the Dragon Slaying Sword Technique. It is said to have the power to slay dragons. When cultivated to its peak, it can even slay true dragons of the 9 heavens. Of course, if you really want to slay dragons, it would only be some earth dragons. It would not be the true ancient divine beast, the green dragon. Among the descendants of the green dragon, there are some dragons with a lower bloodline. It is still possible to slay those dragons. This immortal technique is very difficult to cultivate. However, if you succeed in cultivating it, its power will be very strong. Just by hearing the words dragon slaying, you can tell how powerful and domineering this immortal technique is. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the dragon slaying sword technique. Just by hearing the name, it was indeed very domineering. After listening to exalted immortal Yunku's introduction, Qin Shao was very satisfied. What he needed now was an immortal technique with strong offensive power. As long as he could meet this requirement, nothing else mattered. This immortal technique was so domineering that even exalted immortal Yunku could not stop praising it. It must be very good. Alright. Qin Shao still trusted exalted immortal Yunku, so he nodded in satisfaction. As for whether it was difficult to cultivate or not, Qin Shao did not care. It did not matter. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to succeed in cultivating it. Exalted immortal Yunku continued with his introduction. The second immortal technique is called the Eye of Illusion. It can see all nothingness and all illusions. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be of much use. However, in the boundlessly territory, it can sometimes be very useful. It's fine if you can't touch it, but if you can, and if you succeed in cultivating this immortal technique, it may save your life. Since exalted immortal Yunku spoke so solemnly, it seemed that this immortal technique was indeed not bad. Moreover, it was specifically chosen for the boundlessly territory. The third immortal technique is called the Primal Chaos Sealing Technique. Although it is not so exaggerated as to be able to seal the chaos, it can completely seal off a part of the void. As long as you cultivate it to a very high level and have enough energy, you can seal everything. Whether it is energy, immortal might, or life, they can all be sealed. This art of direction was specially selected to deal with the boundless distant region. It can still be of great use at critical moments. If you have enough time, I would suggest that you enter the boundlessly territory after cultivating these 3 immortal techniques to a certain level. Because you are limited by your realm, it will be very difficult for you to cultivate these 3 immortal techniques to a certain level. You can only master as much as you can. That is all you can do for now. Qin Shao nodded. He did not have much time, only tens of thousands of years. Cultivating an upper-grade immortal technique was not like cultivating a middle-grade immortal technique. The difficulty of cultivating an upper-grade immortal technique was definitely much higher than that of a middle-grade immortal technique. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's realm was still weak. Therefore, the resistance he faced was naturally very great. Qin Shao would definitely suffer a disadvantage in terms of realm. This was something that could not be helped and could not be changed. Qin Shao took the 3 upper-grade immortal techniques and memorized the mantras. Next, he would have to cultivate them. Cultivating a peak-grade celestial art was a long and arduous process. Qin Shao did not want to rush, but the situation in front of him made him anxious. After doing all this, Qin Shao finally had the chance to speak to Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, you said that you entered the boundlessly territory before. Can you tell me about the situation inside? What should I pay attention to? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku shook his head slightly. Qin Shao, I did enter the boundlessly territory before, but I did not stay there for long. Only about 10,000 years or so, and then I came out immediately. Therefore, I did not walk in the boundlessly territory for long. The area I was in was also very narrow. It should be a relatively safe place in the boundlessly territory. I went in with a few old friends. I only dared to stay for 10,000 years before I came out. Therefore, in terms of experience, it's really not much. The 3 upper-grade, immortal techniques I selected for you were based on my experience. As for the rest, it's really hard to say. After all, the boundlessly territory is not static. It has been a few universe epochs since I entered. I'm afraid that the boundlessly territory has changed greatly. It is no longer the same as when I entered it. The boundlessly territory is filled with many unknowns. Anyway, it is very, very dangerous to enter. The space inside is very, very strange. There is no way to determine where you are. You might be here one moment, and in the next moment, you might be in another area. Because of this, no one has been able to draw a map of the boundlessly territory. Not even ancient saints can enter it. Without a map, there is not much information. Those who enter have no understanding of the boundlessly territory. Therefore, everything is unknown. Under such an unknown situation, the danger naturally increases exponentially. Speaking of which, I am actually a little worried about you. Sai, you are a rare genius in the history of the Fu Su Immortal Palace. Your talent and potential are not the slightest bit inferior to the prodigies. In fact, you are even better than the prodigies of the past. Moreover, you have been defying the heavens all the way. You are a creator of miracles. If this trend continues, your future will be limitless. This is indeed a huge test for you. I only hope that it will be a blessing and not a curse for you. In the end, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku shook his head helplessly. He was sincerely worried about Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao be willing to take such a risk? It was just that there was nothing he could do. However, no matter how helpless he was, there was nothing he could do. There was no point in talking about this. He might as well not talk about it. Since Exalted Immortal Yun Ku could not give him any advice, he could only wait and see what Bai Shan could find out. However, since Exalted Immortal Yun Ku had already said so, Bai Shan probably would not be able to find anything useful. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, may I ask you a question? What is the prodigy's current cultivation level? Has he stepped onto the ancient road? Qin Shao asked seriously. This was a question that many people wanted to ask and figure out. The prodigy's cultivation level had always been a mystery. Originally, Qin Shao did not want to ask this question. It was a very abrupt question. However, this time, the prodigy had forced him into such a corner. He indeed wanted to know the prodigy's cultivation level. If he knew more, he would have a clearer goal. This exalted immortal Yun Ku hesitated for a moment. His expression turned serious. After a long pause, he said, "Actually, Qin Shao, I don't know what the prodigy's cultivation level is either. I'm afraid only the prodigy and the palace lord know this. As far as I know, no one else knows about it. In fact, we have discussed this in private before. However, we did not have a concrete answer. Perhaps he has already stepped onto the ancient road. Or perhaps he is still a half-saint. However, his cultivation level is infinitely close to that of an ancient sage. However, one thing is for sure. The prodigy's cultivation level is unfathomable. He is extremely powerful. At the very least, he is an extremely powerful half-saint. He is infinitely close to that of an ancient sage. It is because of this that no one in the Fuda Immortal Palace can go against him. Other than the palace lord, he can ignore anyone. He can ignore everything. Even the rules of the Fuda Immortal Palace do not apply to him at all. Those who could break the rules must be very powerful. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's evaluation of the prodigy was very high. It was even higher than Qin Shao had expected. It seemed that the prodigy's status in the elder's eyes was still very high. Whether you are a half-saint or an ancient sage, I will treat you as an ancient sage for the time being. Even if you are an ancient sage, I, Qin Shao, will definitely make you pay for the humiliation you have suffered today. Chapter 1995. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku glanced at Qin Shao. He seemed to have guessed what Qin Shao was thinking. He wanted to say something, but in the end, held his tongue. Perhaps there were some things that he really couldn't say. All he could do now was help Qin Shao as much as he could, and help Qin Shao survive in the boundlessly zone. If something really happened to such a genius, it would be a great loss to the Fuda Immortal Palace. But, forget it. What's done is done. There's no point in saying anything more. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku flipped his palm, and a beautiful, intricate glass bottle appeared in his hand. From the powerful aura emanating from the bottle, one could tell that it was a very powerful immortal treasure. Given that it came from Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, one could imagine how powerful it was. Qin Shao, this is called the Seven Treasures glass bottle. It's an extremely powerful immortal treasure, isn't it? The Seven Treasures glass bottle can attract everything. Energy, mountains, space, heaven, earth, life, all of it can be sucked into it. If an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerate isn't careful enough, they'll be sucked into the bottle. Once sucked in, it's a dead end. However, the Seven Treasures glass bottle's main function is to attract terrifying energy. Sometimes, a terrifying surge of energy will suddenly attack, catching people off guard and making it difficult to parry. That's when the Seven Treasures glass bottle can unleash its most powerful abilities. There are often such dangers in the boundlessly zone. Take the Seven Treasures glass bottle with you. At a critical moment, it might be able to help you. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku offered the bottle to Qin Shao, motioning for Qin Shao to accept it. No. Qin Shao hurriedly waved his hands, refusing to accept it. No, I can't accept it. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, I'm very grateful for your concern for me, Qin Shao. However, this gift is too precious. Forgive me, but I can't accept it. I'm afraid this Seven Treasures glazed vase is a superior grade immortal artifact. This 7 treasures glazed vase is a priceless treasure even to exalted immortal Yun Ku. How can you give it to me? Therefore, this is absolutely impossible. I will never accept such a precious immortal treasure from you, immortal Yun Ku. I, Qin Shao, will accept your kindness. Exalted immortal Yun Ku, please take back the 7 treasures glazed bottle. Exalted immortal Yun Ku pulled Qin Zhao's hand over and forced it into Qin Zhao's hand. With a solemn expression, he said, Qin Shao, I know what you mean and what kind of person you are. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the 7 treasures glazed bottle. I just don't want anything to happen to you in the boundless hellish region, so I'm trying my best to help you. You must accept this 7 treasures glazed bottle first. If you don't use it when you return, it won't be too late for you to lend it to me. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Shao in disbelief. Don't tell me that you have already refined that sword? Haha, although I don't want to say it, that is indeed the case. Qin Shao smiled and said honestly, Really refined it? Exalted immortal Yun Ku was also shocked. He stared at Qin Shao in disbelief. This news was indeed hard for him to digest. After all, that sword had been in the immortal pavilion for countless years, and no one had taken it away. Many people had tried, but they all failed. Wanting to refine that sword was simply too difficult. Qin Shao moved his hand and the berserk sword appeared in his hand. Qin Shao casually waved it twice and released a trace of sword power. At this point, exalted immortal Yun Ku was finally certain that Qin Shao had indeed refined the sword. Ah! After confirming it, exalted immortal Yun Ku laughed happily. He was happy for Qin Shao from the bottom of his heart. He nodded happily and said, Good, good, this is really good. Qin Shao, you really did not disappoint me. I originally thought that the chances of you successfully refining it would not be higher than 10%. But I did not expect you to really refine it. For countless years, no one wanted that sword, but now it is yours. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. I'm not wrong. I'm not talking about how powerful this sword is. I'm talking about the things that others have given up on, things that they can't do, but you have done it. This is where you are better than others, this is where you shine. Perhaps that's why you're able to stand out all by yourself. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not say much. After being praised so much, he had gotten used to it and did not feel anything. There was no need for him to be humble. Many things had been settled, and Qin Shao was ready to go back to cultivate a high-grade immortal technique. So, he did not stay any longer and bid farewell to exalted immortal Yun Ku. After leaving the immortal pavilion, Qin Shao returned to his cultivation place. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and Princess Xiaoyu were all here. They did not need to report their arrival, as Qin Yi and Qin Er knew about it and directly welcomed them inside to have a seat. Seeing the 3 of them here, Qin Shao immediately realized that they must have heard the news. Although this matter would not be spread publicly, it was not strange for the disciples of Fu Su Immortal Palace to know about it. Seeing Qin Shao return, the 3 of them all stood up and welcomed him. They looked at Qin Shao with worried expressions. The prodigy is too much. How could he treat Big Brother Qin Shao like this? This is too despicable. He asked Big Brother Qin Shao to go to the boundless expanse to find the boundless water. Isn't he trying to take Big Brother Qin Zhao's life? It is said that even exalted immortals will die if they go in there. Just going in there is already a 90% chance of death, let alone finding the legendary boundless water. Xiao Dao was very indignant and felt injustice for Qin Shao. Fatty Kai also gritted his teeth and said, Yes, it is indeed too despicable. How could they do this? But we can't do anything. We can't change anything. Sigh, it is so sad to be weak. Brother Qin Shao, you are not really planning to go to the boundless expanse, are you? Compared to the agitation of the two, Qin Shao was much calmer. He even smiled at the two and said, "Yes, I plan to go to the boundless expanse. Otherwise, what else can I do? I have already chosen this path. Do you think I will go back on my word? I definitely can't do this kind of thing. Since I have chosen, then I will work hard to do it. Not only must I do it, but I must do it well." Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. It seemed that Qin Shao had made up his mind. But when they thought of the boundless expanse, the two were extremely worried. That damned place was really too terrifying. Thinking of that place made them think of death. That damned place was almost synonymous with death. Qin Shao. Princess Xiaoyu bit her lips so hard that they turned red. Her limpid eyes looked at Qin Shao with tenderness like the sea, as if they could twinkle with light. That was a different kind of spark. Qin Shao also looked at Princess Xiaoyu. He could feel the fluctuating emotions of Princess Xiaoyu. "I will go to save my master and ask him to ask the Heaven's Pride to withdraw his order. I don't want you to enter the boundless expanse. I don't want you to have any mishap. I don't want to take such a big risk. This time, even if I have to risk everything, I will be thick-skinned and beg my master. I must make my master promise me," Princess Xiaoyu said with a determined face. For Qin Shao, she could risk everything. She could do anything. Last time, despite her master's obstruction, she directly ran into the central area of the Hellfire domain alone. How brave was that? This time, she still didn't back down. She still wanted to bravely beg her master to open his mouth. Princess Xiaoyu's action moved Qin Shao the most. Chapter 1996. All right, then I won't go and beg my master. I'll go with you. My strength shouldn't be below yours. I should be able to help you. If I go with you, the chances of success will be much higher. Princess Xiaoyu immediately added. No. Qin Shao refused without thinking. He said very firmly, "I will never agree to this. There's no room for discussion. No matter what you say, I won't agree. The boundless territory is too dangerous. It's enough for me to take this risk alone. I can't drag you down with me. Big sister Xiaoyu, I appreciate your good intentions. Thank you very much for risking everything for me. But don't be silly. I don't deserve it." Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said with incomparable determination, "Whether I go or not is my business. It's not up to me to not go. Anyone can go to the boundless territory. If you don't let me go, I can go by myself. Can you stop me from going? So, I don't care if you agree or not. I'm going." Hearing Princess Xiaoyu's domineering words, Bai Shan and the other two looked at her with admiration. They were also very envious of Qin Shao. This was Princess Xiaoyu, the only personal disciple of the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace. She was a heaven's chosen with the immortal king physique. She was a high and mighty princess. Among the disciples of the Fumo Immortal Palace, there were probably countless people who adored Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu's reputation in the Fumo Immortal Palace was definitely far above Nangong Qianzi. Princess Xiaoyu had always been dismissive of other men. However, she was so tender towards Qin Shao. The boundless territory was such a dangerous place. Princess Xiaoyu didn't even frown and insisted on accompanying Qin Shao. How deep was her love for him? For the sake of Qin Shao, Princess Xiaoyu could disregard everything else. She could even give up her own life. How great was that? Perhaps this was love. Perhaps Princess Xiaoyu had really fallen in love with Qin Shao. If you really love someone, it's worth acknowledging. It was the same in the Nightmare Fire domain. Princess Xiaoyu had ignored her master's objection and resolutely ran to the central region of the Nightmare Fire domain, disregarding her own life. This time, Princess Xiaoyu was willing to risk her life to accompany Qin Shao into the boundless zone. Qin Shao was indeed very touched by such an act. Even the depths of her heart were deeply touched. Qin Shao wanted to persuade Xiaoyu, but she didn't know what to say. He really couldn't accept this kind of love. However, there were some things that hadn't been made clear yet. There was still a layer of paper between them, so there were many things that Qin Shao was too embarrassed to say too directly and too clearly. After some thought, Qin Shao gritted her teeth and said, "Big sister Shao Yu, I have no way to stop you from going to the boundless region, but I believe that the Palace Lord and Senior Phoenix will definitely not let you go. Last time, you ran to the Jehua domain. I believe that this won't happen again. Big sister Shao Yu, don't worry. I Qin Shao won't die so easily. This time, I've made sufficient preparations. I have full confidence that I can come back alive from the boundless zone. Besides, I don't necessarily have to risk my life to achieve the Heaven's Pride mission. I'm already giving the Heaven's Pride mission enough respect by going to the boundless zone. As for whether I can complete the mission or not, that's a matter for another day. I'm only going to the boundless zone as an experience. I really don't think it's that dangerous. Don't worry. I value my life more than anyone else. No one can take it away from me. Therefore, I'll be very careful and cautious. I won't let anything happen to me." As he spoke, Qin Shao gave Bai Shan a meaningful look. It was obvious that he wanted Bai Shan to help him out. Actually, Bai Shan still hoped that Princess Shao Yu would accompany Qin Shao. However, this kind of thing needed to be rational. Therefore, Bai Shan also said, "That's right, Princess Shao Yu. You don't have to go. You have to believe in Qin Shao. He's the creator of miracles. He's always been very steady in his work. Therefore, nothing will happen to him. We all know that Princess Shao Yu is worried about brother Qin Shao. Aren't we the same? However, no matter how worried you are, you have to be rational. Palace Lord definitely won't let Princess Shao Yu take this risk. Princess Shao Yu, don't put yourself in an embarrassing situation. If you do, brother Qin Shao will also feel uneasy. If he enters the boundless zone uneasily, it will be even more dangerous. Therefore, what we have to do is to believe in brother Qin Shao. This way we can give him mental strength and encourage him. Only then can he enter the boundless zone without any worries. Only in this way, his chances of survival will be much higher." Fairy Zijing took Princess Shao Yu's hand and also persuaded her, "That's right, sister Shao Yu. Don't be like this. You'll only make Qin Shao more worried. We understand your intentions. Qin Shao also understands. He's not a fool. It's because we care about him that we should believe in him and respect his decision. Only in this way, his heart will be the strongest." Bai Shan and Fairy Zijing's persuasion had a certain effect. Princess Shao Yu thought for a moment. Although she still wanted to go, she knew that this time, her master would definitely not let her continue to cause trouble. Moreover, this would indeed distract Qin Shao. She was afraid that he would get what he wanted. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, Princess Xiao Yu could only nod and say, "All right then, I won't go." "Qin Shao, you must be careful. You can't let anything happen to you. Do you understand?" Princess Shao Yu's limpid eyes looked at Qin Shao with incomparable affection. There was a trace of sparkling in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was trying her best to hold back, tears would have fallen. Seeing Princess Shao Yu like this, Qin Shao felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as if it was being twisted by a knife. Qin Shao nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, sister Shao Yu. I promise you I'll be fine. I'll definitely come back alive and well. Trust me." Everyone nodded. Princess Shao Yu moved her palm, and an exquisite talisman flew into her hand. It flashed with a sacred light and emitted a powerful, immortal pressure. Princess Shao Yu said, "Qin Shao, I don't have anything else to help you with. This amulet is for you. Take it with you and use it at a critical moment. It can save your life." Although Qin Shao didn't know how powerful this amulet was, he could feel that it was extremely powerful. There was saint power in it, so it must have been made by the palace master. Such a talisman must be extremely precious and powerful. It must contain the power of the ancient sage. Such a talisman was enough to make upper immortals risk their lives for it. It was likely that Princess Xiaoyu only had one such treasure on her, but she had given it to him. Qin Shao was just about to shake his head and say no, but Princess Xiaoyu didn't give Qin Shao a chance to speak. She immediately said seriously, "If you refuse me again, I'll ignore you forever." When she said this, tears welled up in Princess Xiaoyu's eyes. She looked as if she would burst into tears if Qin Shao dared to say no. This look really made people feel pity for her. Therefore, Qin Shao could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. He could only brace himself and take the talisman. This talisman in Qin Zhao's hands weighed tens of millions of pounds. The word "thank you" was too soft. The only thing Qin Shao could do now was to put away the talisman. "Oh, Princess Xiaoyu, that's not very nice of you." Bai Shan suddenly let out a strange cry, breaking the originally strange atmosphere. Princess Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Bai Shan with a puzzled look. How was she not being kind? Bai Shan continued, "Look, you've given Qin Shao such a precious thing. We also want to help. But the three of us are so poor that we can't take out anything decent. So, you see, this is not being kind. You've taken out such a precious thing. How can we not take out something good?" Princess Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. She said jokingly, "I'm just throwing a brick to attract jade. Are you not embarrassed to take out something worse than mine?" Bai Shan suddenly felt like vomiting blood. Even if the three of them were sold, they wouldn't be able to take out anything more valuable than Princess Xiaoyu's talisman. Of course, Bai Shan and the others knew that Princess Xiaoyu was joking. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about me. It's too embarrassing. All right, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I won't entertain you." Bai Shan and the others nodded and left, giving Qin Shao time to prepare. After entering the secret chamber, Qin Shao began to cultivate the high-grade immortal technique. Now that time was limited, it was impossible to cultivate 3 high-grade immortal techniques at the same time. Therefore, he could only choose one to cultivate first. Originally, Qin Shao had planned to choose only one high-grade immortal technique. How to choose one of the 3 high-grade immortal techniques was a problem. These 3 high-grade immortal techniques each had their own strength. They were all very good high-grade immortal technique. The dragon-slaying sword art was an offensive immortal technique. It was also a sword immortal technique that Qin Shao liked the most. It would be the easiest to cultivate. The Eye of Illusion was also good. It allowed one to see through all illusions and nothing could hide from Qin Zhao's eyes. In the Boundless Li territory, this immortal technique was very practical. As for the Primal Chaos Seal, he believed that it was also a very practical immortal technique. The latter 2 techniques would definitely be more practical than the dragon-slaying sword art under certain circumstances. Although the dragon-slaying sword art was an offensive high-grade immortal technique, it had a very limited effect on Qin Zhao's strength. After all, Qin Zhao's immortal Dao realm was only at the 2nd step, Heavenly Venerable Realm. It was too low. If his immortal Dao realm was too low, then the dragon-slaying sword art would not be very powerful. In terms of offensive methods, Qin Shao had Heart Force, Li Sheng's Flying Dagger, and the True Word of Lin. After analyzing it this way, he felt that there was no need to cultivate the dragon-slaying sword art for the time being. However, after thinking carefully, Qin Shao still shook his head. The Eye of Illusion and the Primal Chaos Seal are very practical, but it's harder to get started with them. It's very, very difficult to cultivate them. I don't have that much time to slowly cultivate them now. If I cultivate these 2 immortal techniques, I might not gain anything. Therefore, it's better for me to cultivate the dragon-slaying sword art first. Cultivating the dragon-slaying sword art will give me a higher chance of success. I believe I can cultivate it for a few tens of thousands of years. For the time being, That's all I can do. After making up his mind, Qin Shao followed the plan and immediately started cultivating the dragon-slaying sword art. Chapter 1997. Immortal techniques were like that. Every grade had different requirements for the immortal Tao law. High-grade immortal techniques naturally had extremely high requirements. If one's realm could not keep up, then one would not even be qualified to comprehend it. Logically speaking, a second-step celestial venerable was not qualified to cultivate a high-grade immortal technique at all. However, Qin Shao was a peerless genius, so he could give it a try. This time, Qin Shao spent close to 50,000 years before he walked out of the cultivation room. However, after 50,000 years of cultivation, Qin Shao had only managed to cultivate 30% of it. It was only at a slightly advanced level. However, that was all he could do. After all, he had just broken through to the second step celestial venerable realm not long ago. His accumulation in the immortal Tao was indeed too weak. This was something that could not be helped. The cultivation of the immortal Tao required the accumulation of time to slowly rise. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. The cultivation of the immortal Tao was not that easy. To be able to cultivate to 30% in 50,000 years was already a very impressive feat. Moreover, Qin Shao was cultivating at the second step celestial venerable realm, which was a realm that was completely impossible in the eyes of others. It could be said to be a heaven-defying act. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Qin Shao was a miracle creator. He had indeed been creating miracles along the way. He was defying the heavens. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao had been waiting for him at his cultivation place. Seeing Qin Shao come out, Fatty Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Brother Qin Shao, you finally came out. I was afraid that if you didn't come out, the prodigy would be angry again. 50,000 years. It's about time to set off." The prodigy did not explicitly say that Qin Shao had to set off within tens of thousands of years. They only said that they would give him tens of thousands of years. Obviously, it could not be delayed for too long. Qin Zhao's original plan was to cultivate for 50,000 years before setting off. Qin Shao had already planned everything. Qin Shao asked, "How's the information?" Fatty Kai handed a jade slip to Qin Shao and said, "All the information that can be found is here. There is really too little information about the boundless territory. I also spent a lot of effort to collect some. Take a look first." Qin Shao took the jade slip and looked at it. Indeed, there was very little information. Basically, he could not see anything. It was just a general introduction of the situation. Moreover, these introductions were very vague. Only some of the dangers that people who entered the boundless territory would encounter. As for maps and the like, there was obviously no such thing. The boundlessly region was too strange. There was no such thing as a map. Qin Shao had expected this as well. She had heard from heavenly immortal Yun Ku previously. Fatty Kai took out a very exquisite black treasure. It was similar to a battle armor, but its shape was a bit strange. It was very small, and it didn't look like a normal battle armor. This exquisite battle armor was pitch black all over. It was terrifyingly dark, extremely frightening. Anything that approached would be devoured. Even light would be devoured. Therefore, one could clearly see that a black halo had formed around this exquisite battle armor. It was pitch black inside like a black hole. It was scary to look at. "Brother Qin Shao, this is a spiritual armor. It can protect your soul from being eroded. In the boundless territory, there are many forces that can devour souls. With the protection of this spiritual armor, you will be much safer." Fatty Kai handed the spiritual armor to Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not take the spiritual armor. Instead, he said, "I say, Fatty Kai, don't be so rude. Soul-type defensive treasures are extremely rare and precious. From the aura, this should be a high-grade immortal tool. Such a precious immortal tool. You should keep it well. Fatty Kai grinned and said, Brother Qin Shao, don't be like this. I spent a lot of effort to get it from my father. If you don't accept it, wouldn't my efforts be wasted? As a brother, I have to do something for you. You have accepted other people's treasures, but not mine. It's not right, right? Then how about this? If Brother Qin Shao feels embarrassed, then I will lend it to you. When you come back from the boundless territory, you can return it to me. How about it? Qin Shao was still hesitating. It was not good to lend it to him. After all, this thing was really too precious. It was even more precious than a high-grade immortal tool. This spiritual armor was probably the most precious treasure of Fatty Kai's father. It might even be the most precious treasure of the Kai family. Qin Shao didn't know how much effort Fatty Kai had put in, and how many times he had begged his father to get his hands on it. Qin Shao really didn't want to accept this kindness. Fatty Kai directly threw the spiritual armor into Qin Zhao's hands and said with a serious look, If you don't accept it, then you don't treat me as a brother. I didn't say that I would give it to you. I only said that I would lend it to you. You can return it to me when you are done with it. Since Fatty Kai had already put it this way, Qin Shao couldn't refuse anymore. He could only nod his head in agreement and put away the spiritual armor. It was Qin Zhao's first time seeing a soul-type defensive immortal treasure. He did not have it in the immortal pavilion. This kind of immortal treasure was really too rare, precious. The value of this spiritual armor was definitely much higher than his berserker sword. Qin Shao would remember this brotherly affection. He would just take it as a loan and return it when he was done with it. But speaking of which, having this spiritual armor on him did indeed give Qin Shao more confidence. From the information given by Fatty Kai, Qin Shao did see that there were many soul attacks in the boundless territory. If he was not careful, his soul would suffer a powerful attack. This situation was very dangerous. If there was a soul attack, he could only use his soul to defend. But the human soul itself was the most fragile part of the human body. Once the soul was damaged, it would cut off the path of cultivation. In the worst case, the soul would scatter. With the protection of this spiritual armor, he would be able to prevent such a thing from happening to the greatest extent. Xiao Dao scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, Brother Qin Shao. I'm too poor, so I can't help you with anything. I can only support you mentally and look forward to your triumphant return. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Patting Xiao Dao's shoulder, he said, Why are you being so courteous with me? You're speaking as if I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the boundless territory alive without your help. I'm not that weak, all right? No, Brother Qin Shao, I didn't mean that. Xiao Dao hurriedly tried to explain, but Qin Shao interrupted him. Okay, I know. I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys should also work hard in your cultivation. The next time I come back, you'll all be second step celestial venerables. That would be the best news for me. I'm also looking forward to that day. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao nodded heavily. Breaking through to second step celestial venerables in 10 million years. Although it was also a great challenge, at this time, their blood was boiling and they wanted to give it a try. The joy of life was to struggle. Let's do it. Bai Shan and the other two also came. Bai Shan also brought a lot of information to Qin Shao, but it was similar to Fatty Kai's. It didn't give Qin Shao many surprises. In addition to the information, Bai Shan and the other two also brought a few talisman treasures for Qin Shao. It was a gift from the three of them to Qin Shao. Although these gifts were not as valuable as Fatty Kai's and Princess Xiaoyu's, they were still very thoughtful. In fact, the value was not cheap. It was not a small amount for the three of them. Everyone's kindness really made Qin Shao feel very warm. With these gifts, Qin Shao didn't need to prepare anything else. He could directly set off. Therefore, after Qin Shao put away these things, he said to everyone, Well, I should also set off. Everyone, take care. When I come back, let's meet again. Okay, brother Qin Shao, be careful. We'll wait for your return. Xiao Dao nodded heavily. Bai Shan patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and said, Brother, be careful. When you come back, we'll drink until we're drunk. Qin Shao smiled and prepared to leave. Everyone else had arrived. Only Princess Xiaoyu didn't come to see him off. However, Qin Shao didn't inform Xiaoyu, so he gave up the idea. It was better not to let Princess Xiaoyu know. That's it, I'm leaving. After saying a few words to everyone, Qin Shao directly left. When he was leaving, Qin Shao saw a figure standing in the distance. It was none other than Hao Guilong. Seeing that Qin Shao had finally set off for the boundless territory, the smile on Hao Guilong's face became even more sinister. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you'd better die in the boundless territory. Don't come back. Humph, once you enter the boundless territory, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Hao Guilong's heart was filled with hatred. He really wanted Qin Shao to die. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the strength, he would have killed Qin Shao with his own hands. However, as long as he died, everything would be good. It didn't matter whether he killed him with his own hands or not. After Qin Shao left, Bai Shan's group, Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and the others' moods were somewhat low. Although they trusted Qin Shao, it was the boundless territory after all. Moreover, Qin Shao wanted to find the boundless water. Thus, they were still somewhat worried. Forget it. Everything depends on Qin Zhao's luck. It's useless for us to worry. Chest Yulong, let's go. Bai Shan shook her head and sighed. The three of them then left. Fatty Kai patted Xiao Dao's shoulder heavily. He pursed his lips and said, Xiao Dao, we should also work hard. If we don't work hard, we'll be letting Qin Shao down. Qin Shao has already grown to such a level over the years, but we have still made some progress. In 10 million years, we must break through to the second step celestial realm. We must. That's our goal. Xiao Dao nodded heavily. His face was also filled with fighting spirit. Yes, we must. We will. I believe we can do it. Let's fight. In the depths of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, on a floating rainbow stone, Princess Xiaoyu stood there. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. Princess Xiaoyu looked in the direction where Qin Shao left. There was an invisible barrier in front of her, preventing her from going out. She could only watch from afar, anxiously waiting. Seeing Qin Shao leave, she couldn't say goodbye to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, you must be careful. You must come back alive. I've asked my master for help, but he didn't agree to my request. I've tried my best. It's all Tianjiao's fault. It's him. It's him. Qin Shao, if anything happens to you, I swear I'll kill Tianjiao to avenge you. Chapter 1998. The Boundless Zone was located at the intersection of the Southern Wasteland, the Mount Hua Ferry Gate, and the 9 states of Huaxia. One could directly enter the Boundless Zone from these 3 places. Among all the danger zones in the Southern Wasteland, the Boundlessly region was probably one of the best. The entire Boundlessly territory was more than 10 times larger than the Fushen mountain range. At a glance, it was boundless without a trace. Looking at the entire Boundlessly territory from afar, one would feel as if it was enveloped by a mysterious force. It was also like a strange space that was completely isolated. We've finally arrived at the Boundless region. It's not much different from what I imagined. It's indeed an extremely dangerous place. Even from so far away, he could feel the extreme danger and terror of the Boundlessly region. It was like the entrance to hell. When one entered, they would inexplicably think, I'm in. You may never be able to get out. Standing in the void, Qin Shao looked at the Boundlessly region from afar, and couldn't help but frown. Before they arrived before the boundless desert, the heavens and the earth were covered in darkness, hazy, and suffused with a ghastly aura. It was as if they'd entered a land of death. Along the way, Qin Shao basically didn't take a break. He went all the way to the boundless Li domain, and crossed more than half of the southern wasteland. It also took more than 1,000 years. This was because Qin Shao had used his contribution points to exchange for a mid-grade celestial artifact. Otherwise, he would have spent tens of thousands of contribution points. It would take years. Qin Shao looked in another direction, and the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Extremely far in that direction, there was a mountain range called Thousand Mountain Range. Jiangzhu was in the Mu tribe in Qianshan Ridge. However, Jiangzhu had received preferential treatment from the Mu tribe. Therefore, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to find Jiangzhu. Previously, the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace was indeed too far away from the Mu tribe. However, the Infinite Desert Zone was not that far away from the Mu tribe. It was only 1/5 of the distance to the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but have an idea. Should I go and see Jiangzhu first? After all, with a mid-grade celestial flight artifact, it would take him at most 200 years to get there. Then, he would be able to meet Jiangzhu. The 9 dragons and the desolate land were already in Linfu City. After millions of years of cultivation and the nurturing of the immortal court, the 9 dragons and the desolate land had broken through to immortality. This was also good news. Jiangzhu had been in the Mu tribe for around 8 million years now. He might have ascended to immortality already. Even if it wasn't, it should be soon. However, this idea was temporarily dismissed by Qin Shao. Forget it. Coming out this time around, I've already made preparations to enter the boundless territory. What I need to do is to be completely focused. Since Jiangzhu is doing well, then there's no need to worry about him. My original body is in the primordial palace of the universe, and I can often see Jiangzhu. Therefore, there is no need to waste time to see Jiangzhu. Since we're already in front of the limitless celestial domain, let's go in first. Qin Shao did not hesitate and continued to fly towards the boundless region. Before Qin Shao entered the limitless celestial domain, he suddenly felt a gloomy aura rapidly approaching him. Qin Shao's gaze swept over and found a man with a gloomy aura coming towards him. His eyes were filled with viciousness, like a terrifying poisonous snake. His aura was incomparably gloomy, and it was terrifying to look at. At first glance, one could tell that he was a devil. Judging from his aura, he should be an extremely vicious third-step heavenly venerate. His strength was probably not below Bai Shan's. He could be considered a vicious character. Moreover, this person's demonic aura was soaring to the sky. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, this third-step heavenly venerate with soaring demonic aura seemed to be in a sorry state. He was hurriedly fleeing towards the limitless celestial domain. It was very dangerous for a third-step heavenly venerate to enter the limitless celestial domain. At this moment, this third-step heavenly venerate with soaring demonic aura was desperately rushing into the limitless celestial domain. It was obvious that he had encountered something terrifying. Qin Shao looked again and saw 2 beautiful figures chasing after this third-step heavenly venerate with soaring demonic aura. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, these 2 people were actually 4th-step heavenly venerates in the ascendant immortal realm. However, they gave off the feeling that they had not lived for long. Their valiant and heroic appearance showed that these 2 people were geniuses. The man and woman chased after him leisurely as if they were taking a stroll in the park. They showed absolute confidence. 2 4th-step exalted immortals were chasing a 3rd-step exalted immortal. Naturally, they were confident enough to do so. In such a situation, one could roughly guess what was going on. Qin Shao had always abhorred the evildoers. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a playful sneer in the face of the demonic man whose yin qi was soaring toward the sky. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he purposely blocked the man's path as though he was scared silly. He did not move at all. When the demonic aura man saw Qin Zhao, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly rushed toward Qin Zhao and grabbed Qin Zhao. At this moment, the man and woman had also caught up. When they were close, Qin Zhao could see the appearance of the man and woman clearly. The man was handsome enough to charm thousands of girls, and the woman was beautiful enough to make countless men's hearts beat. In terms of beauty, the woman in front of her was not inferior to Nangong Ling. However, in terms of temperament, Nangong Ling could not compare to her. Although she was not as good as Princess Xiaoyu, compared to Fairy Ziquan, her temperament might be better. From the way they dressed and their temperament, one could tell that the background of these two people was not small. Their style of dressing was also not the same as the people of the southern wilderness. At least, Qin Zhao had not seen such a style of dressing in the southern wilderness. They were very handsome, very beautiful, and very elegant. They had an imposing appearance and extraordinary demeanor. The woman glared at him and said coldly, "Dark Demon Monarch, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape. You should just obediently surrender. If you know what's good for you, you might be able to live a little longer. If you resist, don't blame us for being merciless. Even if you escape into the boundless territory, we will still chase you. Moreover, we will not give you the chance to escape into the boundless territory. Don't be delusional." The elegant man chuckled and said, "Dark Demonic King, you really won't change your mind. Are you still not going to admit defeat?" Dark Demonic King's face was crazy and ferocious. He stared at the man and woman with extreme anger. Admit defeat? That's a dead end. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You can even say such idiotic words. You are really laughable. My clone has already been killed by you. Now you won't even let my real body go. Your Wu clan is too ruthless. Too ruthless. Since you won't let my real body go, then I will naturally fight to the death with you. There is no room for retreat. Retreat means death. Fight means death. Then why should I retreat? Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time." Although his words were crazy and ruthless, Dark Demonic King clearly did not have much confidence to say these words. No matter how strong he was only a third-step Heavenly Venerable. However, he was facing two fourth-step Heavenly Venerables. The huge disadvantage was too obvious. The elegant man shook his head and said sternly, "Dark Demonic King, I advise you to stop being so stubborn. You have committed heinous crimes. In the end, you won't be able to escape death. However, this is a heinous crime that you committed. You should take responsibility for it. You have killed countless people. Many of my Wu clan's disciples have died in your hands. You don't deserve to die. Our Wu clan will not implicate the innocent. We only want to kill you, Dark Demonic King. If you obediently let us capture you, then you will suffer less. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer. Why bother? You also know that you will die either way. Why not die more comfortably?" "Ha ha ha, die more comfortably?" Dark Demonic King was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, "Bullshit. What do you mean die more comfortably? I don't want to die. You are the ones who want to kill me. You want to kill me, yet you still have to say such dignified words. Bah, your Wu clan, bullshit Jin clan, bullshit 100 schools of thought. I think you are all just hypocrites pretending to be righteous. You want me to surrender? That is impossible. If you want to fight, then hurry up and do it. This demon lord will definitely accompany you to the end and fight it out with you. Come, if you want to kill me, then hurry up. If you dare to move, then this brat will die because of you. Don't you Wu clan call yourselves righteous clans? Don't you not kill the innocent? Then why don't you try? There will be innocent people who will die because of you. Ha ha ha, today, let this demon monarch see just how much righteous chi your Wu clan has. As he spoke, Dark Demonic King even tightened his grip on Qin Shao. He looked like he would kill Qin Shao if he made the slightest movement. But what Dark Demonic King didn't know was that the Qin Shao he caught was actually a terrifying existence. Qin Shao purposely let Dark Demonic King do this. He didn't rush to make a move. He also wanted to see what the two people in front of him would do. The man and woman looked at Qin Shao, who was caught by Dark Demonic King, and couldn't help but frown. The man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dark Demonic King, don't act recklessly. He is an innocent person. Let him go first." Are you an idiot?" Dark Demonic King sneered without holding back. "At this time, do you think I will let him go? If you say another word of nonsense, this demon lord will kill him. If you don't want this innocent person to die, then leave. Otherwise, Impossible." The man immediately retorted and said, "Dark Demonic King, even if we leave temporarily, you won't be able to escape. We will continue to chase you." Dark Demonic King sneered and said, "That is my problem. I don't need you to worry about it. As long as you retreat to a place where I can't see, I will naturally let this innocent brat go. Otherwise, this devil lord will kill him right now and fight it out with you. This condition is not negotiable. I am not here to negotiate with you. If you don't agree, then there is nothing to talk about. I will only give you a breath's time to consider. I don't have that much patience." The man and woman were very angry, but they resisted and didn't act out. Chapter 1999. Dark Demon Monarch sneered when he saw that he had succeeded. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he caught a hostage. Otherwise, he would really die in the hands of these two people. The so-called righteous sect was nothing but bullshit. They even cared so much about the life of an unrelated person. This was a fatal weakness. A weakness that could be exploited by him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have had to run so hard. He could have just captured some people. Qin Shao originally thought that these two people wouldn't care about his life and directly attack Dark Demon Monarch. He didn't expect that these two people would actually compromise with Dark Demon Monarch for him. What a righteous person. No matter what, this kind of person was worthy of respect. However, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He suddenly attacked. A terrifying sharp light pierced into Dark Demon Monarch's body and came out. And what? This sudden turn of events caused Dark Demon Monarch's expression to change greatly. He was greatly shocked and immediately smelled the scent of danger. No. Dark Demon Monarch was immediately terrified. He desperately wanted to escape and resist this destructive energy. However, he was caught completely off guard, and it was already too late. Darkness Demon Monarch was about to attack, but an invisible force directly attacked his soul consciousness. What a terrifying power! What a strange power! It was a power that couldn't be resisted. It was heart power. It was heart power. Dark Demon Monarch's heart was alarmed again. But it was all too late. He suffered a violent attack on his soul and lost the ability to resist. His immortal body was also attacked by Qin Zhao's dragon-slaying sword technique. Slaying demons, slaying dragons, killing everything. It was unstoppable. Dark Demon Monarch's immortal body couldn't block Qin Zhao's attack at all. Under such a powerful attack, Dark Demon Monarch couldn't resist at all. He could only be slaughtered. His immortal body was rapidly being shattered. His life force was rapidly disappearing. Killing a third-step Empyrean was indeed a very strenuous thing. It took a long time before Qin Shao finally killed Dark Demon Monarch. Fortunately, this Dark Devil Monarch didn't have a strong defense and didn't have any defensive immortal treasures, so it didn't take too much effort. Of course, Qin Shao did not use much power. Seeing how Qin Shao killed the Darkness Demon Lord so cleanly, the man and woman stared at Qin Shao in shock. Even if the two of them worked together, they might not be able to do what Qin Shao did, right? But judging from his aura, this person in front of him was only a second-step Empyrean. Impossible, right? Could a second-step Empyrean be so powerful? To be able to kill the darkness demon monarch so easily? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. They were very clear about the strength of the Dark Demon King. If they were to attack alone, it would be extremely difficult to kill the Dark Demon King. And they were all fourth-step Empyreans. In disguise? Judging from his life aura, he didn't seem to have lived for a long time. With many questions, the elegant man walked forward and cupped his hands at Qin Shao. I am Wu Fengqing, and this is my cousin, Lu Rian. How should I address you? The beautiful woman, Lu Rian, looked at Qin Shao curiously with her big black eyes. A person who could kill the darkness demon monarch so easily was definitely not simple. It would be fine if he was a fourth-step celestial venerable, but his aura was clearly only that of a second-step celestial venerable. Judging from the traces of time, he should have lived for about 10 million years. Why was it so strange? It was already very rare for a person who had only lived for 10 million years to become a second-step Empyrean. Not only did he become a second-step Empyrean, but he also had the strength of a fourth-step Empyrean. That was unheard of. Perhaps, only the outstanding descendants of the 5 supreme surnames could possibly possess such a heaven-defying person, right? Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly at the two and said, Qin Shao? Qin clan? Wu Fengqing frowned slightly and muttered. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Qin Shao, I wonder which part of the 9 provinces Huaxia you are from? I haven't heard much about the Qin clan, and they are all relatively small surnames. I feel that they should have been born. A genius like Brother Qin Shao shouldn't have come out. That doesn't seem right. Brother Qin Shao, you seem to have an aura that doesn't belong to our immortal realm. Could it be that Brother Qin Shao came from the outer region? People who grew up in the immortal realm naturally had the aura of the immortal realm. People who entered the immortal realm from the outer region didn't have the aura of the immortal realm at first, so they could be seen at a glance. As they cultivated in the immortal realm and slowly absorbed the aura of the immortal realm, they would slowly be assimilated. Over time, the aura of the immortal realm on their body would cover other auras, making it difficult for people to distinguish whether they were from the immortal realm or from the outer region. Although Qin Shao hadn't been in the immortal realm for long, he grew quickly and his strength improved quickly, so his assimilation speed was naturally much faster than others. Therefore, if they didn't carefully observe the aura on his body, they wouldn't realize that he wasn't from the immortal realm. Of course, it wasn't strange for people from the outer region to be in the immortal realm, so everyone didn't find it strange. Qin Shao didn't deny it, but nodded slightly and said, Yes, I'm not from the immortal realm, nor am I from the 9 provinces Huaxia. I'm a disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. It seems that the two of you should be from the 9 provinces Huaxia. No wonder the two of you are dressed in particularly gorgeous and brilliant clothes. It turns out that you are from the Central Region. I've long heard that the Central Region is incomparably rich, full of outstanding people, rich in immortal qi and countless geniuses. It's the center of the immortal realm, the core of the immortal realm, the most prosperous place, and the most exciting martial stage. Qin Shao had also heard from Bai Shan a few times about China in the 9 continents of the Middle Earth. Bai Shan and the others had an incomparable yearning for China in the 9 continents of the Middle Earth. They had long wanted to go there and explore the world. However, according to the rules of the Fu De Immortal Palace, ordinary disciples couldn't go out of the southern wasteland. Only core disciples and geniuses could go out of the southern wasteland and enter other regions. The strength of the 9 provinces Huaxia was far from being comparable to the southern wasteland. This was the border of the southern wasteland, close to the 9 provinces Huaxia. It was the first time Qin Shao saw a cultivator from the central region. Oh, Fu de Immortal Palace? The southern wasteland? Wu Fengqing said. Qin Shao nodded. Wu Fengqing smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao, your concealment technique is extremely brilliant. It's really admirable that you can hide your aura so well. However, what I admire the most is that Brother Qin Shao has only lived for millions of years, but you have already cultivated to the 4th step Celestial Master level. It's really too monstrous. I can't help but admire you. It took me hundreds of millions of years to cultivate to the 4th step Celestial Master level. Compared to Brother Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed. Concealed his aura? Qin Shao was slightly stunned, but he immediately felt relieved. That's right, how could a 2nd step Celestial Master kill a 3rd step Celestial Master so easily? How could this be possible? Qin Shao smiled faintly and didn't intend to explain anything. He just took it as a tacit agreement. It didn't matter. You too, I see that you've been chasing this dark demon king. I'll leave his corpse to you too. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I'll have a break later. Qin Shao didn't say much but prepared to leave. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Wu Fengqing called out to Qin Shao and said, Brother Qin Shao, are you preparing to enter the boundless solitary territory? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, don't tell me that you're entering the boundless solitary territory to find the boundless water? Wu Fengqing laughed. Hearing Wu Fengqing's words, Qin Shao couldn't help being slightly stunned. He knew that he was entering the boundless solitary territory to find the boundless water. This didn't make sense. The boundless water was a legendary thing after all. It was extremely rare to see. In the boundless solitary territory, one might not be able to obtain it. The boundless solitary territory was vast and boundless. The people who entered basically didn't look for the boundless water. Therefore, hearing Wu Fengqing directly say that he was looking for the boundless water, Qin Shao naturally felt very astonished. Was his purpose so easy to see through? Seeing Qin Zhao's strange look, Wu Fengqing said again, Looks like I was right. Brother Qin Shao, you're really looking for the boundless water. Are you also preparing to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection? Looking for the boundless water? Holy Prince Consort selection? Only then did Qin Shao somewhat understand Wu Fengqing's meaning. He grasped these 2 key points. However, regarding the Holy Prince Consort selection, Qin Shao was clearly at a loss. He completely didn't know what was going on. Therefore, Qin Shao still looked at Wu Fengqing with a confused expression. He shook his head and said, It's true that I'm looking for the boundless water, but I'm not preparing to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. I don't know what this Holy Prince Consort selection that Brother Wu spoke of is all about. Maybe I'm too ignorant. I really haven't heard of such a grand event. Something that can make a 4th step celestial master like Brother Wu scramble like a flock of ducks. I'm afraid it's very grand, right? Ah? You don't know? Wu Fengqing was also very surprised that Qin Shao didn't know about the Holy Prince Consort selection. He looked at Qin Shao and felt that Qin Shao didn't seem to be lying. It seemed that he really didn't know. After thinking about it, Wu Fengqing nodded and said with relief, It's not strange that you don't know. After all, you live in the southern wilderness, and the Fuda Immortal Palace you mentioned should be very far from here. But speaking of which, no one from the southern wilderness will come to participate. After all, the Holy Prince Consort selection has never allowed people from the southern wilderness to participate. It's just that, Brother Qin Shao, although you're a member of the southern wilderness, you don't belong to the southern wilderness. You're a guest from a foreign region, so you can participate. The more he said, the more confused Qin Shao became. People from the southern wilderness were not allowed to participate? What kind of grand event was this Holy Prince Consort selection? It seemed that this time, He just happened to bump into a big event. However, this wasn't good news for Qin Shao. This was because many people wanted to snatch the boundless water from him. The boundless water in the boundless territory was extremely rare and difficult to find. Now that there were people coming to snatch it, it was even more difficult. However, this was also something that couldn't be helped. Therefore, now Qin Shao especially hoped to be able to figure out what this Holy Prince Consort selection was all about. Brother Wu, I wonder if you can enlighten me. I'll be very grateful, Qin Shao said. Wu Fengqing waved his hand and said, Brother Qin, you're too polite. You just killed the Dark Demon King. It can be considered a great help to me. Chapter 2000. After listening to Wu Fengqing's explanation, Qin Shao had a general understanding of the Holy Prince Consort selection. The so-called Holy Prince Consort selection was the Holy Prince Consort that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground chose for the Holy Daughters. And this Holy Prince Consort selection was not the only one, but several. As long as one could find a small bottle of boundless water in the boundless territory, he could become the Holy Prince Consort. This condition seemed difficult, but there was a lot of room for cheating. The requirement was to find a small bottle of boundless water, but it did not say that one could not get it from others. Of course, just entering the boundless territory was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Without any strength, entering was really an act of suicide. Qin Shao knew that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground would only give birth to women, and would never give birth to men. Therefore, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was full of women, and no men would appear. If a man dared to enter the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he would be punished. Moreover, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's way of giving birth was very strange. They did not need to mate with a man. They only needed to drink a mouthful of Jade Lake Sacred Water to get pregnant. Because of this, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground could always guarantee that no men would appear. They did not need men, and they could reproduce on their own. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was indeed a very special sacred ground in the immortal realm. Although it was in the mortal realm, it was somewhat detached from the secular world. Qin Shao had heard a little about the Jade Lake Sacred Ground before, but he did not know much about it. Brother Wu, why does the Jade Lake Sacred Ground still need to choose a Holy Prince Consort? Doesn't the Jade Lake Sacred Ground not allow men to enter? Isn't it too strange to choose a Holy Prince Consort and a Holy Daughter to mate? Qin Shao asked, puzzled. This seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground's uniqueness. Ha ha ha! Wu Fengqing laughed heartily and said, Brother Qin Shao, you don't know this. Although the women of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground do not need to mate with a man to give birth to a daughter, after all, the Holy Daughter of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is a gift from heaven and earth. After all, it always feels like something is missing. So, in terms of talent, it naturally appears to be a little weak. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is a great holy land. If this continues for a long time, it will weaken its strength. This is naturally something that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground does not want to see. Therefore, every 10 eras, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground will hold a selection for the Holy Prince Consort. Pick a few Holy Prince Consorts and let them stay in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground for 1,000,000 years. During this time, you can mate with the many saintesses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and help them conceive offspring. Therefore, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground has very high requirements for the Holy Prince Consort. Every time there will be an extremely difficult test. Only those who pass the test can become the Holy Prince Consort. The test this time is to enter the boundless region and obtain the boundless water. It is extremely difficult. Those who can succeed must be extremely outstanding geniuses. The more outstanding a genius is, the more talented their offspring will be. After listening to Wu Fengqing's explanation, Qin Shao was somewhat relieved. So it was like this. This was a little interesting. using such a method to breed outstanding offspring. Such a thing was a wonderful thing for men. They could have sex with many saintesses of the Jade Lake. It was said that the saintesses of the Jade Lake were all as beautiful as fairies. However, Brother Wu, I have heard that the saintesses of the Jade Lake are all very beautiful, but I think there are many beautiful women in the world. Those who have the ability to enter the boundless region to find the boundless water are most likely the outstanding geniuses of various big forces. For example, Brother Wu, I believe that if you need women, there are many of them, right? Qin Shao was still doubtful. Lu Rian, who was on the side, gave Wu Fengqing a look and snorted. His standards are very high. Very few women can enter his eyes. I guess only those saintesses of the Jade Lake can enter his eyes. Qin Shao heard a bit of jealousy in her words. Cough, you can't say that. Wu Fengqing coughed awkwardly and explained, I'm not doing it for the beauty. I'm not that flirtatious, okay? Your words are better than your singing. If you're not flirtatious, then why did you participate in this holy prince consort selection? Lu Rian mocked Wu Fengqing again and said with some disdain, to put it bluntly, you're here for those beautiful saintesses of the Jade Lake. Yes, it would be great to become the holy prince consort. But to have sex with so many saintesses of the Jade Lake, rotating one every year, how happy would that be? Of course, common women like us can't enter the eyes of young Master Wu Fengqing. Lu Rian's coquettish words made Wu Fengqing's face turn red with embarrassment. He hurriedly explained, Cousin, you misunderstood me. I'm not a womanizer. I just want to get the peach of immortality of the Jade Lake sacred ground and have the opportunity to become an ancient saint. So, in order to step on the ancient road, you can sell everything, including your body, without hesitation? Lu Rian asked again. Wu Fengqing's face turned red and he was speechless. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qin Shao understood some of the meaning. If he became the holy prince consort, he could get the peach of immortality of the Jade Lake and have the opportunity to become an ancient saint. To put it bluntly, to become the holy prince consort, he had to give up his body in exchange for the opportunity to become an ancient saint. Moreover, this deal was not a loss. The beautiful Jade Lake saintesses could be married to him. How wonderful would that be? Most people would probably rush like a flock of ducks just for this point alone. There was no need for the temptation of the opportunity to become an ancient saint. Of course, Qin Shao would not exchange his body for the opportunity to become an ancient saint. Qin Shao had never been good at flirting with women. Qin Shao could see that Wu Fengqing did not seem to be a womanizer. However, he chose to do this purely because he wanted the opportunity to step on the ancient road. After all, it was too difficult to become an ancient saint. If he wanted to take this step, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. If there was a good opportunity, it was naturally enough for him to rush like a flock of ducks and risk his life. Well, cousin, didn't we say that we were just here to join in the fun? I don't really want to become the holy prince consort. Besides, even if I want to become the holy prince consort, I may not have the ability. This time, the participants are all geniuses from all over the world, and there are so many of them. I don't have any advantage. Wu Fengqing explained patiently. Lu Rian's jade-like eyes glared at Wu Fengqing. She dug her chin and said, Humph, it better be like this. Otherwise, I will tell my aunt that you bullied me. Hearing this, Wu Fengqing suddenly quivered. He immediately smiled at Lu Rian and said with a fawning look, Don't, cousin. Good cousin, please spare me. Even if I bully anyone, I wouldn't dare to bully you. I'll only protect you. I promise, this time we are just here to have fun. Even if I get the infinite water, I will not become the holy prince consort. If we get the infinite water, we can also sell it for a good price. This time, we will go in and take a risk. Maybe we will really have a big harvest. Hearing Wu Fengqing's words, Lu Rian immediately became happy again. She nodded happily and said, "Yes, yes." Seeing that Lu Rian agreed, Wu Fengqing was secretly relieved. Qin Shao, who was watching from the side, secretly smiled. These two people were a little interesting. Wu Fengqing also realized and immediately said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, sorry for making you laugh." Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved his hand. "It's okay. Just pretend that I don't exist." "Haha, you are a big living person standing here. It is not easy to pretend that you don't exist." Wu Fengqing smiled and continued the previous topic. After all, the Jade Lake sacred ground is a sacred ground. If you become the Holy Prince Consort, you can get a lot of resources from the Jade Lake sacred ground and have the opportunity to become an ancient saint. And this opportunity is not small. It is about 10%. 10%? Qin Shao was also shocked. This probability did not sound high, but in fact it was very high. It was so high that it was scary. 10%, that was a 1 in 10 chance to become an ancient saint. Stepping on the ancient road and becoming an ancient saint was the realm that countless cultivators pursued all their lives. But it was too difficult to reach such a realm. Just like the entire southern wilderness, it was hard to find 1 in 10,000 universe epochs. How low was this probability? Therefore, a 10% chance was frighteningly high. It was enough to make countless people rush like ducks and risk their lives. Generally speaking, the chances of one becoming an ancient sage was 1 in 100 million, even among the geniuses. The Jade Lake sacred ground was indeed a sacred ground. It actually had such a powerful ability to give geniuses a 10% chance. Hearing this, Qin Shao was inexplicably tempted. Of course, this temptation was quickly suppressed by reason. No matter how great the temptation was, Qin Shao could not do something like selling his own body. Besides, it was only a 10% chance. It did not mean that he would definitely be able to step on the ancient road and become an ancient saint. Moreover, Qin Shao was very confident in himself. He believed that he could also step on the ancient road in the future and become an ancient saint. What he lacked now was the accumulation of time. This kind of thing could not be rushed. He had to take it step by step. Yes, you heard it right. It is a 10% chance. That's why you know how crazy it is. It is precisely because of such a huge temptation that so many geniuses are rushing like ducks. Based on the situation of the previous selections, there are probably tens of thousands of geniuses participating. Of course, some fourth step heavenly venerates who are really experienced will basically not participate. Those who can participate are either third step heavenly venerates who are experienced or ordinary fourth step heavenly venerates. Top fourth step heavenly venerates have their own pride and will not bother to participate in such a selection. After all, the title of Holy Prince Consort is not a good one. It is exchanged with one's body. It is a kind of transaction. Many arrogant geniuses are also very disdainful. Therefore, although the attraction is great, it is difficult to attract true monstrous geniuses. Those who have the ambition to step on the ancient road will not bother to participate in such a selection. Also, those monstrous geniuses of the 100 schools of thought are also disdainful. Those who can participate are mostly those who do not have much confidence in stepping on the ancient road, so they want to take this chance. After all, this is probably the best chance in their lives to step on the ancient road. It is worth risking their lives for. After listening to these explanations, Qin Shao was completely relieved. Yes, it was indeed so. For many geniuses, this was indeed an excellent opportunity that was worth fighting for. Chapter 2001. Qin Shao also understood why the geniuses of the southern wasteland were unable to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Only the geniuses of the 9 continents Huaxia, Kunlun Holy Land, and Mount Hua Fairy Gate could participate. The southern wasteland was a barren land that lacked resources. The number of geniuses and experts that were born there had always been very few. Although the southern wasteland was much bigger than the Jade Lake Holy Land, Kunlun Holy Land, and Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the strength of the southern wasteland could not be compared to these three holy lands, let alone the strongest 9 continents Hua Xia in the human realm. But generally speaking, the geniuses of the Kunlun Holy Land and Mount Hua Fairy Gate would not participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. So basically, the Holy Prince Consort selection was an exclusive event for the 9 continents Hua Xia. The 9 continents Hua Xia was too big. It occupied almost 1/3 of the Immortal Domain's territory. There were countless geniuses, tens of thousands of races, and hundreds of schools of thought. It was prosperous. Qin Shao did not care about these. He was not here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. He was only here to find the boundless water. Different goals, but they had the same goal. So Qin Shao, Wufeng City, and Lu Rian's group of 3 also traveled together and entered the boundless territory together. Once they entered the boundless territory, Qin Shao felt that the space here was very special. Sure enough, it is as the information said. The feeling that the space here gives people is like a boat drifting in the sea. It is always moving with the waves. Furthermore, one can enter another space from one space. Within the entire boundlessly zone, there are countless spaces. So, you will never know which space you are in. You don't know where you are in the boundless territory. Qin Shao sized up the space of the boundless territory. At this time, he personally felt this special space and had a better understanding of it. It was the first time Qin Shao saw such a special space. It was no wonder that no one was able to draw a map of the boundlessly domain, because all of the space was moving and changing, and no space was fixed. So, there was no way to determine them. Things could change at any time. The maps drawn were not specific at all. Naturally, there were no maps for reference. Under such circumstances, if one wanted to find the boundless water, they would have to rely more on luck. Luck alone was not enough. They would need to search through the spaces one by one. It would take a lot of time and a lot of danger to find the boundless water. Very soon, Qin Shao discovered another problem. It was easy to enter the boundless desert, but it wasn't easy to leave. Once they entered, they would be mixed into the countless spaces. They would not know where they would drift to, they would not be able to identify the direction. So, to go, they would have to go blindly to walk through the spaces. If they were lucky, Morocco would be able to come out earlier. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to come out at all. However, this invisible problem is only applicable to people like me, right? After all, to immortal realm is God, immortal realm. So, I to guide, s. If the others have a guide, they only need to follow the direction of the main body and they will be able to walk out. Qin Shao immediately shook his head inwardly. It was a problem for him, but it was not a problem for others. However, he did not need to think about this for now. He had to find the boundless water first. If he could not find the boundless water, then everything would be in vain. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this our Wufeng City's young master? It's still Princess Rian. Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. 2 men dressed in the same luxurious clothes were quickly approaching. They quickly approached the front of the group. Their walking speed was extremely fast. From their aura, it was obvious that they were 2 4th-step, heavenly venerable realm exalted immortals. Exalted immortals seemed to be worthless here. In just a short while, there were already 4 of them. In Linfu City, it was very difficult to gather 4 4th-step, heavenly venerable realm exalted immortals. However, there would definitely be many 4th-step, heavenly venerable realm exalted immortals participating in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. One was dressed in purple, and the other was dressed in gold. They did not hide their arrogant and unruly auras between their brows. At first glance, one could tell that they were arrogant and had a somewhat flamboyant personality. Their gazes fell on Wufeng City with ill intentions. From time to time, they looked at Lu Rian with a bit of greed. It was obvious that these two had the intention to beat Lu Rian. However, Lu Rian was obviously contemptuous of these two people. When she saw them, she did not hide her disgust. Wufeng City obviously did not have a good impression of these two people. He frowned slightly, looked at the two, and responded, "Qian Hao, Nangong Xian, I didn't expect to see you here. But it seems that we are not familiar with each other, so it's better for us to mind our own business. If you have the time to talk to me, why don't you use it to find the boundless water? Isn't that better?" Obviously, Wufeng City did not want to be entangled with these two people. However, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian did not intend to let it go. The purple-robed Qian Hao laughed strangely and said to Lu Rian, "Princess Rian, look at your cousin Wufeng City. He actually came to participate in the selection. This means that he is eager to do some indescribable things with the saintesses of the Jade Lake Saint Palace. I'm not a troublemaker, but can you really tolerate this kind of thing, Princess Rian?" Wufeng City said angrily, "Qian Hao, don't try to drive a wedge between me and my cousin. This is our private matter. You don't have to interfere." "Ha ha, private matter?" Qian Hao did not care and said, "So what if it's a private matter? You are quite a playboy. You don't want the beauty beside you and insist on participating in the selection. You want to be the holy prince consort and have some kind of relationship with the Jade Lake Saintesses. Tell me, are you enough? Cheap? Haha, Princess Rian, if you are willing to marry me, then I can immediately give up looking for the boundless water. What do you think, Princess Rian?" "Bah, I think your head." Lu Rian snorted angrily at Qian Hao and said disdainfully, "Hurry up and get lost. Go as far as you can. I despise you when I see you." After saying that, she added angrily, "This princess has never thought of marrying so early, okay? Besides, even if all the men in the immortal domain were dead, this princess would not like the two of you. So, don't waste your energy. Your words will only make me look down on you more." It was just a tease, but they were scolded so blatantly. This made Qian Hao and Nangong Xian very unhappy. Furthermore, the way he said those words was not just a little ruthless. Unable to get any good from Lu Rian, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian immediately looked at Wufeng City. Nangong Xian suddenly glanced at Qin Shao and sneered, "Oh, I say, Wufeng City, this time you came out is really interesting. Not only did you bring Princess Rian, you even brought a servant with you. Haha, do you think the Boundlessly region is your Wu clan's back garden? Do you think you can enter and leave as you please?" Qin Shao was only a second-step Empyrean, so in the eyes of those fourth-step Empyrean exalted immortals, they naturally ignored Qin Shao. "He is not my servant. You two enough. Please stop before going too far. Don't challenge our tolerance limit again and again." Wufeng City was really angry. He naturally knew that Qian Hao and Nangong Xian did not have any good intentions. They already had quite a bit of conflict before. Oh, Brother Nangong, this young Master Wu is angry. I feel so scared," Qian Hao said to Nangong Xian with a tone full of ridicule. Nangong Xian also echoed and said with a strange face, "Isn't that so? It's really scary." "Ha, do you really think this is the Wu clan's territory? This is the Boundlessly region. If you can scare us here, then wouldn't we have lived in vain? You dare to scare us? I'm very angry. The consequences are very serious. Looks like if we don't play something today we'll be letting us down." "Haha, I have the same intention." Qian Hao immediately smiled and nodded. The two of them immediately hit it off. Hearing the two's conversation, Wufeng City's expression was slightly surprised. His eyes were somewhat vigilant as he sized up the two. He did not know what they wanted to do. Ruyan Lu's delicate face was somewhat angry. She angrily glared at the two and was also prepared to deal with any unexpected situation. Seeing Wufeng City's and Ruyan Lu's actions, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian's faces were full of disdain. They glanced sideways and obviously did not put the two in their eyes. In their eyes, it seemed that Wufeng City and Ruyan Lu did not pose any threat to them. That was why they were so calm and confident. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, you will only suffer greatly. With the strength of the two of you. To put it bluntly, dealing with the two of you is a piece of cake. So, don't make a futile struggle. Moreover, we don't plan to do anything to you, so there's no need to be so nervous. This time, our purpose is only for the boundless water. We won't waste too much energy on you. However, since we've met this time, we should have some fun. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this opportunity. Let me think, how should we play? As Qian Hao spoke, he seemed to be deep in thought. Soon, his eyes suddenly lit up and fell on Qin Shao with a playful gaze. This gaze was like that of a wolf who saw a little lamb. Facing such a malicious gaze, Qin Shao was naturally a little unhappy. However, he did not flare up for the time being and endured silently. He wanted to see what tricks they wanted to play. Qin Shao did not mind playing with them today. Boy, how about playing a game with you? Qian Hao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Qin Shao did not rush to flare up. Instead, he calmly replied, "What game do you want to play?" Wufeng City knew Qin Zhao's strength, so he did not stop him for the time being. He wanted to see how Qin Shao would deal with it before making other plans. You're just a small second step, heavenly, venerable, immortal. You dare to follow your young master into the boundless territory. I admire your courage. However, I want to see how capable you are to be brought into the boundless territory by Wufeng City. Don't worry, I won't bully you easily. Qian Hao looked at Qin Shao with disdain and said something in a playful tone. Chapter 2002. Roar! A roar like that of a giant beast suddenly came out. A person with a height of 10 feet jumped out from Qian Hao's inner world and landed in front of Qin Shao. His skin was a dark bronze color, and he was obviously abnormally strong. His muscles were bulging, and he looked especially powerful. The lines of every muscle were so distinct and incomparably sharp. He was barefoot, and his square head was also very recognizable. A pair of inverted triangular eyes flashed with a green light, which was even more frightening. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Shao, as if he was staring at his prey. Barbarian? Third step, heavenly venerable realm? Qin Shao frowned slightly. The barbarian was bloodthirsty and warlike. They were big, and their bodies and strength were abnormally strong. They were known for their thick skin and thick flesh. Qian Hao released a third step, heavenly venerable realm barbarian. His intention was very obvious. Obviously, he wanted to trample on Qin Shao. Qian Hao, what do you mean? Wufeng Qing asked in mild anger. Qian Hao shrugged and said casually, "Don't be nervous. Just play casually. Just treat it as having fun. People who can be brought into the boundless territory by you must have some ability. Not long ago, I just caught a barbarian who just stepped into the third step, heavenly venerable realm. Let them exchange pointers. What a fun thing. Otherwise, we can play a little wager." Wufeng Qing was even angrier and refused directly. "I'm not interested in playing with you." The more Wufeng Qing was like this, the more Qian Hao would not let it go. "Haha, Wufeng Qing, don't tell me you don't dare? Your Wufeng Qing is not someone who can't afford to play. It's rare for our interest to be piqued, and you say you don't want to play? Do you think we will let it go? Today, no matter what, we have to fight to our heart's content. If you don't play, then we can't enjoy ourselves." These words were very overbearing. Wufeng Qing was momentarily speechless. Ruyan Lu was also irritated. Wu Fengcheng was about to say something, but he heard Qin Zhao's voice transmission. He immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Did I offend you? Qin Zhao looked at Qian Hao and asked coldly. Qian Hao glanced at Qin Zhao with an arrogant expression. The corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled and said, You didn't provoke me. This young master just happened to be looking for some fun. You want to have some fun, so you want to pour the fire of war on me? Qin Zhao asked again. Qian Hao laughed even more lightly. He looked down at Qin Zhao and said, What? Why not? Qin Zhao didn't say anything more. Instead, she said, Sure. If you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end. Ah! When he heard Qin Zhao agree so readily, Qian Hao laughed even more happily. He raised his chin at Wu Fengcheng and said, Did you see that, Wu Fengcheng? Your subordinate is much more forthright than you. He is not as shy as you. Why are you so agitated? Isn't it just a little fun? What's the big deal? How about this? If you win, I will give you 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. If you lose, you only have to give me 50,000 Chaos Source Stones. How about that? Isn't this a good deal? Qin Zhao wasn't happy to hear this. He rubbed his nose and said, I'm only worth 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? Qian Hao was stunned at first. Then, he smiled playfully at Qin Zhao. Kid, you are ambitious and courageous. I admire people like you. After saying that, he turned to Wu Fengcheng and said, Do you see that? That's called heroic. Compared to you, Wu Fengcheng, he is much better. Your subordinate has already said so. What do you say? I don't care. If I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't dare to take the bet, I wouldn't mind adding a few more pieces. How could Wu Fengcheng not know Qin Zhao's strength? Therefore, he wasn't worried about the brute's life at all. It was just that Wu Fengcheng didn't want to drag Qin Zhao into this. However, since Qin Zhao wanted to defend his dignity and take action, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Wu Fengcheng chuckled and said, If you aren't afraid, what should I be afraid of? However, I don't have many Chaos Source Stones on me. I only have 300,000. I still have 200,000. Ruyan Lu chimed in. Qian Hao looked at the two of them and smiled. So you are saying that you want to bet 500,000 Chaos Source Stones with us? Wu Fengcheng nodded. Yes. Didn't you say that I don't dare to? In that case, I dare to show you. 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Do you dare to follow my lead? Wu Fengcheng naturally wasn't worried about this kind of sure win bet. Even if it wasn't a sure win, he wasn't afraid of anything. Most of the time, people were just fighting for their pride. Being bullied by others, they had to fight back with all their might. Wu Fengcheng's attitude was so resolute that it was slightly out of Qian Hao's expectations. He couldn't help but be slightly vigilant. He secretly sized up Qin Zhao again. He was very sure that this kid was just a second step heavenly venerable. Second step heavenly venerable. Even if he was a genius, how much experience could he have? The brute's life force was originally very strong. His cultivation realm was one level higher. Logically speaking, the advantage should be very obvious. Moreover, he was the one who proposed this battle. He naturally couldn't take it back. After secretly pondering for a while, Qian Hao replied, All right, 500,000 it is. As long as Wu Fengcheng can afford it, there's no reason why I can't. I can still take out 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Wu Fengcheng chuckled and said, Didn't we say 50,000 to your 100,000? Now that I have 500,000, aren't you going to fight with 1 million? Do you really think I'm a sucker? You want to fight with 1 million for 500,000. Qian Hao naturally didn't admit what he said just now. Wu Fengcheng didn't want Qian Hao to admit it. He just said a thing or two to provoke Qian Hao, who asked Qian Hao to be so arrogant just now. Why don't you try being arrogant again? It felt good to slap someone's face on the spot. Teach him a lesson for me. If you can't, I'll teach you a lesson. Qian Hao gritted his teeth and said fiercely to the brute, "Pung, pung, pung." The brute's expression was extremely fierce as he slapped Qin Shao hard with his huge fist. It was like a muffled explosion of thunder. Just by listening to this sound, one could imagine how powerful this fist was. If he was hit by this punch, it felt like a mountain would be shattered into pieces. Brother Qin Shao, be careful. The brute is a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. He's extremely good at strength. If you get hit by his strength, you'll be in danger of being injured. Wu Fengcheng secretly transmitted a message to Qin Shao. A cultivator of the true meaning of strength? As of now, Qin Shao had only met 2 cultivators of the true meaning of strength. One was his master, Red Dust Guest, and the other was the brute in front of him. Those who cultivated the true meaning of strength had very strong bodies and strength. Their offensive and defensive abilities were also very strong. However, their methods were also relatively simple. They only had strength. Powerful strength, the strength to destroy everything. To a cultivator of the true meaning of strength, they were the strength to break all laws. After entering the immortal domain, Qin Shao had completely thrown the true meaning of strength to the side. This true meaning of strength had yet to enter the heavenly venerate realm. Therefore, Qin Shao was really excited to fight with a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. Speaking of which, he really hadn't fought with a cultivator of the true meaning of strength before. The brute did not give Qin Shao much time to think. He rushed towards Qin Shao with a roaring gust of wind. The ground under his feet trembled slightly. His speed was extremely fast. His huge fist was like a huge rock as it smashed towards Qin Shao's body. There were no fancy moves. It was a direct attack. Qin Shao waved his hands. Walls appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of the brute. Palaces, spaces, and array armors appeared one by one, trapping the brute inside. Qin Shao did have a lot of methods to deal damage. Heart Force, True Word of Lin, Sage Li's Flying Dagger, 9 Buddhist Mantras, Flowing Light Wings, and 8-Sided Buddhist Mirror. They were all methods to deal damage. However, apart from these methods, Qin Shao was indeed not very strong in terms of strength. After all, the second step, Heavenly Venerate Realm, was there. There was no way to break through this limitation in a short period of time. However, it was obvious that the mechanical array art alone could not stop the brute. The barbarian's iron fists were like rain, directly destroying the mechanical array art with tyrannical power. He broke through walls after walls and space after space. Nothing could stop him at all as he charged out. The mechanical array art could trap an ordinary third-step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. However, the brute's strength was too strong. He broke through everything with his powerful strength. Qin Shao could be considered to have truly experienced the power of the true meaning of strength. It was not fancy like the Great Tao or the Immortal Tao. However, it was indeed very direct and overbearing. However, the brute's strength aroused Qin Shao's fighting spirit. Qin Shao met the brute's attack with a punch with all his strength. Soon, his fist collided with the brute's huge fist. The moment their fists collided, a surge of powerful force rushed towards Qin Shao's fist. It was as if a weak mortal had been hit by a huge rock. Qin Shao could clearly feel that his strength was instantly defeated and disintegrated. He could not withstand a single blow. Qin Shao used the power of the true meaning of strength, the power of the Great Tao, and the power of the Immortal Tao. However, they could not withstand a single blow. They were too weak. Therefore, after the exchange of fists, Qin Shao was directly sent flying and smashed into the rocks, creating a deep pit on the ground. He looked very miserable. Qin Shao quickly flew out of the deep hole. He shook off the gravel on his body. His whole body was in extreme pain. If Qin Shao's immortal body was not strong enough, this blow would have seriously injured him. Fortunately, the mechanical array art had blocked a part of the brute's power. The most powerful force did not hit him. Qin Shao had received the berserker's punch head-on because he wanted to personally experience just how strong the berserker was. He wanted to feel the power of the true meaning of strength. Only by experiencing it personally would Qin Zhao's cultivation of the true meaning of strength be enlightened. Qin Shao thought that he might be able to make use of such a rare opportunity. Qin Shao still had some feelings for the true meaning of strength. After all, his master, Red Dust Guest, was a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. Brother Qin Shao, seeing Qin Shao suffer a big loss, Wu Fengqing could not help but worry. However, after thinking about it, he had seen Qin Zhao's strength. It was so easy for him to kill the Dark Demon King. It was impossible for him to suffer in the hands of the brute. Chapter 2003. From the start of the game, it seemed as though it would be a complete massacre. Naturally, Qian Hao's Nangong Xian was willing to see such a situation. He had bet 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Now, it wasn't just to teach Wufeng City a lesson. It was a huge gamble. 500,000 Chaos Source Stones wasn't a small amount. Therefore, the situation today had naturally escalated to another level. Weak human, your strength is too weak. The brute tribe creature looked at Qin Shao with contempt and strode towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao patted the gravel off her body and curled her lip. She chuckled and beckoned to the brute tribe creature provocatively. The brute tribe creature was big in size, but not smart. The moment Qin Shao provoked it, it was instantly enraged. With a ferocious roar, it pounced towards Qin Shao. Those two huge and powerful fists seemed to be able to destroy everything. Before the fists even reached Qin Shao, he could feel a strong surge of energy surging towards him. Strength, pure physical strength, mobilizes every cell in the body to exert force, and greatly increases the limits of life. Every cell is like an ancient giant elephant. It has great potential. The true meaning of power cultivator is to fully stimulate the potential of every cell, allowing the strength of every cell to reach an extremely strong level. In this way, all the strength will be released together, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, and it will reach a terrifying level. The potential of a human is limitless. Even the potential of every cell and every meridian is limitless. The cultivation of the true meaning of power is nothing more than pursuing the limits of the body. Using the body as a tool for cultivation, it polishes the body and pushes the body to new heights again and again. Although cultivating other Daos can also improve one's body, my cultivation of the immortal Dao has also improved my body to a very strong level. However, there is a fundamental difference between this improvement and the improvement of the true meaning of power. This improvement is only through the infusion of immortal energy into the body, causing the body to become stronger and sublimate. It is a metamorphosis caused by the injection of external force. However, the cultivation of the true meaning of power uses every cell in the body as the source of cultivation. The source of power is the source of change from the inside out. This kind of change will naturally be more powerful and thorough. Therefore, in terms of pure body and strength, the true meaning of strength is naturally the strongest. After exchanging blows with the Berserker tribe, Qin Shao had also experienced it firsthand. It had given Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. Qin Zhao's current cultivation level was not low, and his horizons were even higher. If he came back to comprehend the true intent of power, it would naturally be much easier. After all, Qin Zhao's power true intent was only at the 6th level, which corresponded to a 4th step universe grade. One had to break through to the 7th level to reach the Empyrean realm. There were 9 levels of strength, and each step was a different level. From the 6th level to the 7th level, there was obviously a huge gap. Qin Shao was touched by the life of the barbarian tribe. It also gave Qin Shao the idea of attacking the true meaning of strength. Once she thought of it, Qin Shao would naturally do it. In the face of the barbarian tribe, Qin Shao did not retreat. Instead, he went forward and faced the barbarian tribe once again. However, this time, he did not use many techniques. He only used the power of his internal world. Therefore, Qin Shao was once again sent flying by the barbarian tribe. Once again, he flew out of the deep pit in a sorry state. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian couldn't help but look at each other in dismay after being beaten to such a sorry state twice. If they had not known Qin Zhao's strength, they would have really thought that Qin Shao would have been beaten up by the barbarian tribe. However, they could not understand what was going on. If Qin Shao had been sent flying by the barbarian tribe for the first time, it could have been assumed that Qin Shao had wanted to test the barbarian tribe's strength and suffered a defeat. However, the same thing had happened the second time. What was the meaning of this? Qian Hao laughed even more proudly. He said to Wu Fengcheng in a playful tone, "Haha, it seems that I have overestimated you, Wu Fengcheng. I thought that you had taken in a strong subordinate and brought him to the boundless territory. It seems that he is not just weak. You have the nerve to bring such a repulsive person out. Are you not afraid of embarrassing yourself? Haha, you have to prepare your 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. I do not accept credit here." Nangong Xian laughed and said, "Brother Qian Hao, you have gotten a great bargain this time. TSK, you have earned 500,000 Chaos Source Stones so easily. You have to treat me to a good drink when we return." "Haha, is there a need to ask for a drink? Of course. I will definitely treat you to good wine and good food." Qian Hao laughed and replied. The two of them echoed each other as if victory was already in their hands. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian did not speak anymore. They continued to watch. Boom, boom, boom. The situation did not take a turn for the better. Qin Shao was still being abused by the barbarian tribe. He was sent flying again and again. He looked extremely battered and exhausted. He did not have the slightest strength to defend himself and was beaten up. However, one had to admire Qin Zhao's body. He was indeed strong. He was beaten up by the barbarian tribe more than 10 times, but he was still not seriously injured. After being beaten up more than 10 times, Qin Zhao's entire body was in pain. "You're really interesting." Qian Hao sneered again. He and Wu Fengcheng originally had a grudge. There was a good opportunity there. He naturally would not let it go. Wu Fengcheng gritted his teeth and said, "Qian Hao, don't be happy too early." Saying this now, isn't it a little too early? Haha, is it early? In my opinion, the battle is already over. Why, you still refuse to admit defeat. It's fine if you don't admit defeat. Then beat that boy first. I don't mind. Qian Hao smiled very proudly. Wu Fengcheng snorted coldly and did not speak again. He still believed very much in his heart that Qin Shao would definitely win. Puff! Qin Zhao's figure flew out of the deep pit once again. This time, the blood stains at the corners of his mouth were a little more. However, receiving the barbarian's life force punch earlier also helped his true intent of power to break through to the 7th level. This barbarian's life force true intent of power already reached the limits of the 8th level. Therefore, his power was far above Qin Zhao's. But the barbarian also felt the power of Qin Zhao's true intent of power. His hideous eyes also opened wide. Staring at Qin Shao faintly, he said, "7th level true intent of power. You're also a cultivator of the true intent of power?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Haha, yes, I also cultivate the true intent of power. It's just that I haven't cultivated it for a long time. This time, it's all thanks to you that I already broke through to the 8th level." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the barbarian's face fell. "Human race boy, You mean that you received so many punches from me just now just to use me to temper you and help you break through? So you mean that your breakthrough is all thanks to me? Qin Shao nodded in agreement and said, Yes, it's all thanks to you. On this point, I have to thank you. But the real battle has only just begun. Come, it's time for me to bring out my true strength and beat you up. Seeing this, Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan suddenly understood. It turned out that Qin Shao had been deliberately being beaten up by the barbarian all along. It was just so that he could break through to the true intent of power. They also did not expect that Qin Shao was actually a cultivator of the true intent of power. It was no wonder then. Hiding his strength? Cultivator of the true intent of power? Qian Hao suddenly frowned deeply. His intuition told him that he had underestimated Qin Shao. It seemed that this battle was indeed not over yet. The result was not good. After breaking through to the true intent of power, Qin Shao naturally did not need to hide his strength anymore. It was time to end this battle. The barbarian seemed to have been greatly provoked and humiliated. Immediately, he was unable to restrain his anger. Once again, he roared wildly and attacked Qin Shao. Despicable human race boy, you actually dare to play with me. I'm going to smash you into meat paste. Two huge and powerful fists whistled towards Qin Shao like a storm. The powerful force seemed to be about to burst the void. Chapter 2004. Qin Shao waved his hand and the sky palace descended. The 8 gods moved out and the array armor flew out, trapping the barbarian once again. It's this kind of insignificant skill again. Break. The barbarian was obviously very disdainful of the array armor technique once again. He had already broken it once before, so he could be considered experienced. This time, he attacked again, smashing the array armor with his fists, shattering it piece by piece. The barbarian's fists were indeed too powerful. It was obviously impossible to trap him with the array armor technique. Qin Zhao's array armor technique had yet to break through to the realm of great mastery. It was still not possible to trap a third-step heavenly venerate for the time being. At most, it could trap him for a while. In the face of the barbarian, this time was obviously very short. It won't be that easy to get out. Qin Shao sneered. With a thought, his heart force turned into a blade and attacked. Qin Zhao's heart force was at the 8th level. In addition to the amplification effect of the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force was enough to affect an ordinary 4th-step heavenly venerate. Using heart force to deal with a 3rd-step heavenly venerate was naturally always successful. As soon as the heart force was unleashed, the barbarian immediately went crazy in pain. The barbarian's soul intent was also very powerful. A cultivator of the true meaning of strength did indeed have an advantage in terms of soul intent compared to other cultivators. However, Qin Zhao's heart force attack was really too powerful. Although the barbarian had an advantage, it was still very difficult for him to withstand it. Using all his strength to withstand the heart force attack, he naturally had no intention of dealing with the array armor technique's ferocious attack. The array armor technique's attacks were originally very powerful. At this time, the barbarian did not have much strength to resist. All the attacks landed on the barbarian's body, causing him to cover his head and run away like a rat, howling in pain. The current situation had already been settled. The combination of Qin Zhao's heart force and the array armor technique made the barbarian unable to resist at all. He could only take a beating. No matter how thick his skin was, if he continued to be beaten like this, there would be a time when he would be killed. It would just take some time and energy. What method is this? Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian also looked at each other. With just one move, Qin Shao had rendered the barbarian race powerless. What a powerful move! However, he couldn't see what method Qin Shao had used. It's heart force. Only heart force has this possibility. At the very least, it's at the 8th level of heart force. Soon, the four of them realized that this was the only possibility. Damn it, looks like I really underestimated this kid. It was no wonder that Woofing City dared to take out 500,000 primal chaos source stones to bet with him. It turned out that they had already planned this beforehand. Despicable, truly despicable. Qian Hao gritted his teeth furiously. However, he was the one who started the bet, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Looking at the situation, he had already lost. Qian Hao was very unhappy in his heart. He was also very unwilling. He originally thought that he could control the situation, but it turned out like this. Was he losing the bait and the soldiers after the bait? Cousin, from the looks of it, Qin Shao shouldn't be a 4th step Heavenly Venerable. He might really be a 2nd step Heavenly Venerable. It's just that he used to be a heart force cultivator, and his heart force realm is very high. Now that I think about it carefully, it's not hard to explain why he could kill the Dark Demon King so easily. Firstly, the Dark Demon King didn't guard against him at all. His sudden attack caught the Dark Demon King off guard, and he couldn't react in time. Secondly, his heart force technique is very powerful. He directly suppressed the Dark Demon King to the point that he couldn't resist. So, he could kill the Dark Demon King so easily. We didn't think too much about it. Our first feeling was that he was hiding his strength. He couldn't be a 2nd step Heavenly Venerable. Indeed, no matter how strong a 2nd step Heavenly Venerable is, he can't be this strong. Lu Ruyan analyzed. Wu Fengqing nodded. In fact, he was also thinking about this problem. Previously, he didn't completely understand this problem. He kept feeling that something wasn't right, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Now, he completely understood what was going on. Qin Shao didn't hide his aura or his strength at all. He was indeed just a 2nd step Heavenly Venerable human immortal. It was just that his heart force had at least reached the 8th level, which was why he was so strong. Wu Fengqing still had a look of admiration on his face. He nodded and said, "He's only cultivated for 10 million years, and he can cultivate the immortal Tao to the 2nd step Heavenly Venerable human immortal realm. His true meaning of power has also just broken through to the 1st step Heavenly Venerable realm, and his heart force has reached the terrifying 8th level. This is only 10 million years of cultivation. Such results are already frightening enough. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's heaven-defying. No matter what, Qin Zhao's talent and potential are probably far from what we can compare to. So, he's still worthy of admiration." Lu Ruyan also nodded in agreement. It was indeed worthy of admiration. However, daring to enter the boundless territory to search for the boundless water with just this was indeed a bit too risky. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation was completely reversed. Previously, Qin Shao was being crushed by the barbarian tribe. Now, the barbarian tribe was being trapped and beaten by Qin Shao. Although the barbarian tribe's body was very strong, it couldn't withstand being trapped and beaten like this. So, his body was gradually bleeding, tearing his body apart and slowly killing him. If this continued, the barbarian tribe would undoubtedly die. It was just a matter of how long it would take. Qian Hao's and Wu Fengqing's faces had already turned cold, especially Qian Hao. He stared at Qin Shao with a gloomy face, like a wolf or a tiger, revealing an extremely fierce and evil aura. "What, Qian Hao, you're still not willing to admit defeat? Your man has already lost. If you don't admit defeat, then he's going to die," Wu Fengqing said with a faint smile. Just now, he had been mocked by Qian Hao a few times. Now, he could finally get back at him. Qian Hao snorted coldly and said, "Just a piece of trash. He deserves to die even if he lost. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself." Wu Fengqing glanced at Qian Hao with disdain. Qian Hao was really ruthless. He could even be so indifferent to the life of his own man. The barbarian tribe's strength could be considered very strong. If he was placed among the third step celestial venerables, he would be very good and could be considered a great help. However, in Qian Hao's eyes, he was worthless. He had lost his face, so he didn't care about his life or death. Qian Hao ignored him. Qin Zhao's heart moved. He said to the barbarian tribe, "You see, your master has already abandoned you. He doesn't want you anymore. Do you still want to work for him? That's not worth it." The barbarian tribe only howled a few times in pain and didn't respond to Qin Zhao's words. Qin Zhao continued, "Since he doesn't want you, I can take you as my subordinate. I'll give you two choices. You either choose to submit to me or die." The barbarian tribe wasn't a very loyal life, so Qin Zhao wanted to give it a try. Otherwise, it would be a pity to kill him. In any case, this was equivalent to a third step celestial venerable. If he could subdue him, he might be of some use. Besides, the barbarian tribe actually had the gene of becoming a servant or a slave in his bones. Many big forces like to use the barbarian tribe to guard the mansion, sect, and so on. This was because the barbarian tribe looked very big, very strong, and mighty. They looked scary and imposing. It was still very good to be able to subdue a third step celestial venerable barbarian tribe. It was worth a try. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the barbarian tribe raised his head and looked at Qin Zhao. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he was still thinking and struggling. Seeing that Qin Zhao wanted to subdue the barbarian tribe, Qian Hao was provoked. He could ignore the barbarian tribe's life and death, but he couldn't tolerate Qin Zhao poaching his servant in front of him. Therefore, Qian Hao immediately roared at the barbarian tribe angrily, "Kill him for me, kill him!" However, Qian Hao's order wasn't that forceful this time. The barbarian tribe only glanced at Qian Hao and didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he continued to look at Qin Zhao. After a while, the barbarian tribe actually knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Zhao and lowered his head, indicating that he was willing to submit to Qin Zhao and follow Qin Zhao in the future. Qin Zhao was very happy to have subdued the barbarian tribe so smoothly. It was indeed something to be happy about. Qin Zhao waved his hand and withdrew his heart force and mechanical array armor. The barbarian tribe, who had lost the power to attack, suddenly felt his body and mind lightened and regained some vitality. "Greetings, master!" The barbarian tribe shouted respectfully. "Haha, get up!" Qin Zhao waved his hand and motioned for the barbarian tribe to get up. Seeing that Qin Zhao had actually poached his servant in front of him, Qian Hao naturally felt like he had been slapped in the face a few times. He immediately became angry out of humiliation. "You're courting death." Qian Hao's anger was completely directed at Qin Zhao and the barbarian tribe. Therefore, he angrily attacked and directly attacked the two of them. The barbarian tribe had just submitted to Qin Zhao. At this time, when he saw Qian Hao rushing over in anger, he also wanted to protect his master. He immediately stood in front of Qin Zhao and took the initiative to block Qian Hao's attack. However, Qian Hao was a fourth-step celestial venerable after all. How powerful was his strength? How could the barbarian tribe compare to him? However, the barbarian tribe didn't hesitate. His life was given to him by his new master, so he wasn't afraid to die for his new master. "Qian Hao, are you crazy? Do you really think we're all air?" Seeing that Qian Hao actually attacked Qin Zhao, Wu Fengqing suddenly became angry and was ready to attack. However, at this time, Nangong Xian walked over and stared at Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian. He said, "What? Do the two of you want to get involved? If so, then you have to ask me, Nangong Xian, whether I agree or not. That's their business. You'd better not intervene and let them solve it themselves." Although it was 2 against 1, Nangong Xian's strength was very strong. Therefore, even if it was 2 against 1, they might not be able to gain much of an advantage. On the other side, Qin Shao actually pulled the barbarian's life back and said to him, "A battle of this level isn't something that you can participate in. You'd better step aside and watch the show. Leave it to me." After pulling the barbarian race apart, Qin Zhao's heart force once again shot out, turning into countless cold knives that directly rushed towards Qian Hao's soul will. Chapter 2005. Humph! Qian Hao snorted coldly and said somewhat disdainfully, "Just a small trick. Heart force level 8 is indeed not bad. Humph humph, but want to deal with me, still a little too weak. You think that with just your heart force you can fight with me? The gap between realms is a natural moat that you have no way of surpassing. How can a fledgling whose wings haven't even fully developed fight with an eagle that has spread its wings?" And, seeing that Qian Hao was actually not affected much, Qin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed, and he was secretly surprised in his heart. Logically speaking, under the full force of his heart force, it was enough to affect the ordinary fourth-step Empyrean realm. It seemed that Qian Hao's strength was still relatively strong, and perhaps he also had a defensive immortal treasure like spirit armor on him. Otherwise, he should not be able to withstand it so easily. Heart force methods did not pose much of an impact on him. Then it seemed that he really had to bring out some hidden methods in this battle. However, Qin Shao was not worried at all. At worst, he would expose all his trump cards. After entering the boundless territory, Qin Shao had already made plans for everything. It was impossible for him to continue hiding his strength in this place. The terror of the boundless territory was that even if you gave it your all, you might not be able to survive. Hiding one's strength in here was a very dangerous thing. To talk about truly fighting a fourth-step Empyrean, this was Qin Zhao's first time. However, in the battle with Qian Jiangyue and the other 2 previously, the combined strength of those 3 people was probably only above Qian Hao. Qin Shao could force those 3 people to retreat without using Li Sheng's flying dagger. Qin Shao did not believe that he could not deal with Qian Hao. Want to fight, then let's fight. Even if Qian Hao did not fight, Qin Shao would not let it go easily. After bullying him like this, he wanted to pat his butt and leave? How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? Humph, Qian Hao, are you such a sore loser? Wu Fengcheng was really angry. Just now, he was overbearing and insisted on provoking a battle. Now that he lost, he actually wanted to be unreasonable again. It was simply a bit too much bullying. That's right. Qian Hao, you're really shameless. Your skin is really thick. If you're such a sore loser, then you shouldn't have played just now. You're the one who started the bet, and now you're the one who's acting shamelessly. Can you be any more shameless? Ruyan Lu raised her nose. He snorted disdainfully. He didn't care about Wu Fengcheng's words, but Ruyan Lu's disdain for him made Qian Hao's face flush red. After all, being looked down upon by a woman like this was something that any man would be unhappy about. However, Qian Hao was in the wrong in this matter. Qian Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I lost the bet just now. I admit this. I'm not doing this because of the bet just now, but because my people have been poached by him. How can I tolerate this? I don't have to do it, but there are conditions." After saying that, Qian Hao glared viciously at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Let's not talk about that first. Hand over the 500,000 Chaos Source Stones first before we talk about anything else. Otherwise, you're a shameless scoundrel. I'm going to despise you. I'm going to despise you." Ruyan Lu extended her hand. Qian Hao's lips couldn't help but twitch. After struggling for a while, he waved his hand and tossed the 500,000 Chaos Source Stones to Ruyan Lu. The moment he tossed them out, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. It was a heart-wrenching pain. 500,000 chaos source stones. That was almost all of his life savings. This was definitely a huge sum for him. How could he not feel heartache? He had thought that he would definitely win this bet. To think that he would lose so badly. After receiving the 500,000 chaos source stones, Ruyan Lu was finally happy. She looked as though she had succeeded in her little trick. Qian Hao naturally knew that Ruyan Lu was trying to goad him. However, a man would always want to save face in front of a woman, especially one that he had some feelings for. However, he was willing to accept his loss. He wouldn't really go back on his word. Otherwise, wouldn't his reputation be ruined if word got out? Qian Hao wanted to vent all his displeasure on Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao coldly again and said, "What happened just now is over. It's between the two of us now. I'll give you a chance to admit your mistake. You can either kill him or let him go and let me kill him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. My men will either fight to the death for me or be killed by me. There's no third possibility. If you don't know what's good for you, then take a look at your own capabilities." Qian Hao's words were obviously filled with threats. He couldn't find a way to vent his anger. Hence, he wanted to vent it on Qin Shao. However, he had to take into account his reputation. Hence, he had to find a more dignified reason. Therefore, by oppressing Qin Shao in this way, if Qin Shao were to bow down, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Qian Hao would also feel better. However, if Qin Shao refused to bow down, then he would take the opportunity to go on a killing spree and vent his anger. "Aren't you bored talking to yourself over there?" Qin Shao replied casually. It was as though she had turned a deaf ear to Qian Hao's threats. Flippant and indifferent. Wasn't this also a form of contempt? Imperceptibly, there was a kind of arrogance that made people feel very uncomfortable. This kind of arrogance was as light as the wind. However, upon closer inspection, it was as sharp as a blade. It could kill people without them noticing. This sentence completely infuriated Qian Hao. Good. You're really arrogant. Humph, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Bring out all your tricks. Humph, I won't give you many chances. After saying that, Qian Hao glanced at Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian. He said coldly, "You saw it too. I gave him a chance. He didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, you won't get anything good out of it. Brother Xian, keep watch for me. If they want to make a move, help me stop them with all your might. I won't waste too much time." Nangong Xian waved his hand and said confidently, "Don't worry, brother. I'm here. Are you still worried? I might not be able to defeat them. However, it's more than enough to delay them for a while." Wu Fengqing couldn't help but frown deeply. He looked deeply at Nangong Xian. The latter was smiling calmly and confidently. However, Wu Fengqing was also clear about Nangong Xian's methods. Even if he joined forces with Lu Rian, it would be difficult to break through Nangong Xian's defense. Although they couldn't defeat them, delaying them for a while wasn't a problem. Wu Fengqing wasn't worried at all when Qin Shao fought against the barbarian tribe just now. However, Qin Shao was facing Qian Hao now. This was a person who would give Wu Fengqing a headache. Therefore, Wu Fengqing was naturally worried for Qin Shao. However, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't help at this time. Moreover, this was originally a matter between Qin Shao and Qian Hao. Qin Shao looked at Qian Hao coldly and said calmly, "He used to be your servant. However, I'm sorry. Now that he's following me, he's my man. Therefore, he has completely cut off his relationship with you. If you're unhappy and want to get back at me, then I'll accompany you. However, I want to say that I, Qin Shao, am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. I'll remind you that you'd better think clearly before you make a move. If you make a move, then I'll definitely not let this matter go. Don't even think about ending it well." Originally, Qin Shao was very unhappy with Qian Hao's bullying. Now, he wanted to bully him again. How could Qin Shao be happy? Once the anger in Qin Zhao's heart was aroused, he would definitely not let it go easily. Qin Shao had long been prepared to expose all his means. If he was really angered, then it would be a desperate situation. Qin Shao was not easily angered. However, once he was angry, those who provoked him would not have a good time. Listening to you, you seem to be threatening me? Qian Hao seemed to have heard a funny joke. He was not angry but laughed. He looked at Qin Shao playfully and laughed even more mockingly. It's a bit interesting. You're about to die, but you still dare to be so stubborn. You don't know how to repent and dare to threaten me shamelessly? There are not many who dare to talk to me like this. I didn't expect that a mere second-step celestial master human immortal like you would have the courage of a bear. Looking at your rustic appearance, I know that you were born in a barbaric and lowly life. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish today. I'll let you understand that the gap between realms is a gap that you'll never be able to cross. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Hao made a move. Beams of dazzling golden light turned into sharp blades and rushed toward Qin Shao, tearing the world apart. The destructive power was shocking. Once he made a move, it was shocking and could not be underestimated. He was indeed a fourth-step celestial master upper immortal. Upper immortals were already at the top of the world and had extremely strong control over the immortal Tao law. Although his words were not the law, he almost had such supreme immortal might. With a wave of his hand, powerful immortal Tao law would descend. The immortal might was vast and mighty, suppressing the heavens. It was incomparably powerful. What a powerful attack! It seems that I really can't be careless today. Qin Shao was also secretly shocked in his heart. However, he immediately felt relieved and became a little more spirited. Heart force and the mechanical armor technique were obviously useless. They could not block Qian Hao's attack at all. The level of the dragon-slaying sword technique was still low, so it was difficult for him to withstand it. In the face of such a powerful opponent, the only things that Qin Shao could use were probably those few tricks. The eight-sided Buddhist mirror, the Buddhist 6 syllables, the Li Dui flying dagger, and the Lin word. As for the flowing light wings, they were only useful in speed and defense. They did not have much offensive power. Other than that, Qin Shao did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. For the time being, Qian Hao did not use his full strength. In his eyes, Qin Shao was naturally not worthy of him using his full strength. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao thought for a while, and with a thought, the flowing light symbol turned into a battle armor to cover his body. At the same time, with the berserker sword in hand, he performed the dragon-slaying sword technique with all his strength to meet the fierce golden light attack. After all, the berserker sword was a high-grade immortal weapon. Although Qin Zhao's dragon-slaying sword technique was still very weak, only about 30%, its power was indeed not strong enough. But no matter what, it was still a high-grade immortal technique. Coupled with a high-grade immortal weapon, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, he charged forward and blocked Qian Hao's attack. With the protection of the flowing light wings, Qin Shao naturally would not be hurt by any power. He blocked it? Qian Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. Chapter 2006. But soon, Qian Hao was relieved. After all, Qin Shao was only a second-step celestial master in the human immortal realm. So what if he had a high-grade celestial weapon? So what if he cultivated a high-grade celestial skill? He definitely wouldn't be able to unleash much of its power, and wouldn't be able to cultivate it to a certain degree. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious, and that natural moat was very difficult to cross. But what surprised Qian Hao was that a second-step celestial master boy had a suspected high-grade celestial weapon armor and a high-grade celestial weapon sword. He was just a second-step celestial master boy. He should not have any background. Was he not Wu Fengcheng's subordinate? But it did not look like it at all. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian were also surprised. They did not expect Qin Shao to have two treasures. Moreover, he cultivated a high-grade celestial skill as a second-step celestial master. He was indeed a monster. The southern wilderness was a barren land. It was rare for such a monster to come out. It's useless to have two treasures. Your realm and strength are too high. Qian Hao was still disdainful. He chuckled, and the golden light became more turbulent and powerful as it rushed toward Qin Shao. The mighty power had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 4 wildernesses and 8 regions were trembling. It even made people feel that the boundless space was trembling and was about to be destroyed by Qian Hao's powerful celestial might. It was not strange for a 4th-step celestial master to destroy a small space with a raise of his hand. Every ray of golden light was like a sword that contained destructive power. Countless rays of golden light, which were like countless sharp swords, shot towards Qin Shao. The power of the celestial Tao law communicated with the whole world. Under the boundless great Tao, the whole world launched an attack on Qin Shao, wanting to crush Qin Shao into pieces. What a powerful power! Qian Hao did not use a high-grade celestial skill. It should only be a middle-grade celestial skill. But under the power of the celestial Tao law, it can crush me directly. My dragon-slaying sword skill can't withstand it. The might of the berserk sword, even if it is fully unleashed, it is still difficult to withstand. Fortunately, the defensive power of the Lightstream wings is strong enough to completely block the remaining power and protect my immortal body. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on for long. Qin Shao frowned slightly. The situation was not optimistic, but it was within Qin Zhao's expectation. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't be a 4th-step heavenly venerable. The huge gap between their realms was indeed like a natural chasm. This was an undeniable fact. Qin Shao was only a 2nd-step celestial venerable, while Qian Hao was a 4th-step celestial venerable. Although Qin Shao also had a high-grade immortal artifact sword and cultivated a high-grade immortal technique, his realm was still low, so he could not exert much of its power in his hands. However, Qian Hao was a 4th-step celestial master. The power he exerted was powerful enough, so he could fully exert its true power. Therefore, when the sword slashed out, Qin Shao was really shocked and even more vigilant. Crack! An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang in the silent world. It was so deafening that it made people's hearts tremble involuntarily. In the dark world, a waterfall fell from the sky. Like a bolt of lightning in the middle of the night, it instantly lit up the whole world again. However, this kind of light was frighteningly bright. It was so bright that it made people's hearts palpitate. The waterfall tore towards Qin Shao at an extremely fast speed. Its unstoppable momentum and extreme sharpness made people feel as if they were facing death. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He flapped his flowing light wings and turned into a stream of light to dodge the waterfall's attack. At the same time, he waved his hand and the 8-faced Buddhist mirror flew out. The Buddhist light that bloomed suddenly lit up the world and trapped Qian Hao in the 8-faced Buddhist mirror. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao resounded. The mantra of Lin was fully exerted. The 8-faced Buddhist mirror combined with the mantra of Lin was like a terrible cage, directly trapping Qian Hao in. Qian Hao's waterfall had been chasing after Qin Shao. However, the speed of the flowing light wings was really too fast. Under the full eruption of his full strength, he finally dodged it. After dodging the waterfall, Qian Hao was completely trapped in the space of the 8-faced Buddhist mirror. The world suddenly became clear and bright, and the sun could be seen again. Everything calmed down. Under the murmur of the great Tao, the Akalanatha seal suppressed Qian Hao. Coupled with the power of the eight-faced Buddhist mirror, a two-pronged attack was launched on Qian Hao. At the same time, Qin Zhao's heart force was pushed to the extreme and rushed forward with all his strength. Although Qian Hao could withstand Qin Zhao's heart force, it did not mean that the heart force had no effect. It still had a lot of effect and could affect Qian Hao's strength to a certain extent. Three powerful forces launched a fierce attack on Qian Hao, completely trapping him in the eight-faced Buddhist mirror. True Word Lin, great Tao descending heaven and earth. How powerful was that? Qin Shao had previously relied on such an attack to completely suppress Qian Jiangwei and the other two. This time, Qian Hao was similarly suppressed. Although Qian Hao was a fourth-step heavenly venerate, he was not a very powerful one. He had only recently entered the fourth-step heavenly venerate realm. He was not an ancient fourth-step heavenly venerate, nor was he an extremely monstrous fourth-step heavenly venerate. If he was one of these two, he would not have participated in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had very strict requirements for the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. They could not live more than one universe era. Therefore, some fourth-step heavenly venerates who had lived for a long time simply did not have the qualifications to participate. If one could become a fourth-step heavenly venerate in one universe era, they would be considered an exceptional monstrous genius. Most of these heaven-defying geniuses disdained to become the Holy Prince Consort. After all, the title of Holy Prince Consort was not very glorious. What the hell is that? It has Buddhist light and Buddhist might. Could it be a Buddhist weapon? Just what is this boy's background? Why would he possess a Buddhist weapon? He's just a second-step heavenly venerate brat. How can he refine a Buddhist weapon? Being trapped inside the eight-sided Buddhist mirror, Qian Hao's expression also changed drastically, full of doubt and puzzlement. Not only did the eight-sided Buddhist mirror make him incomparably surprised, Qin Zhao's Lin word true word gave him a considerable fright. Lin word true word, it's actually one of the Taoist 9 characters true words, the Lin word true word. Just what is his background? How can he grasp the Lin word true word? According to the situation that I know, in the 9 states Huaxia country's territory, I'm afraid that only those 5 supreme surnames can grasp the Lin word true word, right? How can he possibly grasp the Lin word true word too? Just what is his background? This indeed caught Qian Hao unprepared, and he panicked a little. Qian Hao had always thought that Qin Shao was just a little follower of Wufeng City, a person with a lowly status. But now, he discovered that his thinking was too simple. The reality was probably not like this at all. Such a perilous fellow could be said to be a peerless monster. How could he be Wufeng City's follower? This person must have some background. The degree of this monster made even him feel somewhat ashamed of his inferiority. It was just that the pride in his heart was not too willing to admit it. Qin Shao, Lu Rian was so shocked that her jade face changed greatly, and she looked at Wufeng City in a daze. Wufeng City's surprise was actually not small. He completely did not think that Qin Shao actually had such a heaven-defying method. Lin word true word, one of the immortal Tao's 9 characters true words, a supreme existence. This had always been an existence of legends, and countless people yearned for it even in their dreams. He did not expect that Qin Shao actually grasped the Lin word true word true word. This background was not simple at all. Southern Desolation, Southern Desolation. According to what I know, only the Heaven Mountain City's City Lord grasped the Lin word true word in the Southern Desolation. Could it be that Brother Qin Shao is the Heaven Mountain City's City Lord's disciple? Wufeng City immediately had a guess, but he immediately rejected it. That's not right. The Heaven Mountain City's City Lord only has one personal disciple, and I think he's called Young Master Xing'an. That was taken in 100 epochs ago. Qin Shao shouldn't be the Heaven Mountain City's city lord's disciple. Moreover, Brother Qin Shao said that he's a disciple of the Fumo Immortal Palace. I've never heard of this power, but it should be a small one. Chapter 2007. For the Holy Prince Consort selection this time, Tai Hao had indeed made some preparations. He still had a trump card on him. However, this trump card was prepared for him to enter the boundless region to search for the boundless water. It could only be used at the most critical moment. If he used it now, then his chances of finding the boundless water this time would be very slim. Finding the boundless water and becoming the Holy Prince Consort meant that he had a 10% chance of stepping on the ancient road. Such an opportunity was worth risking his life for. It was not worth it to fight with Qin Shao now. Thinking of this, Qian Hao also had thoughts of retreating. He immediately said to Qin Shao, "Looks like I underestimated you too much. Since you have this strength, then let's forget about what happened just now. I won't pursue it. He's just a servant. He's worthless to me. If you like him, then I'll give him to you as a gift." There was also a hint of arrogance in his words. However, geniuses were all like this. It was obviously impossible to make Qian Hao lower his head humbly. Being able to show such weakness was already a kind of great victory. If it were someone else, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and end it with a victory. After all, what everyone was fighting for was nothing more than face. Now that face had been given, their hearts were at ease. No one was a fool. They definitely would not think that Qian Hao showing weakness meant that he had no other means. Qin Shao also knew that this was impossible. However, Qin Shao was not someone who would give up easily. "I don't see any sincerity in stopping the fight. Sorry, I don't like it," Qin Shao rejected directly. Hearing Qin Zhao's rejection, Wu Fengqing could not help but be stunned. He also thought that Qin Shao would take advantage of the situation to wrap things up. This way, everyone would be happy. Being able to make Qian Hao admit defeat was already a very glorious thing. It was enough to be proud of. Originally, it was better to end things like this. If they continued to cause trouble, they might not be able to enjoy themselves and there might not be a good ending. Lu Ruyan's limpid eyes could not help but blink as she looked at Qin Shao strangely. This man really made her have a whole new level of respect for him. He was different from the others, giving off a feeling of being a maverick. However, this feeling was rather admirable. He dared to do things that others did not dare to do. Others followed the rules and regulations, but he did not take the conventional path. Qian Hao was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was truly detestable. This was the first time he had shown weakness to someone else. If it wasn't for the Holy Prince Consort selection, how could he show weakness so easily? This was already something that had damaged his reputation. Today, it could be said that he had suffered a double loss. However, after showing such weakness, he received such a response. How could he not be angry? At this moment, he even had the impulse to take out his trump card and fight it out with Qin Shao. However, his rationality allowed him to remain calm. His eyes were as cold as ice. He stared coldly at Qin Shao and said through gritted teeth, "What do you mean?" Qin Shao looked coldly at Qian Hao, who was unable to restrain his anger, and said, "Nothing. I just want to let you know what respect is. Do you really think that I am easy to deal with? Do you think you can make me stop just because of your arrogant show of weakness? You bullied me again and again just now. You wanted to humiliate me and take advantage of me. How can I stop so easily? Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Don't you understand that? You saw that I was only a second step celestial venerate, so you thought that I was easy to bully. You wanted to trample on me to satisfy your vanity. However, now you realize that you were wrong. You realize that I, a second-step celestial venerate, am not as weak as you thought. Not only am I not as weak as you thought, but I can also subdue you. Therefore, you arrogantly threw out a show of weakness in order to get rid of me. Don't you think that you have been playing the role of a superior and insufferably arrogant person from the beginning to the end? What do you take me for? When you want to trample on me, you can do it. When you realize that you can't trample on me, you want to leave. Do you think too highly of yourself, or do you not take me seriously? You have your dignity. Don't I, Qin Shao, have my dignity as well? Your dignity is dignity. Don't tell me that my dignity is not dignity. So, do you really think that I can let you leave just like that? Can I accept this seeming victory? I don't have that much vanity. I don't like to play with these superficial things. I only want to play with the real things. You humiliated me and bullied me. Then you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, how can you give up so easily? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Fengcheng couldn't help but want to give Qin Shao a thumbs up and say that he was domineering. He was indeed domineering. Not only was he domineering, but he was also very heroic. It was very satisfying. This was the majesty that a man should have. Ruyan Lu looked at Qin Shao with more admiration in her eyes. It was almost turning into worship. Qian Hao's face became more and more ugly. It seemed that he had been severely humiliated by Qin Zhao's words. He was angry, but he could only suppress it for the time being. Then tell me, what do you want? Qian Hao asked coldly. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will return the favor. How you humiliated me and bullied me, I will naturally return it to you in full. I have already subdued the barbarian tribe. Let's not talk about this anymore. You humiliated me, so you must apologize to me. Apologize to you? Qian Hao seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He was startled at first, but he immediately laughed instead of being angry. Humph, you want me to apologize to you? Do you think that's possible? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me apologizing to you? Who are you? Who am I? You want me to apologize? That's just an idiot talking nonsense. It's a fantasy story. Only you can say that out loud. Apologizing to Qian Hao was simply a great humiliation. Why would he do it? A genius should have the arrogance of a genius. How arrogant was a fourth-step celestial master superior immortal. People are divided into 3 religions and 9 schools, but there should not be a difference between high and low. No matter what my background or identity is, I will not be lower than you. You humiliated me, so you must apologize to me. Whether it's a pipe dream or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so. In short, I only have one thing to say. If you don't apologize, then there's nothing to talk about. Let's rely on our own abilities. If you have the ability to beat me into submission, then you can step on my head and do whatever you want. If you don't have the ability, then I advise you to apologize as soon as possible. Otherwise, after being stepped on by me, you will have to apologize again. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Qin Shao retorted sarcastically. Apologizing was his bottom line. Since it was his bottom line, he must not touch it. Qian Hao's expression became colder and colder. It was extremely unpleasant to see. His cold eyes seemed to be able to spit fire as he stared fixedly at Qin Shao. When had he ever been forced to such an extent? The atmosphere became increasingly stiff, oppressive, and tense. The smell of gunpowder in the air was abnormally strong. It was as if a gentle breath could ignite a great battle. Facing Qian Hao's wolf-like and aggressive eyes, Qin Shao did not show any weakness. He faced him head-on and his aura was not weak at all. Their eyes met, and the friction in the air created intense sparks. Although Wu Fengcheng did not want to make the situation too tense, after all, Qian Hao's background was not small, and he still had a trump card. If it really reached the point of risking his life, then Qin Shao would not have an easy time. Even if Qin Shao could still win in the end, he would probably have to pay a huge price. And it was not just the price in front of him. If anything happened to Qian Hao, then the Qian family behind him would definitely not let Qin Shao off easily. With the Qian family's strength, to crush Qin Shao, who had no background, was simply like crushing an ant. Therefore, in fact, Wu Fengqing did not want Qin Shao to fight to the death with Qian Hao. However, Wu Fengqing also admired Qin Zhao's courage and boldness. He really dared to do this, and he was indeed a man. However, this move was indeed quite satisfying. It was quite admirable. If it were him, he would definitely have taken advantage of the situation just now. But in fact, he also knew that taking advantage of the situation just now only gave him the title of winning, but he was still very unhappy in his heart. Qin Zhao's displeasure was directly expressed. Now, he had forced Qian Hao into a dead end. One had to admit that he was ruthless enough. This was a young and frivolous ruthlessness. Silence. Very silence. A deathly silence. All eyes fell on Qian Hao, waiting for his decision. His decision was the most important. Time, minute by minute, second by second. Every second felt like an eternity. After a full 5 breaths of time, Qian Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. Qin Shao, right? I'll remember you. I admit defeat for today's matter. The cause was mine, so it's nothing to apologize to you. I apologize for what happened just now. Is this okay?" Qian Hao actually chose to apologize? Although Wu Fengqing also thought of this possibility, he actually did not think too much about it. How difficult was it to make Qian Hao apologize? This was probably Qian Hao's first time in his life, right? He really did apologize. In that case, Qin Shao had achieved a great victory. It was really impressive. Nangong Xian was also stunned, but in the end, he could only secretly grit his teeth. There was no other way. Since Qian Hao had apologized, Qin Zhao's goal had been achieved, and his dignity had been completely recovered. Naturally, he could also stop. Qin Shao put away the 8-faced Buddha mirror and retracted his power, allowing the world to return to peace. Everything calmed down. Qian Hao retreated to Nangong Xian's side, looked coldly at Qin Shao with a dark face, snorted coldly, and then left with Nangong Xian. "Ha ha, good, good." After sending the two off, Wu Fengqing could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly. He laughed heartily. The way Lu Rian looked at Qin Shao also changed a little. It seemed that she had a new definition of a real hero. "Good job, brother Qin Shao. You're really good. I admire you." Wu Fengqing gave Qin Shao a thumbs up and praised him generously. "I've long disliked Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. These two people are very flamboyant and a little arrogant. No matter where they go, they want to step on others to feel comfortable. Things like bullying others, these two people have done a lot. It's rare for them to be at a disadvantage. Today, this Qian Hao was taught a lesson by brother Qin Shao. It's really satisfying to watch. It's so satisfying. I also have to admire brother Qin Zhao's courage and boldness. You really dared to fight to the death with him and made him bow his head and apologize. It's really not easy." Chapter 2008. It was important to stick to one's principles and bottom line. After being humiliated, how could he let it go so easily? It looked like he had won, but in reality, he had still lost. Qin Shao had still lost in terms of dignity. As long as he could force Qian Hao to apologize, he would be able to regain his dignity. If they really had to fight, Qin Shao wasn't worried at all. Qin Shao knew that Qian Hao definitely still had a trump card, but Qin Shao also had a trump card. Moreover, Qin Shao was confident that his trump card could suppress Qian Hao. After all, he still had 9 Sage Li's flying knives, and he had cultivated the flying knife Dao to the limit of small success. Brother Qin Shao, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Wu Fengqing suddenly said. Qin Shao curled his lips. Brother Wu, if you want to ask, just ask. Why do you have to be so hesitant? Men don't like this kind of thing. Since I've already said it, do you think I'll stop you from asking? Wu Fengqing smiled awkwardly and nodded. Brother Qin Shao is right. I'll ask directly then. As far as I know, in your southern wasteland, only the Heaven Mountain City Lord has grasped the Lin word, right? But as far as I know, the Heaven Mountain City Lord only has one disciple called Young Master Xing'an. Are you related to the Heaven Mountain City Lord or Young Master Xing'an? Qin Shao also guessed that Wu Fengqing was asking this question. Smiling faintly, he said, "It can't be considered a relationship. However, there is indeed some good karma with the Heaven Mountain City Lord. I won't go into the details. Currently, I'm just a disciple of the Fu Su Immortal Palace. I don't have any special status. Compared to you guys, my status is incomparably lowly." Wu Fengqing patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said with a straight face, "Brother Qin Shao, you're too modest. With your talent and potential, if you were to go to Huaxia in the 9 provinces, if you're lucky, you might even be absorbed by the 100 schools of thought. At least, I recognize and admire Brother Qin Zhao's talent and potential very much. It must be far above mine. Moreover, Brother Qin Shao, you've grasped the true word of Lin, so your potential is even greater. It can be said that your future is limitless. The 100 schools of thought?" Qin Shao smiled faintly. Perhaps she had some yearning in her heart. The 9 continents of Huaxia, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 100 schools of thought, and the 100 schools of thought. Hundreds of flowers bloomed together, illuminating the river of time from ancient times until now. Every single one of the 100 schools of philosophers was a force that no other force in the southern wasteland could compare with. They were all transcendent existences. Qin Shao, are you really a second-step Empyrean? Ruyan Lu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Shao. She wanted to know the answer. Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's right. My cultivation level is indeed the second step of the celestial venerable realm. This is absolutely true, and I can't hide it. I don't have such a powerful concealment technique. As for the heart force realm, it's the 8th level, which should be equivalent to the 3rd step of the celestial venerable realm. Therefore, I don't know whether to call myself a 2nd step or a 3rd step celestial venerable realm." Ruyan Lu nodded slightly, and then said to herself, "You're a cultivator of the immortal Tao, a heart force cultivator, and a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. That is to say, you're actually walking 3 paths of cultivation at the same time? Moreover, you've grasped the true word of Lin, refined a Buddhist weapon, and also know the mechanical array art. Are you omnipotent? Why do I feel like there's nothing you can't do? Walking 3 paths of cultivation, and how many side paths can you cultivate? Aren't you a bit too godly? You can't be saying that you're also a Buddhist cultivator, right? But it doesn't seem like it. There's no Buddhist light on your body, but you've indeed refined a Buddhist weapon. It's really a bit inconceivable." Ruyan Lu wasn't the only one who was curious about this situation. Wu Fengqing was also very curious, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Not only were they curious, but they also admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Although there were as many as 8 paths of cultivation in the great wide world, the vast majority of life forms would only focus on one path of cultivation. Only a very small number of life forms would walk 2 paths of cultivation. However, even if they walked 2 paths of cultivation, they would still focus on one path. For example, in the case of Qin Shao, he came from the universe. Originally, he cultivated the great Tao in the primordial universe. When he came to the immortal realm, he cultivated the immortal Tao. Therefore, if Qin Shao only cultivated these 2 great Taos and focused on the immortal Tao, it would be a more normal and reasonable situation. However, Qin Zhao's situation wasn't like this. Instead, his heart force path was the highest. Then, his great Tao and true meaning of strength had also broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. He was simply a freak. In addition, there were a few side paths which were even more amazing. Haha, maybe I'm a little lucky. I cultivate a lot, but my cultivation is a little mixed. This isn't a good thing. I'm trying to adjust. Qin Zhao explained casually. However, Ruyan Lu shook her head and said, not necessarily. You were able to cultivate well and maintain a certain balance. This shows that you have extraordinary ability. It's no wonder that you can suppress Qian Hao, a fourth step celestial venerable, as a second step celestial venerable. You are indeed heaven-defying. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Haha, I'm so lucky to be able to meet a heaven-defying talent like you, Brother Qin Zhao. I'm really happy. Wu Fengqing laughed. Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything more. The three of them continued to enter the boundless territory. If they were to find the boundless water, they would have to rely on luck. As the three of them walked, they suddenly felt that they had passed through a water curtain and entered a strange area. This area seemed to be a body of water. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it wasn't really water. It was just an object that looked like water. Qin Zhao and the other two didn't notice this sudden situation in advance. They just walked and suddenly passed through a water curtain and appeared in this area. It was very strange. However, in the boundless territory, such things were nothing out of the ordinary. After all, the most peculiar thing about the boundless expanse was space. While walking, one would suddenly enter another space from one space. That was a common occurrence, and it couldn't be any more normal. The situation of Qin Zhao and the other two was obviously the same. As they walked, they entered a space without being aware of it and without being on guard at all. Once they entered, it was obvious that they couldn't go back. This was irreversible. Qin Zhao looked back and saw a body of water. He even took a step back, but he was still in this area. Brother Qin Zhao, don't try. We are now trapped in the water world. It seems that our luck is really not ordinary. We have just entered and we are already trapped in this water world. Wu Fengqing shook his head. The luck he mentioned was obviously the opposite of the word. From his tone, it was obvious that this was not simple. However, it seemed that Wu Fengqing knew some specific information. This information was indeed accurate. There was no record of the water world in the information Qin Zhao obtained. Brother Wu, since you know the situation, tell us. Since we have entered, what we can do now is to find a way to leave this area, Qin Zhao said. Wu Fengqing nodded and said, this is called the water world. It is a more dangerous place in the boundless territory. Although there are different dangers in here, it can trap people. Some people will even be trapped until they die. Although the water world doesn't seem to be dangerous, if you are trapped here for a universe era, you will die, regardless of whether you are a fourth step heavenly venerable or not. It did not sound scary, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. Living in a place that people could live in was also scary. Qin Zhao asked again, Brother Wu, do you know how to get out? Wu Fengqing nodded again and said, there should be, but what I know is only from the information. I have not experienced it personally. Therefore, I don't know if it is useful or not. According to the information, if you want to get out of the water world, you have to have an infinitely long and an infinitely short tomorrow. As long as you completely understand this, you can get out. However, I have not figured out what this sentence means. Therefore, I seem to know the way, but I don't know how to use this method. Qin Zhao, you are a smart person. What do you think this means? Hearing this, Qin Zhao was also confused. What was the relationship between an infinitely long and an infinitely short tomorrow? What did he have to understand? What was the direct connection between understanding this and getting out of the water world? These doubts came pouring out, but they could not be answered. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian were also thinking about this question. Infinitely long and infinitely short, are they both infinite? As Qin Shao pondered this question, she began to walk around. She wanted to try to discover more problems and give him some enlightenment. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Wu Fengqing. The latter said with a serious face, "It is very strange here. We must not be separated. Otherwise, we will not be able to gather together. Therefore, the three of us must stay close to each other. We must keep within 30 feet. We must not exceed this distance." Qin Shao still believed Wu Fengqing's words and nodded. No matter what, following closely together was a matter of great benefit and no harm. It was to prevent some unexpected situations from occurring and catching them off guard. Wu Fengqing waved his hand, and an immortal rope tied the three of them together. Seeing Wu Fengqing's actions, Qin Shao felt a little strange. "Brother Wu, you don't have to do this, right?" Wu Fengqing said seriously. "It has to be like this. Brother Qin Shao, don't be careless. The complexity of the boundlessly region may be far beyond your imagination. Anything can happen. Anyway, according to the information I gathered, this is the case. We must not be careless in the water world. It will definitely kill people without leaving a trace. Let's use an immortal rope to tie us together. This can also prevent us from being separated as much as possible. If you have any ideas, you can say it together, and then we can discuss it together. If that's the case, our chances of getting out of here will be much higher. Special times require special treatment. Brother Qin Shao, please forgive us." Hearing Wu Fengqing's explanation, Qin Shao was relieved. It was indeed more reassuring to tie them up like this. "How about this, you guys follow me first. I have some ideas, and I am trying to verify them. If it doesn't work later, then I will change your opinion. How about it?" Qin Shao said. Chapter 2009. As they walked, they studied the water world. The more they studied, the more they felt that the water world was very strange. It was not an illusion, nor was it a formation, nor was it a physiognomy. It had nothing to do with these. This was the profound meaning of the law of immortality. It formed a very special realm. It was extremely difficult to get out of this realm. Even in the information Wu Fengqing had, there was only one sentence. There was no way to get out of the water world. Infinitely long, infinitely short. What is the meaning of this? This sentence appeared in Qin Zhao's mind countless times. However, he could not find an answer. It was difficult to understand this sentence. A sentence could have countless meanings. However, which one was the correct one? Which one could get out of the water world? Taoism was natural. The profoundness of Taoism was something that cultivators explored all their lives. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian also pondered carefully. However, they could not find an answer. Therefore, the three of them could only walk aimlessly. They studied and felt, trying to find a breakthrough point. A point was very important. Only by finding a point could they break through to the whole realm. Why don't the three of us join forces and see if we can tear a hole in it with a full force attack? I think, no matter how bad the water world is, it should be broken. Being strong isn't absolute. Ruyan Lu suddenly suggested. After walking for so long, the three of them had no clue. It was indeed a bit of a headache. Wu Fengqing immediately shook his head and said, "No, I'm afraid this method won't work. According to the situation I know, I'm afraid that only those with the battle strength of a saint, or infinitely close to the saint, can tear a hole in the water world. The water world is a very special world in the boundless territory. It's impossible to get out by just walking. It's boundless and traceless. With brute force, the three of us together might not be enough. Unless..." At this point, Wu Fengqing hesitated for a moment and did not continue speaking. He looked at Qin Shao and then at Rian Lu. After a while, he continued, unless the three of us throw caution to the wind and use all our trump cards. Moreover, we have to seize the opportunity and strike with all our strength to maximize our combat power. If that's the case, I'm afraid there's a possibility that he'll be able to reach the level of a saint. Only then will he be able to tear open a hole. Of course, this is only a possibility. At least, I don't think it's very likely. Moreover, if we use all our trump cards now, the road ahead will be even more difficult. Therefore, this is a path that can only be taken as a last resort. For the time being, we don't have to rush. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work out, we'll make other plans. Rian Lu thought for a moment and nodded. It seemed like they couldn't rush it. Brute force wouldn't work, and walking wouldn't work either. It seemed like he had to start with the laws of the immortal Tao. The three of them had been in the water world for 10,000 years, but they still couldn't figure out anything. Wu Fengqing frowned. It seems like it's really difficult to understand the meaning of that sentence. It's definitely not easy to rely on the laws of the immortal Tao to get out of here. Qin Shao also shook his head. It was indeed difficult. He still couldn't figure out anything. Speaking of which, his realm was indeed too low. He was only a second step heavenly venerable. In terms of the laws of the immortal Tao, he was weaker. Wu Fengqing and Rian Lu were both fourth step heavenly venerables. They had no clue how difficult it would be to figure it out. After a moment of silence, Wu Fengqing said, "Why don't we meditate for another 90,000 years? In total, it'll be 100,000 years. If we still can't make any progress after 100,000 years, then I think we can make a final gamble. I don't believe that we're going to be trapped in this water world. But it seems like our luck isn't too good. We've only just entered, and we're already trapped in the water world. Many people have stayed in the boundless territory for tens of millions of years without encountering the water world. The boundless territory, countless spaces, countless worlds. The dangerous worlds are probably in the tens of thousands. When roaming the boundlessly realm, luck is indeed very important. Next is strength. I'm afraid that neither of these two can be lacking. Otherwise, even a fourth step heavenly venerable might die here, or be trapped in the boundless territory forever. Qin Shao nodded in agreement. It was no wonder that fourth step heavenly venerables who entered the boundless territory would have 9 deaths and 1 death. Very few could walk out safely. This sentence was really not an exaggeration. It was not an alarmist talk to scare people. It was indeed so. In this water world, Qin Shao already had a deep understanding. Is it really so difficult to walk out of the water world? Qin Shao frowned, secretly thinking in his heart. According to this situation, if one wasn't a fourth step heavenly venerable with the highest level of strength, there was no way to walk out of this water world. A water world was so terrifying? How terrifying would the boundlessly region be? Could it be that he was really so unlucky this time that he was trapped in the water world as soon as he entered the boundless territory? Logically speaking, his luck had always been good. Qin Shao had always been unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, he was not discouraged at all and still felt that he could walk out of this water world. Since other methods did not work, then he would walk the path of the immortal Tao law. Infinitely long and infinitely short. Both are infinitely long, one is short. Qin Shao continued to comprehend, countless thoughts and guesses in his heart. Comprehending the Tao was like this. It was very, very difficult. It was like looking for a thin needle in the vast ocean. Cultivation was about calming the heart. One must not be too hasty. If one's heart was not calm, the Tao would not be peaceful. Time passed quickly. In a flash, another 30,000 years had passed. The three of them still did not have any clue. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed. He looked into the distance in front of him, and saw a figure sitting there cross-legged. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian also immediately looked over. They couldn't help but raise their vigilance a little. What a powerful aura! Qin Shao was secretly shocked. He felt the powerful aura emitting from the figure. It was definitely far above Wu Fengqing's. This meant that the other party should be an extremely powerful fourth step, heavenly venerable realm, exalted immortal. The figure sitting cross-legged naturally noticed Qin Shao and the other two. He raised his head and looked over from afar. In an instant, the three of them were locked in place. Those cold eyes were like an ancient abyss. They were frighteningly cold. With one glance, Qin Shao and the other two immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They were instantly chilled to the soles of their feet. What a terrifying gaze! They felt that this gaze could directly kill them. This strength was definitely a powerful and terrifying existence. It was definitely far beyond the three of them. How could there be such a powerful existence in this water world? Could it be that he was also trapped here? However, Qin Shao immediately realized that the powerful aura of the exalted immortal seemed to be a little weak. Was he seriously injured? If he could feel it, it meant that the injury was extremely serious. It might even have damaged his vitality. However, Qin Shao also felt that the other party did not seem to have much hostility. He should not be a vicious person. Senior. Wu Fengqing saluted and tried to call out. The exalted immortal sitting there only glanced at Wu Fengqing coldly and did not pay much attention to him. This made Wu Fengqing feel a little embarrassed. Wu Fengqing looked at Qin Shao and Lu Rian, as if asking them what to do. However, there was no need to pay much attention to him. Everyone would just go their own way. Since the other party did not release any hostility, he would not make things difficult for them for no reason. Qin Shao suddenly stepped forward and saluted with a fist and fist salute. He said, "Senior, the three of us accidentally entered this water world and have been trapped here for 40,000 years. We have been trying to find a way out. Senior seems to be seriously injured. I don't know if you are also trapped in this water world. If so, we might as well join forces. One more person is always one more force. Although our strength is definitely far inferior to seniors, we still have some tricks up our sleeves. In the end, if the four of us join forces, we might be able to tear open a hole and leave this water world. I wonder if Senior is willing to join us?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the eyes of the exalted immortal sitting there flashed with a strange luster. He looked at Qin Shao for a while and then said, "Come here." Seeing that the senior was willing to agree, Qin Shao and the other two were secretly delighted. If they could get this senior to join them, they would have a better chance of leaving this water world. And maybe they would not even have to use their trump cards. Since both of them were trapped here, it could be considered fate. Qin Shao and the other two quickly came in front of the senior. The senior looked at Qin Shao curiously and said, "You should be from the outer domain, right? You came out of the universe?" Qin Shao did not deny it and nodded. He said, "Yes, I did come out of the universe." The senior nodded approvingly and said, "Not bad, not bad. It is very rare to be able to come out of the universe. It is even rarer to be able to come out and enter the immortal domain. Although you are only a second step heavenly venerate, judging from their attitude towards you, your strength should not be much weaker than theirs. You can be considered a monster to be able to reach the strength of a fourth step heavenly venerate as a second step heavenly venerate. And the traces of time on your body are very faint. You should have only lived for about 10 million years, right? To be able to reach such a high level after cultivating for 10 million years. Not to say that it is rare, but at least there are not many in the entire immortal domain. Other than those genius disciples of extremely ancient and powerful forces, I am afraid it is very difficult to find. What is even rarer is that you are just a lowly life form from the universe. Your level of life is very, very low." Not bad indeed. The senior was not stingy with his praise. This praise made Qin Shao a little embarrassed. Wu Fengqing also kept nodding in agreement. He also admired Qin Shao very much. Senior, how should I address you? All right, let me introduce myself. I am Qin Shao. These two are my friends, Wu Fengqing and Miss Lu Rian, Qin Shao said again. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian bowed to the senior. The senior hesitated for a moment before saying, "My name is one word, Tooth." Later, everyone liked to call me Tooth Fairy. There were very few people with one-word names, and Qin Shao did not know many of them. Moreover, being called Tooth sounded a little strange. Chapter 2010. What? Tooth Fairy? Senior, you're Tooth Fairy? Wu Fengqing looked at Tooth Fairy in surprise. Rian Lu was also muttering something. Soon, her jade eyes lit up as she looked at Tooth Fairy with a strange light. Obviously, both of them knew Tooth Fairy and had heard of his fame. To be able to make Wu Fengqing so surprised, Qin Shao was also surprised. It seemed that Tooth Fairy was a character with a very strong background. It was no wonder that his aura was so strong. This made Qin Shao a little curious. Where did this Tooth Fairy come from? Tooth Fairy was slightly surprised. After looking at Wu Fengqing, he asked, "Oh, you know me?" Wu Fengqing calmed down and nodded with a smile. "Haha, it really is you, Senior Tooth Fairy. Your name is like thunder in my ears. How could I not know you?" "Senior Tooth Fairy, I'm also from the Xia territory. The Wu family of the Xia territory. Do you know about them?" "The Wu family of the Xia territory." Tooth Fairy immediately nodded and said, "The Wu family can be ranked in the top 20 forces in the Xia territory. Of course, I know about them. Looking at your imposing appearance and extraordinary manner of speech, I know that you have an extraordinary background. So you're a disciple of the Wu family of the Xia territory. No wonder. This girl's surname is Lu. You should be a girl from the Lu family of the Xia territory, right?" Rian Lu nodded and smiled sweetly. "Yes, Senior Tooth Fairy. I'm from the Lu family of the Xia territory. Senior, I've also heard of your name. Back then, you caused a sensation in half of the Xia territory. Haha, speaking of which, I grew up listening to your heroic deeds. I remember when I was young, I admired you a lot. I often talked about you with my cousin, so we have a deep impression of you." Wu Fengqing nodded in agreement. So when he heard Tooth Fairy's self-introduction, he immediately became excited. This was his childhood idol. He didn't expect to meet him here. Tooth Fairy shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I've disappeared for a few epochs. Does anyone still remember me? Back then, it wasn't that big of a sensation, was it? At best, I'm just an exalted immortal. What kind of waves can I stir up in the vast Xia region?" Wu Fengqing said, "I don't know if others remember, but we definitely remember. We remember it too clearly. Furthermore, I believe that many people in Xia territory will still remember your name. Even though a few epochs have passed, the events of that year still shook the entire universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it caused a sensation in half of Xia territory." Hearing Wu Fengqing say this, Qin Shao couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of earth-shattering thing did Senior Tooth Fairy do back then? Seeing Qin Shao's curious face, Wu Fengqing smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you don't know about Tooth Fairy's heroic actions back then. If you know, you will definitely admire him. By the way, Senior Tooth Fairy, you said that you also came from the universe, right? You were born lowly, weren't you?" Tooth Fairy nodded and gave Qin Shao a meaningful look. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. Tooth Fairy also came from the universe. As a lowly life form that had walked out from the same universe, naturally, there would be some resonance within. This feeling was as if he had met someone from his hometown outside. There was an indescribable sense of intimacy, and this sense of intimacy also invisibly brought the distance between Qin Shao and Tooth Fairy a lot closer. Senior Tooth Fairy was born lowly. After coming out of the universe, he went through a lot of hardships. Without joining any forces, he grew to an extremely dangerous level and stood at the peak of the fourth step Celestial Master. He was even infinitely close to the half-step Ancient Saint realm. This monster has never been known by anyone. Senior Tooth Fairy has always been too low-key. He rarely makes enemies, and he has never been flamboyant in his dealings. Thus, no one has taken him seriously. But unfortunately, when Senior Tooth Fairy came to the territory of Changlu Immortal Sect with his beloved woman, he was somehow targeted by the son of Holy Lord Changlu. The son of Holy Lord Changlu was incomparably promiscuous and played with countless women. None of the women who were targeted by him escaped. His heart was in his palm. Speaking of this, Wu Fengqing subconsciously glanced at Senior Tooth Fairy. After all, this was a painful past for Senior Tooth Fairy, so Wu Fengqing was naturally afraid that Senior Tooth Fairy would be unhappy. If Senior Tooth Fairy was unhappy, then he would not talk about this part. Although Senior Tooth Fairy's expression was somewhat pained, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he said to Wu Fengqing, "It's okay. You can continue. Let me see how the later generations recorded that passage and whether it was distorted." After getting Senior Tooth Fairy's approval, Wu Fengqing continued, "The son of Holy Lord Changlu wanted to snatch Senior Tooth Fairy's Taoist companion, which touched Senior Tooth Fairy's reverse scale. How could Senior Tooth Fairy not be angry? Senior Tooth Fairy's attack shocked the entire Changlu Immortal Sect. The son of Holy Lord Changlu, 2 other fourth-step Celestial Venerables, and 3 fourth-step Celestial Venerables were directly killed by Senior Tooth Fairy on the spot. They did not even have much power to resist. A hero's rage for a beauty. Such a heroic feat is worthy of admiration from countless people. Which woman doesn't want her man to be such a hero and stand up for her when she is bullied? Men also hope that they can be such heroes. How heroic is that? Qin Shao nodded. That's right. Every man wanted to be such a hero. If it were him, he would do the same. Let's not talk about it. Yes, to him, it was not only a matter of the past, but also a sad past. His doppelganger had been killed, and the doppelganger of his beloved woman had also been destroyed. This pain and resentment definitely did not dissipate at all. Tooth Fairy looked up at the sky, his eyes so deep that it seemed like he could see the end of the great 1,000 worlds. Several universe eras had passed, and his emotions had long been controlled, but the hatred in his heart had not been forgotten. The only reason I'm alive now is to avenge my wife, to resurrect her. So, no matter what, I have to live well and become stronger. I have to step on the ancient road. One day, I will kill my way to Changlu Immortal Sect again and trample on their immortal sect. This was Tooth Fairy's great wish, his motivation to live, and his strong determination. Tooth Fairy was a man with deep feelings, and such a character was also worthy of respect. Wu Fengqing pursed his lips and said, "Senior Tooth Fairy, I believe that you will definitely be able to step on the ancient road. You are my idol and always have been. But Senior Tooth Fairy, with your strength, how can you be trapped in this water world? Or is Senior Tooth Fairy deliberately staying here?" Tooth Fairy could escape from Holy Lord Changlio's hands, so one could imagine how strong he was. With such strength, how could he be trapped in the water world? That was unlikely, right? Listening to Tooth Fairy's words, he should have stayed here for several universe epochs. After the last incident, he probably hasn't stayed here for a long time. Speaking of this, Tooth Fairy could not help but shake his head and said, "No matter how strong I am, I'm only a fourth-step Celestial Master. I haven't reached the half-step Saint realm. I'm facing Holy Lord Changlu, a living ancient sage. How could I possibly be a match for him? If it weren't for the fact that I had a sacred artifact to protect me, I would have definitely died to sacred Lord Chonglu. In the end, my saint weapon was destroyed, and my vitality was greatly damaged. That was how I escaped and escaped into the water world. I don't know why Holy Lord Chonglu did not continue to pursue me. Perhaps I was lucky. I entered the water world with my vitality greatly damaged, and there was no way I could walk out of here. So, all these years, I have been healing here. But there is no immortal spirit energy in the water world. I can only use some Chaos Source Stones and Immortal Pills to heal. However, after a few universe epochs, it has only recovered about 50%. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to tear open a hole and escape. But, if the three of you join me, it might be possible. Chapter 2011. It was Qin Shao and the others' great fortune to have met Tooth Fairy. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for them to leave this place. After all, Qin Shao and the other two did not have much confidence in leaving by relying on their strength. They could only say that in the end, if there was no other way, they could only go all out. It would be very difficult to leave by comprehending the law of immortality. With Senior Tooth Fairy here, it would save them a lot of trouble. However, using force to leave this place is the last resort. Although I have recovered about 50% of my strength, my vitality is too damaged, so I don't dare to use my full strength. In that case, I'm afraid it will worsen the damage to my vitality, so I don't want to try. So, for now, the best way is to use the law of immortality to leave this place. I don't know much about this water world. I've been healing all these years, and I'm not in a hurry to leave this place, so I haven't studied this water world properly. But I feel that there must be a way to leave this place. It just depends on whether you can comprehend it or not. Tooth Fairy immediately said, not thinking about using force to leave. Wu Fengqing said, Senior Tooth Fairy, the information I received said that if you want to leave the water world, you only need to fully comprehend a sentence. This sentence is infinitely long and infinitely short. Infinitely long and infinitely short? That's it? Tooth Fairy asked with a slight frown. Wu Fengqing nodded, indicating that it was done. Tooth Fairy's frown deepened. With a thoughtful look, he began to comprehend this sentence. Wu Fengqing looked at Tooth Fairy expectantly. After all, Tooth Fairy was close to being a quasi-saint, so if he comprehended it, the probability of success should be much higher. What does this infinitely long and infinitely short refer to? Space can be infinitely long and infinitely short. One leaf, one firmament, one grain, one world. A vast and boundless world can be hidden in a mustard grain, which can be regarded as infinitely short. In a vast and boundless world, you can't get out. Just like we are in this water world, which is infinitely long. But what does knowing this have to do with getting out of the water world? Infinitely long, infinitely short. Let me think. Tooth Fairy continued to ponder, trying to comprehend this sentence. Comprehending immortal Tao laws was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Wanting to accomplish it overnight was still very difficult. One had to slowly comprehend the Tao. Just like wine, it had to be tasted slowly. Qin Shao and the other two didn't stay idle either. They also continued to comprehend the Tao. After all, they couldn't just stay there and wait. Sometimes, comprehending the great Tao was like this. It was possible that you wouldn't be able to comprehend anything at all, but there were also times when you would have a flash of inspiration. If he had a flash of inspiration, he might have an epiphany. This kind of situation did happen. Comprehension required time to slowly comprehend. As time passed, there would be more opportunities to have a flash of inspiration. Sometimes it would only be a small amount of spirit light. However, if there were many small spirit lights, they would slowly accumulate and become large spirit light. Quantitative changes would also lead to qualitative changes. Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed. It had been 50,000 years since Qin Shao and the other two entered the water world. During these 50,000 years, Qin Shao and the other two had been immersed in comprehending the immortal Tao laws in that sentence. However, they still hadn't made much substantial progress. Even Qin Shao hadn't encountered such a difficult situation. That sentence was really too difficult to comprehend. I still feel like I'm lacking something. Just a little bit more. Tooth Fairy, who had been comprehending for 10,000 years, suddenly frowned and shook his head. From what he said, it seemed that he was about to succeed. Just a little bit more. Of course, this was definitely a crucial point. It was the point of opportunity, the point of success or failure. As expected of Tooth Fairy, Qin Shao and the other two hadn't made any substantial progress in 50,000 years. However, Tooth Fairy had made a lot of progress in just 10,000 years. He was just a little bit away from comprehending the Tao laws. Space is infinite. There are long and short, big and small. It just depends on which angle you look at it from. In our eyes, the water world is vast and boundless. There's no way to get out of it. That's because we're trapped in it and confined to it. It's not that the water world is too big. It's just that what we see is too big. The appearance is born from the heart. Everything is decided by the heart. If it's just space, then I can get out of it. However, I'm still a little bit short. What's the difference? Tooth Fairy was talking to himself. He didn't mean it, but the listener was listening to him. Hearing Tooth Fairy's words, Qin Zhao's heart was inexplicably touched. Rays of light lit up in Qin Zhao's mind out of thin air. Suddenly, as the light appeared, many thoughts involuntarily came to his mind. Qin Zhao's heart was also greatly moved. The invisible walls that blocked him seemed to have all collapsed. Time, there's still time. Time can be infinitely long or infinitely short. For immortals, 10,000 years is just a blink of an eye. But for the most ordinary mortal, 100 years is a lifetime. It's a very long time. When waiting, one breath of time is incomparably long. When immersed in cultivation, 1,000,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. The length of time is actually related to the heart. The length of space is also related to the heart. The appearance is born from the heart. Everything is decided by the heart. Therefore, the heart is crucial. With the heart as the power, with space as the power, with time as the power. Rays of light poured out, making Qin Zhao's heart brighter and brighter. His thoughts became clearer and clearer. Everything was comprehended. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, they lit up like two blazing suns, completely illuminating the surroundings. Seeing Qin Zhao's eyes, Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian's hearts suddenly moved. They looked at Qin Shao and guessed that Qin Shao might have comprehended it. Tooth Fairy looked at Qin Shao with slight surprise and asked, "You comprehended it?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Senior Tooth Fairy. After hearing your words, I was greatly moved. In addition to space, I thought of time. Whether it's space or time, the length is decided by the heart. Everything is decided by the heart. Space, time, the length is decided by the heart. Everything is decided by the heart." Tooth Fairy thoughtfully repeated it. His heart suddenly moved and brightened. Soon, Tooth Fairy nodded and looked at Qin Shao with admiration, saying, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. I didn't expect that the point that has been troubling me for a long time would suddenly become clear after you pointed it out. I also comprehended it." Qin Shao smiled and said modestly, "Senior Tooth Fairy, you flatter me. I have comprehended it for 40,000 years before, but I didn't gain anything. Just now, when I heard Senior's words, I had a lot of inspiration. That's why I was able to comprehend it so quickly." Tooth Fairy said, "You don't have to be modest about this. Comprehending it is comprehending it. However, what is the process in front of you? The most important thing is the result. To be honest, you are only a second step celestial venerable, and you have only cultivated for about 10 million years. You have a natural shortcoming there. Therefore, it is indeed admirable that you can comprehend it. I admire you very much. It was indeed a rare thing to be admired by Tooth Fairy, and it was also a very honorable thing. Wu Fengqing also laughed and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder, saying, "Yes, brother Qin Zhao, you don't need to be modest. Anyway, I admire you so much that I prostrate myself before you. You are too monstrous. If you continue to grow like this, one day, you will stir up the entire celestial realm." Yes. Haha, at that time, I will definitely be proud to know you, Qin Zhao. I just don't know if at that time, you will still recognize me as a brother who has gone through thick and thin with you. Qin Zhao was a little speechless and glared at Wu Fengqing. Wu Fengqing immediately said, Okay, I'm kidding. I know you are not such a person. But really, Qin Zhao, are all people who come out of the universe so monstrous? You see, Tooth Fairy came out of the universe, and you also came out of the universe. You both make me admire you very much. I really think that you are too monstrous. Your talent and potential are really at the top level in the entire celestial realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Tooth Fairy shook his head a little modestly and said, My talent and potential are not monstrous. It can only be regarded as okay. I think brother Qin Zhao's talent and potential are really amazing. Looking at the entire celestial realm, I'm afraid you are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe that a second-step celestial master, a person who is only cultivated for tens of millions of years, can reach such a level. It is really a little unbelievable. Being praised by these two people, Qin Zhao was really a little embarrassed. Lu Ruyan, who was next to him, seemed to be unwilling to be left out and was about to speak up to praise him. Qin Zhao stopped her in time. Miss Ruyan, if you continue to join in the fun, then I will really fly to the sky. Don't say such nice words. I think we should leave this damn place as soon as possible. We have been trapped here for 50,000 years. It is time to leave. Otherwise, the opportunity will be taken away by others. Yes. Let's leave here first. Wu Fengqing quickly nodded. Business was more important. Since Qin Zhao and Tooth Fairy were both enlightened, it was naturally very easy to leave the water world. Just as the four of them were about to leave, Wu Fengqing suddenly laughed. Haha, brother Qin Zhao, quickly look over there. Following Wu Fengqing's voice, Qin Zhao immediately looked over. He saw that in the distance, there were two familiar figures there, frowning deeply, looking helpless and pained. And Qin Zhao naturally knew these two people. They were old acquaintances. It was none other than Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. He didn't expect that they were also trapped in the water world. Seeing that the two of them were also trapped in the water world, Qin Zhao felt a little relieved. Qin Zhao didn't have the slightest good impression of these two people. Lu Ruyan also wrinkled her nose at the two of them, showing her disdain. Haha, Qian Hao, Nangong Xian, what a coincidence. But let's part here. You guys can slowly stay in the water world. Wu Fengqing smiled somewhat proudly. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian saw that Qin Zhao and the others were about to leave the water world and understood that Qin Zhao and the others had found a way. They had worked hard for 50,000 years and had no clue at all. Now that Qin Zhao and the others had found a way to leave, they naturally had some ideas. Taoist Qin Zhao, please take us with you. We will each give you 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. What do you think? Qian Hao put down some face and said. Chapter 2012. Kneel down and beg me? Qian Hao and Nangong Xian's faces darkened when they heard those humiliating words. How could that be possible? They would rather die than be humiliated. It was impossible for them to kneel down and beg. That was a great humiliation to them. They were furious and filled with hatred. The previous humiliation was one thing, but for the sake of the holy prince consort selection, Qian Hao had to make an embarrassing compromise. But now, he was humiliated like that? How could he bear it? How could he be so disdainful of 100,000 chaos source stones? Qin Shao, you and I are irreconcilable. Let's wait and see. You'll get what you deserve, Qian Hao said fiercely. He could be considered to hold a grudge against this person. Sometimes it was easy to hate someone. It was really easy. This was the law of survival in this world. It was easy to breed hatred in Jianghu. Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to Qian Hao's fierce words. He chose to ignore them, which irritated Qian Hao even more. Sometimes, the most lethal thing was not the viciousness of words, but a look of disdain. That wave of disdain was enough to speak louder than words, pushing its lethality to the extreme. This kind of invisible means was even more suitable for arrogant people. Soon, the four of them left the water world smoothly. With Qin Shao and Tooth Fairy comprehending it, there were no accidents. It's been almost 10 universe eras. I've been trapped in the dark water world. Today, I finally see the light again. After leaving the water world, Tooth Fairy looked a little excited. Looking at everything around him, he felt that it was so nice and warm. What kind of torture was it to be trapped for almost 10 universe eras? However, compared to the hatred in his heart, this was nothing. What happened back then was still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. Ha ha ha! Tooth Fairy suddenly laughed, but his laughter was full of hatred, pain, endless sadness, and madness. As long as I, Tooth Fairy, am alive, Holy Lord Chonglu will no longer be able to sit still. Your Chonglu immortal sect will no longer exist. The obsession of my life is to avenge my wife and resurrect her. It doesn't matter if it's 100 universe epochs, 1,000 universe epochs, or 1,000,000 universe epoch. I will not be lonely. I will tread on the sky and sing in the rain. I will question the heavens with my sword. I want the heavens to not be able to stop me. Tooth Fairy's boldness was indeed magnificent. To charge into the Chonglu immortal sect alone in a fit of rage, knowing full well that it was impossible, knowing full well that it was against the heavens, knowing full well that it would lead to death, not wishing to return, what kind of heroic spirit was this? As the saying goes, when a gentleman is angry for a beauty, the wife he kills is greater than the heavens. Tooth Fairy's manliness was admirable. After a burst of excitement, Tooth Fairy waved his hand and said to Qin Shao and the other two, I will take my leave now. See you again. See you again. Qin Shao and the other two nodded and watched Tooth Fairy leave. After seeing Tooth Fairy off, Wu Fengcheng seemed to be reminiscing. Ha ha, this is really interesting. I really didn't expect to meet a childhood idol in the boundless territory of Li. However, this is really a coincidence. When my cousin and I were young, we liked to listen to stories about heroes, so we liked to look for the heroic deeds of our ancestors. One of the stories that left the deepest impression on us was Tooth Fairy. What we admire about Tooth Fairy is that he was born so lowly. When he came out of the universe, he didn't join any forces. He relied on his own efforts to reach the peak step by step. Moreover, he was very low-key. If it wasn't for the battle with Chonglu, perhaps no one would have known about Tooth Fairy. After the battle with Chonglu, Tooth Fairy became famous and shocked half of the Xia territory. For love, Tooth Fairy didn't care about his own life. His heroic deeds were admirable. Nearly 10 universe eras have passed. Perhaps not many people still remember Tooth Fairy. However, I think that soon, he will come back with a shocking appearance. This time, I'm afraid he will be able to shock the entire Xia territory. Qin Shao didn't understand much about Wu Fengcheng's feelings. After all, Qin Shao had only just met Tooth Fairy and learned about his deeds in the past. However, when he heard about it now, he didn't feel much shock. He admired Tooth Fairy, but he didn't admire Tooth Fairy to the same extent as Wu Fengcheng. That was a deep childhood memory. After lamenting for a while, the three continued to look for the boundless water. There were countless spaces in the boundless territory of Li, which was equivalent to countless worlds. However, not every world was dangerous. In fact, most of the worlds were still relatively peaceful. However, as long as there were dangerous worlds, the boundless territory of Li was extremely dangerous. After all, no matter how heaven-defying one's luck was, it was difficult to not encounter danger all the way. Moreover, once one entered the boundless territory of Li, it was not easy to get out. The spaces and worlds here were not fixed and could change at any time. There was no map to speak of. If one wanted to get out, it was mostly based on luck. Therefore, a very interesting thing happened very quickly. After leaving the water world and walking through more than 10 worlds, Qin Shao and the other two actually walked out of the boundless territory of Li. Moreover, they had arrived in the territory of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. The aura here was obviously different from the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness was a barren land. It was even called the land abandoned by the heavens. The southern wilderness was filled with the aura of desolation. However, the 9 provinces of Huaxia was filled with rich, immortal qi. If one were to compare the southern wilderness with the 9 provinces of Huaxia, it would feel like comparing a thatched cottage with a magnificent palace. The huge gap could be seen at a glance. Even Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the 9 provinces of Huaxia is so powerful. The immortal qi is so rich, the cultivation conditions are so good, and the resources are so abundant. It has also created the endless prosperity of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. In comparison, the southern wilderness is indeed a desolate place. It is barbaric, desolate, barren, and lifeless. The 9 states of Huaxia gives people the feeling that it is full of vitality and prosperity. It feels like the gap is very big. This feeling is really wonderful. It made me fall in love with the 9 provinces of Huaxia at this moment. No wonder Bai Shan and the others yearn for the 9 provinces of Huaxia so much. It is indeed worthy of endless yearning. The 9 provinces of Huaxia, the 5 great holy lands, and the 100 territories of the 100 schools of thought. The strength of each territory is probably enough to fight against the entire southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is indeed not worth mentioning in front of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. It is extremely fragile. Wu Fengcheng said, "This can't be helped. The conditions are given by the heavens. It has been like this since ancient times. No one can change it." In terms of cultivation, the 9 provinces of Huaxia is indeed the best. However, there is also a downside. Although the southern wilderness is barren, there are fewer forces and fewer geniuses. In fact, the competition is also relatively smaller. Therefore, geniuses can be focused on cultivation and focused on the cultivation of resources. In this way, they are actually not much worse than the geniuses of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. As for the 9 provinces of Huaxia, there are as many geniuses as dogs. Powerhouses are everywhere. The competition is too fierce. Every day, who knows how many so-called geniuses die. Of course, in general, the 9 provinces of Huaxia is definitely much better than the southern wilderness. Brother Qin Shao, with your talent, potential, and strength, you can also walk out of the southern wilderness and come to the 9 provinces of Huaxia. This is the stage that you should have. Why don't you come with us to the Xia territory after the Holy Prince Consort selection? Qin Shao smiled. He indeed yearned for the 9 provinces of Huaxia. However, this matter was not urgent and could not be rushed. He still had a lot of things to do, and now was not the right time. Moreover, How could Qin Shao not understand that the 9 provinces of Huaxia was a big stage? However, a big stage also represented a big danger. His realm was still weak. He only relied on some methods and treasures. If he entered the 9 provinces of Huaxia, he was afraid that he would only be coveted by others. It was a very dangerous thing. In a situation where he was not strong enough, the big stage was actually not very useful to him. It was better to stay in the Fu Long Immortal Palace peacefully and raise his strength first. Moreover, there was indeed a lot of things to do. Let's talk about it later. Let's not think about it for now. Qin Shao replied and rejected for the time being. Wu Fengcheng was just saying. Since Qin Shao rejected, he did not say anything more. Instead, he said, "Let's go. Let's continue to enter the boundless territory. I hope that this time we won't be so lucky and walk out after a while." Screech! Just as the 3 of them were about to enter the boundless territory again, an incomparably sharp beast cry came from afar. It shocked this part of the world. It pierced Qin Shao and the other 2's minds and made them feel a burst of pain. It was very uncomfortable. Following this sharp cry, a powerful aura immediately descended. What a terrifying aura! Qin Zhao's expression was surprised. He also immediately became highly vigilant and prepared to go all out at any time. The invisible pressure also made him smell an extremely dangerous aura. Qin Shao turned around and saw a huge ominous beast flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long. It was flying in the void like a bolt of lightning. Its imposing manner was indeed very frightening. This huge fierce beast had 9 wings. Its body was like a huge dragon. Its whole body was black and red, and its body seemed to be emitting red flames. From afar, it gave people the pressure of Mount Tai. Its supreme power was enough to suppress this part of the world and burn the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. What kind of fierce beast is this? Qin Shao frowned deeply. It was also the first time he had seen it. He felt that this fierce beast was extremely dangerous. It was even more dangerous than Palace Master Fu Shi's phoenix. Therefore, this fierce beast was probably a terrifying existence close to the battle strength of a saint. Moreover, Qin Shao saw that on the back of the fierce beast, there were 3 figures standing. They were dressed gorgeously and had an imposing appearance. They had an extraordinary demeanor. It also made Qin Shao think to himself, where did these 3 people come from? They could actually ride such a terrifying fierce beast. Wasn't this way of making an appearance too domineering? It's a 9-winged celestial dragon. It's actually an ancient fierce beast, a 9-winged celestial dragon. My goodness, this is really not an ordinary style. Wu Fengcheng recognized this terrifying fierce beast and immediately clicked his tongue with a look of surprise. An ancient fierce beast, a 9-winged celestial dragon. Qin Shao did not understand this and silently noted it down first. Just the name of an ancient fierce beast was enough to show the strength of this 9-winged celestial dragon. Approaching, the ancient fierce beast, the 9-winged celestial dragon, stopped and hovered in the void. And the 3 men on the back of the 9-winged celestial dragon leaped and flew to the ground. They were extraordinarily handsome and their brilliance illuminated the sky. Chapter 2013. At this time, Wu Fengcheng finally saw the appearance of the 3 people. After sizing them up, he cupped his fist and asked, "May I ask if the 3 of you are Yunlu Shangfeng and Yunlu Shangqi of the Hu Territories Yunlu clan, and young Master Pin Wu of the Pin clan?" Although the 3 of them gave off a feeling of arrogance, they had the demeanor of a young king. However, after hearing Wu Fengcheng's words, the white-clothed man in the middle, Yunlu Shangfeng, sized up Qin Shao and the other 2. Finally, his gaze fell on Wu Fengcheng and said, "That's us. If I'm not wrong, You should be Wu Fengqing of the Xia Territories Wu clan, right? The other two? I don't know this one. Wu Fengqing and Yunlu Shangfeng had never met before. However, the geniuses of each territory naturally knew a thing or two. Therefore, it was not strange that they knew each other. Wu Fengqing introduced, "This is my cousin, Lu Rian of the Lu clan. This is my good friend, Qin Shao, from the southern wasteland." Oh, there's actually a barbarian from the southern wasteland. Wu Fengqing had just finished his introduction when the blue-clothed man on the left laughed mockingly. His gaze was somewhat curious and somewhat disdainful as he sized up Qin Shao. He continued, "You're really weak. A mere second step, heavenly venerable. With such little strength, you want to run to the boundless territory. Are you tired of living?" Then, he shifted the topic to Wu Fengqing and said, "I say, Wu Fengqing, is your brain flooded with water? You're a young talent of the Xia Territories Wu clan. It's fine if you bring a burden with you, but it's a barbarian from the southern wasteland. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? He's just a lowly brat. Just send him away. Isn't bringing it into the boundless territory just asking for trouble? Why don't you keep him in your inner world first? Otherwise, he'll be an eyesore." Just as he finished speaking, the purple-clothed young man on the right curled his lips and said jokingly, "Shang-Chi, don't say that. Maybe he's just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger's horn. If Wu Fengqing can call him a good friend, then his strength must not be too bad. You can't always judge people by their realm. Even if he is from the southern wasteland, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have any strength. Although the southern wasteland is barren, it can still give birth to some geniuses. It's just that the number is far less than that of our Huaxia." Hearing the purple-clothed youth refute his words, Shang-Chi felt a bit embarrassed. He immediately glared and said unhappily, "I say, Pin Wu, why do you always have to go against me? You sing with me wherever I go. That's enough of you." Pin Wu smiled and said, "What's there to be excited about? I'm just worried that you'll be slapped in the face. I'm just worried about you." "Then should I thank you for your concern?" Yunlu Shang-Chi felt even more uncomfortable. Pin Wu shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you want to thank me, you can. Anyway, I still enjoy it." Yunlu Shang-Chi was speechless. He couldn't wait to block Pin Wu's mouth. The white-clothed man in the middle, Yunlu Shangfeng, waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys stop bickering. You're really a pair of natural enemies. You can sing about anything. Don't let others see you as a joke." Yunlu Shangfeng's prestige was obviously not bad. The two of them also immediately settled down. Yunlu Shangfeng nodded slightly to Qin Shao and said, "Shang-Chi was just joking with you. Don't take offense." When others respected him, Lu Xiao would also respect them. Although it felt that Yunlu Shangfeng was also a person full of arrogance, at least he wouldn't be arrogant to the point of looking down on everyone and provoking others. Therefore, this kind of arrogance was still acceptable to Qin Shao. He also nodded back but didn't say anything. "Wufeng City. Since we've coincidentally met here, and I see that everyone has the same goal in mind, why don't we first travel together?" Yunlu Shangfeng suggested. Wu Fengqing was a little hesitant. Although it was said that there was more strength in numbers, there were naturally advantages and disadvantages. After all, everyone had a competitive relationship. Therefore, if they really found the boundless water, then the problem of distribution would be a big problem. Moreover, both sides were actually not familiar with each other. Therefore, the trust between them was still relatively low. Rashly moving together obviously meant that there was a big hidden danger inside. The heart to guard against others was a must. Lu Rian only came into play. She came completely to accompany Wu Fengqing. Therefore, she naturally listened to Wu Fengqing. Qin Shao shook his head, indicating that he was unwilling. Since that was the case, Wu Fengqing said, "No, it's true that everyone has the same purpose. However, there aren't many opportunities to obtain it. We still have to rely on our own luck. You all have your own luck. We also have our own luck. If we go together, then our luck will only decrease. Therefore, it's better that we act separately. If we meet, it's best if we don't fight. Yun Lu Shangfeng didn't say much. Instead, he slightly nodded. However, Yun Lu Shangqi was not happy. He curled his lips, raised his nose, and lightly snorted. He said, "You really are putting on airs. My big brother kindly wants to go with you. You actually don't know what's good for you and refuse. You, Wu Fengqing, don't really think that we still need to rely on your strength? Humph, I think you've lived in vain. As a genius disciple of the Wu clan, you actually have to listen to the barbarians of the southern wasteland. I really feel sorry for you." "Alright, Shang-Chi, stop talking. Let's go," Yun Lu Shangfeng angrily reprimanded. The group of three then entered the boundless territory. Before entering the boundless territory, Yun Lu Shangqi looked very unhappy. He deeply looked at Qin Shao. Wu Fengqing somewhat helplessly shook his head. He said, "What a good-for-nothing disciple. Brother Qin Shao, don't pay attention to his words. Some people are just talking for fun. In reality, they don't have any real ability." Qin Shao faintly smiled, indicating that it was nothing. He wouldn't think too much about it. He had seen too many good-for-nothing disciples like this. He would just ignore them. As long as they didn't provoke him, then it was fine. If they really did, then don't blame him for being impolite. "Let's go," Wu Fengqing said. The three of them once again entered the boundless territory. They once again walked through one world after another, as if they were aimlessly wandering. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Entering the boundless territory was like this. Fate was the most important thing. If one wanted to find the boundless water, then one would need heaven-defying luck. If one didn't have heaven-defying luck, then one would need to constantly wander in the boundless territory and waste time. After all, there was still probability. The longer one stayed, the more space one would encounter. In theory, finding the boundless water was only a matter of time. Of course, the prerequisite was that one must be able to survive in the boundless territory. The longer one stayed, the more dangerous it would be. The more terrifying space one encountered, the slimmer one's chances of survival would be. One water world almost trapped Qin Shao and the others inside. And the water world was only one of the tens of thousands of terrifying spaces in the boundless territory. And it was definitely not the most terrifying one. There were definitely many more spaces that were more terrifying than the water world. Therefore, luck was the most important thing. If not, why would the heavens chosen give Qin Shao 10 million years? But 10 million years was already an extremely short period of time. The heavens chosen originally didn't intend to let Qin Shao pass this test. He only intended to make things difficult for Qin Shao. To be able to live for 10 million years in the boundless territory was definitely an extremely amazing thing. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. Qin Shao and the other two's luck didn't seem to be bad. They also didn't encounter a dangerous place like the water world. Small dangers and troubles were constant, but the three of them were after all very strong. Therefore, ordinary dangers wouldn't pose any threat to them. There are two corpses up ahead. There was an intense fight. Qin Shao and the other two quickly discovered the situation and discovered the two dead men. Qin Shao sized up the surroundings. An intense battle had just occurred here not long ago. The destructive power was shockingly great. It was definitely an extremely powerful fourth step, Heavenly Venerable, who made a move. Or it could be said that they used some powerful trump card to have such shocking destructive power. Wu Fengqing sized up the two dead men and quickly recognized them. One is Mi Liang from the Mi clan of Vast Territory. The other is Gu Qing from the Gu clan of Vast Territory. Both of them are outstanding genius representatives of vast territory. They both have a good reputation in vast territory and are very powerful in all aspects. I didn't expect both of them to die here. The two of them are from the same territory. They should have entered the boundless territory together. I don't know what kind of existence they provoked to actually die here. Moreover, both of them were robbed of everything. Clearly, they didn't encounter any natural danger in the boundless territory. It was something that was done by someone. Two geniuses who were not inferior to him had died here. Naturally, Wu Fengqing's heart palpitated slightly. Qin Shao sized up the surroundings carefully before saying, judging from the traces of battle and the aura left behind, there were only 3 people. In other words, these 2 were actually killed by the same person. Someone who can kill 2 fourth-step, heavenly venerable geniuses by himself, what kind of strength does that person have? If they didn't have powerful treasures on them, then only a peak fourth-step heavenly venerable existence could do this. Wu Fengqing, which one do you think is more likely? Wu Fengqing carefully pondered. After a while, he shook his head and said, I really can't say for sure which one it is. However, I think the latter possibility is slightly higher. If it really was done by other geniuses, then they must have used their trump cards. Moreover, I think that Mi Liang and Guqing should have at least one trump card on them. After all, they are outstanding youths of their respective clans. They are the representatives of their clan's geniuses. How could they not have a trump card to protect them? Trump card? Under such circumstances, the chances of other geniuses making a move to kill them aren't high at all. Moreover, those who enter the boundless territory are generally just clones. Their original bodies are still there. If their clones are exposed after killing them, wouldn't that leave behind hidden dangers? Therefore, I think the greatest possibility is that they still encountered an extremely powerful fourth-step, heavenly venerable existence. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, could it be that there really is an extremely powerful fourth-step, heavenly venerable existence coming to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection? Wu Fengqing thought for a while and shook his head. This possibility shouldn't be high. After all, the Holy Prince Consort selection criteria are very harsh. Cultivation time can't exceed a universe epoch. Extremely powerful fourth-step, heavenly venerables are either living ancient existences or peerless monstrous geniuses. Chapter 2014. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed very reasonable. The greatest possibility was that an extremely powerful fourth-step, heavenly venerate had made a move. Moreover, this extremely powerful fourth-step, heavenly venerate had not come for the Holy Prince Consort selection. However, why had he killed 2 geniuses with great backgrounds here? One had to know that behind Mi Liang and Guqing were the Mi and Gu clans of vast territory. In vast territory, the forces of these 2 clans could definitely be ranked in the top 20. They were definitely not ordinary forces and could not be underestimated. Even an ancient saint would probably not dare to rashly provoke them, right? It was fine if they had killed ordinary disciples, but the ones they had killed were the outstanding youths of the Mi and Gu clans. They were the representatives of geniuses and were the focus of the clan's nurturing. They were treasures. Wouldn't killing these 2 offend the dignity of the Mi and Gu clans? Who was it that had such guts? Wu Fengqing had also been pondering this question. Perhaps it's an enemy of one of the 2. Or perhaps it's some extremely vicious person. There are still many people who treat the boundless territory as a refuge. They hide in the boundless territory and specialize in doing evil in the boundless territory. Some people have enemies outside and have been hiding in the boundless territory all this time. Or, some eccentric people like to hide in the boundless territory to cultivate. Or, some demonic beasts have been hiding in the boundless territory all this time. It's all possible. There are too many possibilities. However, we don't need to investigate and find out. The warning for us is that we have to be more careful. If we encounter such a vicious person, it's better to stay away. Qin Shao nodded. There was no need to think too much. They just had to be careful. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, they could not avoid it. If your luck was bad, then it would be useless no matter how much you hid. When they left this world and entered the next one, the three of them finally sensed that the aura was unusual. As soon as they entered this world, an ancient and faint aura hit them in the face. It made them feel as if they had entered a world that had been sealed for countless years. This ancient aura was boundless, and contained remnants of an ancient and terrifying will. Therefore, the moment they entered, they felt as if they were in danger. This was not a good feeling. In an instant, Qin Shao and the other two people became vigilant and looked around cautiously. There were many dangerous worlds in the boundless territory, so the three of them had long been mentally prepared to deal with danger at any time. There was nothing strange about encountering a dangerous world. Since he had encountered it, he might as well face it with all his might. Soon, their gazes landed in the distance, and they saw a stretch of dilapidated walls. Although there were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls, one could still see the grandeur of the city from the ruins. Above those dilapidated walls, a green color crawled up, emitting an extremely ancient aura. After sizing up the dilapidated walls for a while, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely smell an extremely terrifying ancient aura. Just a trace of an ancient aura that had existed for countless years was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart palpitate, and he even felt a bit afraid. Qin Shao could not help but feel shocked. Just what was the origin of these ruins? It felt very, very extraordinary. There seems to be someone over there. Qin Shao suddenly frowned. He felt the presence of a few powerful auras over there. Obviously, there were people there. After entering the boundless territory for so long, they had only met 2 waves of people. If the 2 dead people were included, it would be 3 waves. In fact, they did not meet many people. Originally, very few people came to the Boundlessly domain, so it was naturally very rare to meet someone here. However, for the Holy Prince Consort selection this time, there were probably thousands of young geniuses who entered the boundless territory. Therefore, the probability of meeting people was still relatively high. Very high. An ancient miracle. Cough cough. We are actually lucky enough to enter here, Wu Fengqing said with a surprised look. After hearing this, Lu Rian asked with slight surprise, "Cousin, this is the legendary ancient miracle of the boundless territory?" Wu Fengqing nodded and smiled. Yes, this should be the legendary ancient miracle of the boundless territory. I checked it out just now. It should be. In order to enter the boundless territory, I did my homework this time. I collected a lot of information and studied it carefully. I didn't expect that we would encounter one of the most difficult places in the boundless territory, the ancient miracle of the boundless territory, so quickly. Seeing Wu Fengqing's surprised and excited look, Qin Shao asked curiously, "Ancient miracle, it sounds like a place full of opportunities. So, we are considered to have encountered a great opportunity?" No. However, Wu Fengqing shook his head and said, "That's not true. It can't be said to be a great opportunity. This is definitely not possible. After all, no one can say for sure how long this ancient miracle has existed. It could be tens of thousands of universe eras, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of universe eras. Anyway, no one can say for sure how long this ancient miracle has existed. We only know that in the records there are various rumors about this ancient miracle. Who left this ancient miracle behind? It is still a mystery to this day. And after countless years, the good things would have long been taken away by others. How could it be our turn? What is left now is just this piece of ruins and these broken walls. It is said that this piece of ruins was fought over time and time again to become like this. Who knows how many battles have taken place to turn this ancient divine relic into such a pitiful state. And in the historical records, there are indeed many people who have benefited from this ancient miracle. Hearing this, Qin Zhao's interest suddenly faded. Seeing that Wu Fengqing was a little excited just now, Qin Zhao really thought that they had encountered a great opportunity. It turned out that this was not the case. Seeing that Qin Zhao was a little disappointed, Wu Fengqing smiled and said, "I was excited just now because I saw the legendary ancient miracle. Isn't this a very exciting thing? I feel that this excitement is better than encountering a great opportunity." Qin Zhao was a little amused and did not know how to answer. However, what he said wasn't completely unreasonable. Wu Fengqing said again, "But how should I put it? Whether you can gain something or not depends on yourself. After all, no matter what, this is an ancient miracle. According to the legends, the ancient person who created this miracle was a fourth-step prime saint. He was an extremely ancient and powerful existence. So the miracle he left behind, even if countless years have passed, there might still be some fish that escaped the net. And in this miracle, there might be some remnant aura left behind. Maybe it can give you some inspiration." A fourth-step prime saint? Qin Zhao also knew that the prime saints were divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 levels. What kind of existence was a fourth-step prime saint? Qin Zhao could not imagine. After all, he certainly had not seen such a supreme existence. For example, the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace and Yu Luosha should only be first-step prime saints. His master, Old Man Luha, should also be a first-step prime saint. The strength of the Heaven Mountain City Lord was very powerful. In the entire southern wasteland, he was recognized as one of the top 10 existences. According to Bai Shan, the Heaven Mountain City Lord was only a second-step prime saint. In other words, the strongest in the entire southern wasteland should only be second-step prime saints. There should not be any third-step prime saints. Fourth-step prime saints, what kind of powerful existence was that? Most likely, they stood at the top of the immortal realm. If this was really a miracle left behind by an ancient fourth-step prime saint, then it was reasonable for Wu Fengqing to be so excited. "Let's go and take a look first," Qin Zhao said. The three of them quickly approached the ancient miracle. The closer they got, the thicker the ancient aura, and the more vicissitudes it felt. Fortunately, there isn't much danger in the ancient divine ruin. There were dangers in the past, but countless ancestors had trampled this place and destroyed all the dangers. So, this place is now a dead zone. You can go and take a look boldly. Ancient miracles, Wu Fengqing said. If there were no dangers, then there was no need to be so vigilant. Although Wu Fengqing said so, Qin Zhao still did not dare to let down his guard. Even if there were no dangers in the ancient miracle, there were other people around. There were hidden dangers, and they had to be vigilant. Sure enough, Qin Zhao soon saw a few familiar figures. Yun Lu Shangfeng and the other two were there. In addition to them, he saw a few other unfamiliar figures. However, looking at their clothes and aura, he knew that they must be the geniuses of the 9 states Huaxia country who came to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. The number of people was not small. In addition to Yun Lu Shangfeng and the other two, there were 5 more people. In addition to Qin Zhao and the other two, there were a total of 11 people here. It was indeed a rare thing for so many people to gather in one space. Yun Lu Shangqi looked at Qin Zhao with an unhappy expression and snorted, then continued to do his own thing. Clearly, he already found Qin Zhao displeasing to the eye in every way. Qin Zhao was too lazy to care about Yun Lu Shangqi's unfriendliness. It was fine as long as he provoked him. Otherwise, who cares if you are a disciple of the Yun Lu clan? Everyone was busy with their own things, walking in the ruins, looking carefully as if they wanted to find something. This ancient miracle might have left something behind, but it depended on whether you could find it or not. Qin Shao, let's split up. Maybe we can find something. Haha, since we're here, we have to give it a try. Wu Fengqing said. Qin Shao nodded. Since he was here, he naturally had to take a good look. Qin Shao had just taken a few steps when his eyes flickered again. He saw two familiar figures that he did not see before. Seeing these two people, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. These two people were none other than Qian Hao and Nangong Xian, who had found trouble with him before. Qian Hao had been humiliated by him twice, so when they met now it was natural for him to feel a little jealous. Qian Hao looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of anger and hatred. He did not hide it at all. It was obvious how angry he was with Qin Shao. Seeing Qian Hao and Nangong Xian, Qin Shao was not surprised. They could walk out of the water world, probably using some trump cards. Chapter 2015. The two of them just looked at each other for a while. Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to Qian Hao. As long as Qian Hao didn't take the initiative to provoke him, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to take the initiative to attack. After all, the main purpose of entering the boundless sanctuary this time was to get the boundless water. There was no need to complicate things, unless it was an unbearable situation. Qian Hao also came for the Holy Prince consort selection. Even if he hated Qin Shao to the core, he wouldn't easily make a move at this time. That would be an unwise move. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's strength was there. Qian Hao also felt a little powerless. Just now, in order to walk out of the water world, he and Nangong Xian had used their trump card. Now, even if he wanted to deal with Qin Shao, he actually didn't have enough means. Therefore, he could only glare to express the anger in his heart. Qin Shao walked in the ruins, immersing himself in the ruins. Every piece of gravel was sketching out the original appearance of this place in his mind. He felt every piece of this place, every pillar, every stone, every grain. Time could dilute everything. Too much time had passed, so even after Qin Shao sensed it for a long time, he still could not sense much of the remaining power. The ruins were very big. Qin Shao walked slowly and carefully felt. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Everyone was patiently looking at the ruins, hoping to gain something, but obviously, there was nothing. Qin Shao suddenly stopped in a place. The layout of the surroundings made him feel a little strange. What an exquisite layout! Although it's basically destroyed beyond recognition, if you look carefully, you'll find that the layout here is extremely exquisite. It's definitely using the mechanical armor technique, and it's very clever. Even I can only roughly figure it out. It's a pity that it's destroyed beyond recognition. Otherwise, it might really give me some of the secrets on the mechanical armor technique. After looking around, Qin Shao also shook his head with a look of pity. All the good things were destroyed. Since he couldn't gain anything, he could only continue to look at other places. But just as she turned around, Qin Zhao's gaze seemed to have caught a glimpse of something important. At that moment, a strong feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Qin Shao couldn't help but stop and take a closer look. But when he looked again, he didn't seem to find anything. It was as if his eyes were just playing tricks on him. But that's not right. How strong was Qin Shao? How could there be a situation where his eyesight was blurred? He had clearly seen something just now, and it was something that he felt was very important, something that could touch his heart. I saw it just now. Let me clean it up first. Qin Shao thought for a while and immediately had an idea. Qin Shao had always been firm about her ideas. Since he had made up his mind, he naturally took action immediately and cleaned up the place. After cleaning for a while, Qin Shao found a stone pillar that was half the height of a man. There wasn't anything special about the stone pillar. However, there were many complicated runes carved on the stone pillar. To those who didn't know these runes, there wasn't anything unusual about them. However, Qin Shao was able to recognize that these runes were related to the array formation and restriction. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but be a little curious and looked at it carefully. What did it mean to have a stone pillar carved with complicated runes here? Moreover, this stone pillar was intact and not damaged. It was buried here by a lot of gravel, which might have protected it from being damaged. The traces of time left a strong sense of vicissitudes on this stone pillar, and those runes were a little mysterious. Qin Shao didn't practice the formation, but Qin Shao had some attainments in the mechanism formation. The mechanism formation actually included the formation, but it was higher than the formation. The path of mechanical array armor was actually a perfect fusion of several small paths, forming a powerful side path. Qin Shao studied it carefully, but still didn't understand the meaning of these runes. It was too profound. Countless years have passed. I don't know if this formation has been damaged. But this stone pillar is intact here. It is really possible that it hasn't been damaged. From the looks of it, this stone pillar might be the core of the formation. Generally speaking, if the formation is damaged, then the stone pillar should also be damaged, unless the situation is not what I think. But looking at the situation around, it seems that there shouldn't be any formation or restriction. If there is, then it should have been destroyed. Countless years have passed. What should be destroyed should have been destroyed long ago. Qin Zhao's face was thoughtful, and he shook his head secretly. It seemed that many of his inferences didn't make sense. The more you don't understand something, the more you want to understand it. Try to penetrate it with your divine consciousness. Qin Zhao's divine consciousness moved and immediately entered the stone pillar. Boom! As soon as Qin Zhao's divine consciousness touched the stone pillar, it was like a detonated barrel of gunpowder. A powerful energy spewed out of the stone pillar like a volcanic eruption. Qin Zhao's consciousness seemed to have been swallowed by a black hole in an instant, causing Qin Shao to lose consciousness instantly. His mind was blank, and his whole person seemed to have been petrified, standing still in place. The light in his eyes also quickly dimmed, just like a dead person. It's over, it's over. This was Qin Zhao's remaining consciousness, and he felt that he was going to die. If his divine consciousness was completely swallowed, then his body and soul would be destroyed immediately. Such a way of dying was very sullen. He didn't even have the chance to resist and died in an instant. Qin Shao also thought that he couldn't be so unlucky, right? It was really curiosity that killed the cat. He just wanted to study this stone pillar. It couldn't be so terrible, right? Just by penetrating his divine consciousness, it was going to devour his divine consciousness? No matter how powerful this stone pillar was, it shouldn't be so terrible. What the hell was going on? His consciousness felt that it was going to be devoured, but it wasn't really devoured, so Qin Shao was a little puzzled. Boom! At this moment, another powerful force surged towards Qin Zhao's divine sense. It was like an ordinary mortal being facing a monstrous wave crashing towards him. This time, Qin Shao didn't even have the chance to react at all. He was completely annihilated, and his consciousness completely dissipated. It was blank. Woo, Nipper. I don't want to. Faintly, there was an intermittent and very weak voice coming from a very far distance. It seemed to be there, but it was also silent. Pa! Qin Shao suddenly woke up. His whole person was awake in an instant, and all his consciousness was restored. He turned around and saw Lu Rian staring at Qin Shao with her jade-like eyes wide open. She had a strange expression on her face. What happened to me just now? Seeing Lu Rian's strange look, Qin Shao immediately guessed that something must have happened to him just now. He tried hard to recall. He knew the general situation, but he couldn't remember the specifics. It was completely blank just now, and he couldn't remember anything at all. Thinking about it, Qin Shao felt a little scared. Even with his strength, his consciousness had completely disappeared just now. It was as if he was dead. What kind of energy was needed to do this? What happened just now? Just what kind of terrifying power was that? Why did it devour his consciousness, but didn't hurt him? Qin Shao carefully checked his body again, and confirmed again that there was nothing strange, and he was still intact. His divine consciousness, will, and soul were not hurt at all. This was strange. He was completely fine, but his consciousness had disappeared for a while just now. And Qin Shao clearly felt a force entering his body, but now he couldn't feel it at all. Strange, this was really strange, really strange. Hey! Why are you in a daze? I patted you, and I stood in front of you for so long. Do you completely treat me as air? Lu Rian couldn't help but complain. Hearing Lu Rian's voice, Qin Shao came back to his senses and said, Miss Rian, I saw you, but I was thinking about something just now, so I didn't say hello to you in time. What happened to me just now? Were you in a daze for a long time? Lu Rian looked at Qin Shao up and down with a strange look. After a long while she said, You were in a daze for 10 breaths of time, okay? Just now I saw that you were acting strangely here, so I came to see what happened to you, but I found that you were in a daze. He's in a daze. I called you, but you didn't hear me, so I patted you, and then you reacted. But after you reacted, you ignored me. I say, Qin Shao, why are you so strange? What are you doing? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you just now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand? I could have killed you in an instant. Fortunately, it was me who walked over just now. If it was Qian Hao who walked over just now, maybe you would be dead now. 10 breaths of time? Hearing Lu Rian's words, Qin Shao felt a chill on his back, and a trace of cold sweat oozed out. 10 breaths of time, that was really scary. Not to mention 10 breaths of time, even half a breath of time was enough for him to die several times. What happened just now? How could he lose consciousness for so long? The more Qin Shao thought about it, the more scared he was. It was indeed as Rian Lu had said. Fortunately, it was her. If it was Qian Hao, then he might really be dead now. Moreover, he might not even know how he died. That was the most tragic part. However, Qin Shao himself didn't understand the situation just now, so naturally there was no way to explain it to Lu Rian. He could only casually make up an excuse and said, No, I was just thinking too much. Actually, my vigilance is not bad. Maybe it's because I'm familiar with your aura, so I didn't see you as a threat. Naturally, I didn't have any reaction when you approached. If it was someone else, I would have noticed it long ago, and naturally wouldn't give them a chance. Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, Lu Rian couldn't think of any other possibilities, so she could only choose to believe this explanation. However, Rian Lu still said, I think it's better for you to be careful. This is the boundless expanse. Anything can happen. Don't let your guard down. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable if you're not careful. Chapter 2016. Shaoxing Rian Lu looked at Qin Shao strangely. After a while, she said, Do you like to pretend to be young? Pretend to be young? I am young, okay? Qin Shao was a bit unhappy. Although he had lived for tens of millions of years, he was still considered young in the immortal region. Ahem, Rian Lu was a bit embarrassed. Okay, I forgot that you have only lived for tens of millions of years. You are indeed young. Forget it, I won't talk about age with you. Otherwise, I will cry. Compared to you, I am really an old woman. Ha ha! Qin Shao couldn't help but be amused by Lu Rian. For a fourth-step Empyrean, Lu Rian was very, very young. Qin Shao couldn't tell how old Rian Lu was, but he was sure that she had not lived for a universe epoch. Such a young fourth step, celestial venerable, was very young. In terms of age in this realm, she should have started in a universe epoch. At a certain point in time, there wasn't much meaning to it anymore. Why are you still laughing? If you continue to laugh, I will ignore you. Seeing Qin Shao laugh, Ruyan Lu anxiously stomped her feet and pouted. When a girl acted coquettishly, it was really charming. No, I am not laughing at you, haha. Qin Shao wanted to explain, but seeing Ruyan Lu's cute and coquettish appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. Qin Shao didn't know why he laughed. He felt like he was hit on the funny part. However, Qin Shao was not a person who liked to laugh. In fact, he usually didn't even smile. You are still saying that you are not laughing at me. I am angry, I will ignore you. Ruyan Lu pouted and left angrily. Qin Shao wanted to explain, but Ruyan Lu was already far away. He wanted to chase after her, but then he thought that it was not necessary. He believed that Ruyan Lu was not a petty person. When he saw her later, he would just have to apologize and explain himself. Now, Qin Shao still wanted to figure out what happened just now. Qin Shao always felt that what happened just now was not simple. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't feel at ease. Just now, Qin Shao tried hard to recall what had happened just now. Why do I feel like there's a surge of energy flowing into my body? But what puzzled Qin Shao was that he had carefully checked his body, but he didn't notice anything. He had checked his internal world, sea of consciousness and soul, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. This was very strange, very strange. Therefore, Qin Shao recalled it over and over again, but she still had the same feeling, and it was very strong. Strange, too strange. After thinking about it for a long time, Qin Shao still couldn't figure out the reason. He was too lazy to continue thinking about it, so he gave up for the time being. What was worth consoling was that he didn't feel any discomfort. It could be considered a false alarm. Thinking of the situation just now, Qin Shao still had some lingering fear. It seemed that he really couldn't touch things casually here, otherwise it would be very dangerous. After looking around again, he still didn't find anything. Qin Shao walked towards Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian. They obviously didn't find anything, so they also met up. When Lu Rian saw Qin Shao, she pursed her lips and turned her head to one side. It seemed that women were very vengeful. Qin Shao shook his head secretly, walked forward and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Rian. It's really not what you think just now. I really didn't laugh at you. I just laughed a little. I apologize to you, don't be angry." "I don't believe you. You're obviously laughing at me, and you still refuse to admit it. Humph, you men are really thick-skinned enough. This apology is not sincere at all. I don't want to hear it," Lu Rian said. This made Qin Shao a little speechless. How was he thick-skinned? He was apologizing very sincerely, okay? She still didn't accept it? Then forget it. Qin Shao was too lazy to say anything more. If she didn't accept it, then she didn't accept it. It was said that in this world, only villains and women were difficult to deal with. This sentence was not wrong at all. It was too true. Haha. Seeing Qin Zhao's depressed look, Wu Fengcheng laughed heartily. "Brother Qin Shao, you were played by my cousin." Wu Fengcheng patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said very responsibly. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Wu Fengcheng and then looked at Lu Rian. He saw Lu Rian sneering there, and even made a victorious expression to Qin Shao. Seeing this, Qin Shao finally understood. It turned out that Lu Rian was deliberately angry at him, just now, and he took it seriously. It could only be said that Lu Rian's acting was too real, so Qin Shao also fell for it. "Brother Qin Shao, don't mind her. My cousin likes to tease people sometimes, and she likes to do funny things. In fact, she didn't mean it. She's just more playful, like a child who hasn't grown up. You have to be more tolerant," Wu Fengcheng said. Lu Rian curled her lips and disagreed. I say, cousin, I haven't grown up yet, okay? Isn't it good to maintain a little childlike innocence? Okay. Wu Fingcheng nodded very dotingly and said, I didn't say it's not good. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's temper is good. After being teased by you, he didn't really get angry at you. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really get angry. The habit of teasing people. I don't know when you can change it. Lu Rian didn't care too much and said, I think it's quite good. Why should I change it? Isn't it quite fun? I came out this time because I was afraid that you would be lonely and bored, so I came to accompany you. I don't care if I can find the infinite water or not. The long road of cultivation is originally very boring. If people still live a very boring life, then wouldn't it be even more boring? Wouldn't it be extremely boring? That's why I don't want to be like you guys. Besides, if Qin Xiao is so stingy, then it means that this person is not worth befriending. As a man, he should be more open-minded. I don't like stingy men at all. Wu Fingcheng was actually speechless by Lu Rian's words for a moment, unable to refute. He felt that it was illogical, but he had to admit that it made some sense. Qin Xiao also smiled in relief and said, having a happy heart is indeed a very good thing. Yes, the road of cultivation is incomparably long and boring. It's indeed a good thing to be able to find some fun for yourself. Cultivation is to be able to endure loneliness and preserve one's youth. The long road is filled with solitary courage. Walking on a song against the heavens. You're a big man. It's enough that you can endure loneliness. Why do you need to preserve one's youth? Lu Rian teased again. The three of them joked for a while, then left the ancient miracle world. Everyone didn't gain anything here, so there was no reason to continue staying. It was more important to continue looking for the infinite water. After walking through a few worlds, the three of them actually found the bodies of 3/4 step heavenly venerables. Wu Fingcheng probably recognized those who died. They were all young geniuses of the 9 states Huaxia country. There are already 5. 5 geniuses have already died here. And the situation is similar to what we found before. They all died in the hands of the same person. It's definitely an extremely powerful 4th step, heavenly venerate. But the scary thing is that the aura left behind is different from the previous ones. In other words, the murderer these 2 times is not the same person. It's not the same person, but they have the same goal. They're both extremely powerful 4th step, heavenly venerate. Why does it feel like there's a big secret hidden here? Wu Fingcheng's face was solemn. The situation seemed to be very complicated. Qin Xiao also frowned deeply. He was also thinking about these problems. He really felt that it was too unusual. When he saw 2 people being killed before, although he also felt that it was strange and that it might be a little unusual, he didn't think much about it. This time they saw 3 people being killed one after another. They had to treat it seriously. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiao said, it shouldn't be so coincidental. I think there might be a mysterious force behind this. It's targeting this holy prince consort selection and wants to kill some geniuses. You said before that this holy prince consort selection may attract hundreds of billions of geniuses from all over the 9 states Huaxia country to participate. So, the mysterious force behind this is most likely targeting you geniuses. It wants to kill as many of you as possible. The possibility of it being an enemy should be completely ruled out now. After all, 2 groups of people died, and it was done by different people. If it's an enemy, it's impossible for there to be such an amazing coincidence. Wu Fingcheng nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's inference. The situation of an enemy could indeed be completely ruled out. Besides an enemy, the second possibility is that it's an extremely vicious person hiding in the boundless territory of Li. Now, I think it can also be ruled out. If it's just the previous situation, then this possibility is indeed very high. But combined with the current situation, the possibility of this coincidence should be very small. So, the possibility of it being ruled out is very high. Of course, for the time being, it can't be completely ruled out, but I think it can be ruled out 99%. The biggest possibility is that there's a mysterious force behind this matter. It's carrying out a huge conspiracy and wants to take advantage of this good opportunity to do something earth-shattering. Wu Fengqing thought for a while and nodded. Based on the current situation, this was indeed the most likely scenario, but Wu Fengqing also couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and said, "But there's a very puzzling point. What kind of mysterious force would dare to eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? You must know that this time, those who can enter the boundless territory to search for the boundless water are all geniuses of various territories, young outstanding figures of various surnames. Behind this, there are many surname forces involved. For example, the 5 people who died have already involved the 5 surname forces. If this continues, then the number of surname forces involved will only increase. The force formed behind this is also very terrifying. Isn't such an act equivalent to making an enemy of the entire 9 states Huaxia country? What kind of force dares to do this? At least for now, I can't think of such a terrifying force existing." Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "That's not necessarily impossible. Some dark forces hide very deeply and haven't been exposed." Chapter 2017. Wu Fengqing nodded. It seemed to make sense. Therefore, this matter was really hard to say. Indeed, it was possible. No matter what the real situation was, the sense of danger was there, so they had to be careful. After killing people and taking all the things, it's clean and tidy. The force behind this should be targeting small groups with only 2 or 3 people. Ahem, I was just thinking that there are only 3 of us in this world. We can't be so unlucky as to be targeted, right? Wu Fengqing suddenly had this thought, and after he finished speaking, he looked around vigilantly. Although this idea was not good, it could not be said that there was no such possibility. Ba, cousin, you jinx. Don't talk nonsense. If they really target us, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Let's hope for something good. I think our luck shouldn't be that bad, Lu Ruyan said immediately. Wu Fengqing grinned and immediately changed his words. Yes. Bah, I jinx it. I never say anything good. Our luck has been good all along, so we definitely won't, Not good, something's happening. However, before Wu Fengqing could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. Qin Shao and Lu Ruyan also immediately sensed the sudden arrival of a dangerous aura. Something had happened, and the 3 of them suddenly tensed up. Wu Fengqing's expression became a little strange, and he looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that my jinx was right? The 3 of them stood back to back in a small circle, each guarding one side. The high-grade immortal artifact was already in their hands, and they were ready to go all out. In the face of such a strong enemy, how could they dare to hide anything? That would be courting death. Sure enough, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. Darkness pressed down, as if swallowing the whole world in an instant, plunging the world into darkness. The battle array as soon as it appeared was terrifying. It controlled the heaven and earth, triggering the laws of the immortal Tao for its use. Heaven and earth submitted to it. To be able to do this, its strength must be terrifyingly strong. It was indeed an extremely powerful 4th step, heavenly venerable. A single strand of will could move the heavens, and a single gaze could intimidate the heavens. Such a terrifying and powerful battle formation and immortal pressure weighed down heavily on the hearts of Qin Shao and the other 2 like an incomparably heavy mountain, making them feel unprecedentedly dignified, nervous, and even a little inexplicable fear. In the face of such a powerful enemy, it made one feel as if death was approaching. His hand that was holding the weapon could not help but break out in a cold sweat. A figure wrapped in black chi and black clothes walked out of the darkness. Above the ninth heaven, a pair of abyss-like eyes stared coldly at Qin Shao and the other two. He wore a ferocious black mask on his face, making him look like a devil. He looked sinister and ferocious. Heaven and earth surged in all directions, forming a domain of darkness. Qin Shao and the other two were unable to walk out of this domain. Clearly, the other party wanted to trap the three of them in the domain and then kill them one by one. Thinking back to the deaths of the previous two groups of people, it was most likely the same. They did not even have the chance to escape. It was no wonder that even though they had life-saving trump cards, they still died here. The situation was far from good. Speaking of life-saving trump cards, Qin Shao did not know whether the ancient saint talisman given by Princess Xiaoyu could be counted as one or not, but it should be. That talisman of the ancient saint talisman was a life-saving treasure given to Princess Xiaoyu by the master of Fumo Immortal Palace. The power it contained should be at the level of an ancient saint. As for the 9 sagely flying daggers, they could not be counted as life-saving trump cards. They could only be regarded as the most powerful means. Could an ancient saint talisman repel the terrifying existence in front of them? This made Qin Shao feel completely uncertain. After all, 5 geniuses had died. Qin Shao did not believe that the 5 of them did not have 1 or 2 life-saving trump cards. They should also have life-saving trump cards in their hands, but they still died in the hands of the other party. It was enough to show that the situation was not so simple. It's over, it's over. I feel that we are doomed this time. Later, let's not hide anymore. When the other party starts to attack, we will throw out all our trump cards and fight desperately. I'm afraid we only have one chance. Only by fighting for this one chance can we have a way out. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of the other 2 groups. How could such an unlucky thing happen to us? Wu Fengqing said to Qin Shao and Lu Rian with a voice transmission. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it really made people unable to summon up any courage. The black-robed man did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. His eyes were deep and somewhat playful as he looked at Qin Shao and the other 2, as if he wanted to play a game of cat and mouse. Cousin, you'd better shut up. You have a crow's mouth. It's best if you don't open your mouth. Let's fight, there is no other way. Lu Rian gave Wu Fengqing a glare. Wu Fengqing was also very helpless. He just said it casually. Who knew that the danger would really come? He really had an impulse to die. Qin Shao frowned coldly. She had prepared everything. She stared at the black-robed man and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill in the boundless Li territory? We don't know you and have nothing to do with you. Why do you want to attack us and kill us? Your actions are intended to be the enemy of the entire 9 provinces of Huaxia." Ha 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 ha. The black-robed man let out a series of very sharp and strange laughter. The dead don't need to know so much. You just need to die quietly. It's better not to know other things. 3 little guys, you are lucky to have met me. I have always been very gentle when killing people. I will definitely not let you feel pain. Don't take out those little tricks you have. They are just insignificant skills. They can't hurt me. Look at you all so white and tender, and there is also a little girl. I am a little reluctant to kill you so quickly. But you should still die. Obviously, the black-robed man was going to kill. Wu Fengqing also became more and more nervous. He hurriedly transmitted to Qin Shao and Lu Rian, "You guys get ready. Wait for my command. We will use our trump cards together and fight to the death." However, Qin Shao stopped Wu Fengqing and said, "Don't be anxious. Let me do it first." "What? Let you do it first?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian were stunned. They looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. Let him do it alone? What kind of joke was this? They admitted that Qin Zhao's strength was indeed strong. If they really went all out, she should be above them. However, no matter how strong she was, there was a limit. She should not be much stronger than them. Qin Zhao had a few tricks, but those tricks should not be strong enough to deal with the terrifying black-robed man in front of them. No matter what, Qin Zhao was only a second step heavenly venerable. The huge disadvantage of the realm was placed there. It was an unchangeable fact. It was impossible to defy the heavens this time. However, Qin Zhao did not give the two of them a chance to react. Before her voice died away, she had already taken the lead and charged out. She did as she said. She wanted to fight against the terrifying black-robed man with her own strength. The image of this brave and heroic figure in the hearts of Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian instantly became incomparably lofty and lovable. Not to mention whether or not Qin Zhao could block this black-clothed man, just this heroic spirit was enough to make people admire him incomparably. A mere second step, heavenly venerable actually has such courage. I have never seen it before. When the black-robed man saw that Qin Zhao actually dared to charge at him alone, he became more playful. Therefore, he wanted to play with this audacious little guy. Qin Zhao flipped his palm and held the eight-faced Buddha mirror in his hand. He activated the eight-faced Buddha mirror with all his strength. Suddenly, the Buddha's light soared into the sky, and the Buddha's voice boomed, resounding through the world. The Buddha's light that soared into the sky wanted to expel the darkness in this domain and illuminate the world again. The Buddha's light was like a scorching flame, burning towards the black-robed man. Qin Zhao had previously discovered that the black-robed man was covered in evil demonic aura. The Buddha's light and Buddha's power were the best at restraining the evil demonic aura. Previously, when Qin Zhao was only a first-step heavenly venerable, he had suppressed the black-white double ghosts with the help of the eight-faced Buddha mirror. Now that his realm had risen by one level, there were many improvements in all aspects. When he activated the eight-faced Buddha mirror with all his strength, its power was naturally greater. The most important thing was that the Buddha's light and Buddha's power of the eight-faced Buddha mirror could restrain the black-robed man. When the power restrained the black-robed man, it would have a huge effect of the weak defeating the strong. Buddha weapon? Buddha's light and Buddha's power? Buddhist cultivator? Being enveloped and eroded by the Buddha's light made the black-robed man a little uncomfortable. He frowned coldly and anger surged in his heart. I don't care if you are a Buddhist cultivator or not. With this little ability, you want to stop me? It's simply a fool's dream. I'll let you have a good taste of the power of destruction. Let me show you how terrifying it is. After saying that, the black-robed man struck out with both hands. Monstrous demonic aura surged out with a roar. It was like a heavenly river that had burst its dike. It was incomparably terrifying. Just looking at it was enough to make people tremble with fear. Qin Zhao, be careful, Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian's hearts were really grasped when they saw this. They wiped off their cold sweat, and their hearts were about to jump out of their throat. They wanted to go up and help now, but it was already too late. Now, they could only rely on Qin Zhao himself. It's just the evil path. No matter how strong you are, when the evil is 1 foot tall, the Tao is 10 feet tall. Since ancient times, evil has never suppressed good. The world belongs to the light. Today, I, Qin Zhao, will subdue the demon and eliminate the evil. Let's see how much ability you have to be so unscrupulous and slaughter the geniuses of my human race. Qin Zhao said heroically. His spirit was so strong that it reached the clouds and the 9 heavens. This was the will of a man, this was the prestige of a hero, this was the blood of a man. The tall and stalwart figure also became a little taller again. His light was so bright that it could illuminate the past and the present. A man should be Qin Zhao. That's how it should be. Wu Fengqing secretly clenched his fist. His admiration for Qin Shao in his heart also aroused his hot blood and heroism. A man's will should be like this. A hero's prestige should be like this. A man's blood should be like this. As a man, he should also be like this. Only in this way could he be worthy of being an indomitable and hot-blooded man, a hero. The greatness of a person did not lie in how high you could stand. It was whether the light emitted from your body could touch the depths of other people's hearts. No matter how humble a life was, there could also be great times. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Chapter 2018. This is the Buddhist 6 syllables. It's actually the Buddhist 6 syllables. Brother Qin Shao, seeing that Qin Shao had actually displayed the Buddhist 6 syllables, Wu Fengqing was also very surprised. This was one of the secret techniques of Buddhism. It was quite profound and was the most precious treasure of Buddhism. Generally speaking, only Buddhist cultivators who had experienced the Buddhist 6 syllables could master the Buddhist 6 syllables. However, Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. How could he also master the Buddhist 6 syllables? Coupled with the fact that Qin Shao had a Buddhist weapon, Wu Fengqing was also very puzzled. What was going on? Such a situation seemed to be almost unheard of. It was really a little too unconventional. Logically speaking, once one entered the path of Buddhism, there was no turning back. Buddhism required incomparable piety, great enlightenment, and wholeheartedly conversion. To be able to master the Buddhist secret technique and refine the Buddhist weapon, but not be a Buddhist cultivator, at least Wu Fengqing had never heard of such a thing. Brother Qin Shao, it seems that you really have a lot of secrets that no one knows. You're really a genius that defies the natural order. Wu Fengqing secretly thought in his heart. The Buddhist 6 syllables, damn it. The black-robed man cursed in his heart, and his expression became somewhat dignified. The Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist might could completely restrain his power, making him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he had to deal with it carefully. If you were a Buddhist cultivator who had experienced the Buddhist Dharma, I would still be somewhat afraid of you. However, you're just a small second step, heavenly venerable. Even if you have the Buddhist secret technique, it's useless. In front of me, it's just a small trick. The black-robed man snorted disdainfully, and the power of darkness became more and more powerful. It was as if demons from hell were crawling out of his body, and with a sharp and ear-piercing roar, they pounced on Qin Shao. The power of darkness was colliding with the power of Buddhism and the golden characters. The powerful force shook Qin Shao, making Qin Shao feel extremely uncomfortable and strenuous. Moreover, the power of the black-robed man was still increasing. The whole world was surging crazily. It was as if the power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands was gathering to control this area. Even the space around them started to tremble. As expected, this black-clothed man isn't so easy to deal with. In the end, it's still because I'm too weak. Even if it has a restraining effect, it still makes me feel powerless. Qin Shao shook his head in his heart. At this time, he could only grit his teeth and endure. However, the situation was not good. He was already very tired. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long and would be defeated. In terms of cultivation realm, he was indeed too weak, separated by a heavenly moat. Not only his own realm, but also his mastery of the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra had not reached a very profound level. When these two weaknesses were added together, it naturally appeared to be a little too big. If this were to continue, it would be a definite defeat. What should they do? If they lost, they would probably have to fight with all their trump cards. However, Qin Shao clearly felt the power of this black-clothed man. The 5 people who died before were an example. He was afraid that this time, Even if the three of them wanted to fight, they might not have much of a chance to survive. Was there really no other way? Could it only be the last fight? However, Qin Shao felt that the black-clothed man's advantage was not so great. He was just nibbling away his Buddha's light and Buddha's power little by little. If the black-clothed man's advantage was big enough, it would be a crushing situation. He would not be able to hold on for the time being. Therefore, Qin Shao saw a little hope again. He did not deny the black-clothed man's strength, but after all, the Buddhist six-syllable mantra was the supreme secret skill of Buddhism. With the help of a powerful Buddhist instrument, its restraining effect was very strong. It made it difficult for the black-clothed man to exert his strength, which made him very uncomfortable. How could he improve the Buddha's power and Buddha's power? It was not very practical to comprehend and make a breakthrough at the last minute. After all, Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. He had only comprehended the Buddhist six-syllable mantra in the intentionless sea. Since then, Qin Shao had not put his mind on Buddhism. Qin Shao also knew that he could not touch this road too much. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Besides, the cultivation of Buddhism was not like the cultivation of the Great Way of Immortality. Taoism existed in heaven and earth and existed everywhere. Buddhism was a side path. Buddhism did not exist in heaven and earth, so it could not reach such a high level. Without guidance, there was no way to continue cultivating. It was too limited to rely on some of his own comprehension. It was difficult to make a breakthrough and improve. This road was obviously completely unworkable. Was there really no other way? Qin Shao frowned deeply. His face was dignified. Wu Fengcheng also saw Qin Zhao's situation at this time. He and Lu Rian looked at each other. They were ready to use their trump cards at any time. They stared at Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao gave the order, they would attack at all costs. Perhaps they only had one chance. This time, it was really a fight to the death. Humph, boy, you can stop me for so long. You can be considered to have some ability. But you are a monster. The more monstrous a genius is, the more I want to kill him. Humph, I want to kill all the geniuses of Huaxia in the 9 continents. That's what I call satisfying. Today, the 3 of you can go on your way first. Don't worry, there will be more people coming down to accompany you. The black-robed man sneered. His words were full of playfulness and contempt. It was as if Qin Zhao's life was in the palm of his hand. Boom! The black-robed man suddenly took a step forward and approached Qin Shao. It was as if he brought the entire world of darkness with him. The invincible power suppressed the Buddha's aura and Buddha's aura. The hand of darkness wanted to cover the sky. The overbearing power wanted to destroy everything. It was unstoppable. This was the pace of death. This was an unstoppable power. This was the power of the dark heavens. Wu Fengcheng's heartstrings were as taut as a full moon. He had to go all out. Heart force. Suddenly, a light flashed in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao instantly grasped this idea. Yes, previously I tried to integrate my heart force into the 8-sided Buddhist mirror and the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra. The reason why I could comprehend the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra and refine this Buddhist weapon was actually related to my heart. My heart was not tainted by Buddhism. It allowed me to master Buddhism without stepping on the path of Buddhism. This in itself is a very incredible thing. Moreover, Baishan said before that if one wants to enter the path of Buddhism, the heart force is the foundation. Only the heart force can be used to properly cultivate the Buddhist mantra. My heart force is still strong enough now. If I use all my heart force to display the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra, the power should be even stronger, right? Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately put his thoughts into action. Time waits for no man. No matter what, he could only give it a try. Moreover, he had actually tried before. It was just that he did not do it deliberately. This time, He used all his heart force to activate the 8-sided Buddhist mirror and display the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra. He tried to integrate the power of his heart force into the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra. He used his heart force to activate the supreme Buddhist power of the 6-syllable mantra. The Buddhist 6-syllable mantra was the supreme secret technique of Buddhism. Its power could be imagined. It was just a matter of whether one could display it or not. Indeed, under the urging of Qin Zhao's heart force, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. The Buddhist mantra of the 8-sided Buddhist mirror increased greatly. The Buddhist power flourished and the Buddhist chants resounded. The power of the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra was also clearly stronger. The golden characters that shone with Buddhist light were as heavy as mountains as they crashed towards the black-clothed man. The Buddhist mantra overflowed and the Buddhist light filled the sky. It was as if the entire world was going to be annihilated. The Buddhist chants resounded. The power of the heavens, the supreme mantra. The entire world was dyed golden. It was baptized by the overwhelming righteousness. It became incomparably bright without a trace of darkness. This holiness caused Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian to inexplicably have the thought of kneeling down and worshipping it. What's going on? How did he suddenly become so strong all of a sudden? This brat, what did he do? No. He's not a second-step, heavenly venerable brat at all. He's not. Who is he? Under the Buddhist light, the black-clothed man's expression finally changed. He was both shocked and angry. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He completely did not expect that there would be someone who could stop his massacre. At this moment, even he smelled a trace of danger. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger of being injured. Moreover, he also knew that Qin Zhao and the other two definitely still had powerful trump cards. If they used their trump cards while he was weak, he would be in danger. At this point, the black-clothed man suddenly had the thought of retreating. If he continued to be entangled, it would be dangerous for him. It was not worth it. It was better to retreat first. After all, there were many geniuses entering the boundless territory this time. It was not necessary to kill these 3 people. After making up his mind, the black-clothed man snorted coldly. Good brat. You've hidden your strength well. It seems that I've underestimated you. I still have things to do. I won't play with you today. I'll slowly settle the score with you later. After saying that, the black-clothed man waved his hand. His figure entered the void. The darkness quickly retreated. Soon it was clear again. The black-clothed man also left, coming without a trace and leaving without a trace. Just this method alone was enough to frighten people. It was no wonder that those geniuses died tragically in the hands of these people. After defeating the black-clothed man, Qin Zhao also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The stone hanging in his heart had finally been lifted. Retracting the 8-faced Buddha mirror, if one looked carefully, one would find that Qin Zhao's forehead was also seeping with a trace of cold sweat. This battle was really too thrilling. In fact, Qin Zhao did not have the slightest confidence. He was also prepared to fight to the death. He also braced himself to fight. Fortunately, in the end, he finally defeated the black-clothed man and saved his life. It could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. However, this time, he was somewhat lucky. His dharma just happened to be able to restrain the other party. If it was not so, then no matter how powerful the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra was, it would be useless. It was indeed a joyous occasion to be able to survive this time. Qin Zhao couldn't help but lament in his heart. It really wasn't an easy thing to survive in the immortal realms. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao also had to live well. The brilliance of life, the hard work, and the struggle, was it not for this? Huff, huff, huff. Wu Fengqing took a few long breaths. His mood gradually calmed down. This time, it was indeed not light. They're gone, they're finally gone. Ha ha ha, we're all still alive, still alive. This feeling is really good, really good. Chapter 2019. If Wu Fengqing only admired Qin Shao in the past, then now it was indeed some worship. People who could make Wu Fengqing worship, in this generation, could be counted with one hand. Qin Shao was now one of them. Lu Rian also walked over, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. N. Qin Shao, I also worship you. In the future, you will be my idol. You are really too amazing, too heaven-defying. It's really an incredible feeling. Today's life-saving grace, I will remember it. Cough. Both Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian expressed their worship, which really made Qin Shao feel very strange. Everyone was friends. There was no need to worship, right? And to say it like this, it really made him feel quite embarrassed. In fact, Qin Shao did not feel anything. Moreover, Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian were absolute geniuses. If they were placed in the Fuyu Immortal Palace, they would definitely be much stronger than those geniuses. Ordinary geniuses could not compare to them. This time was also a fluke element. It's nothing. Qin Shao shook his head. Wu Fengqing said, even if it was a fluke, that is also a performance of strength. Without enough strength, no matter how lucky you are, it is useless. I have to say, Brother Qin Shao, your methods are really good. Buddhist 6 syllables mantra, this is the supreme secret technique of Buddhism. TSK, I really didn't expect Brother Qin Shao to be able to master it. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not explain further. This matter was indeed not easy to explain. In fact, Qin Shao also did not know why he could fully comprehend the Buddhist 6 syllables mantra, yet did not enter Buddhism, and refined a Buddhist artifact. Perhaps it was related to his own heart force, strong state of mind, firm will, plus a certain amount of luck. Wu Fengqing also did not tactfully ask more. Instead, he said, I think we should leave here quickly. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Qin Shao and Lu Rian nodded. It was indeed better to leave quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the black-clothed man went to gather more accomplices. Qin Shao was able to force one of them to retreat, but if another one came, it would be impossible to force him to retreat. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to run as far away as possible. Since 5 of them had already died, the powers behind them must have already learned about it. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for an ancient sage to personally come and investigate. Therefore, the power behind that person would definitely not dare to stay in the boundless territory for too long. They would definitely leave very quickly. After walking through a few more worlds, the 3 of them finally slowed down. This time around, the dark forces behind this are really bold and arrogant. This time around, they are targeting the entire 9 states of Huaxia. Killing the geniuses of the 9 provinces Huaxia so recklessly in the boundlessly region, are you not afraid of becoming enemies with the 9 provinces Huaxia? Furthermore, the people they sent out are all extremely powerful. Their methods are also very extraordinary. I really don't know which power would dare to do this. I really can't imagine it. Along the way, Wu Feng City had been thinking about this problem, but he couldn't think of a reason. The 9 states of Huaxia, how powerful was that? That was the ruling power of the mortal realm, an invincible existence. The immortal realm was divided into 3 realms, heaven, earth, and mortal realm. The heaven realm transcended everything and stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was a pure land that didn't care about the immortal realm. The mortal realm was the most prosperous, had the widest area, and had the most lives. The 9 states of the mortal realm, Huaxia was located in the central region. It occupied the most fertile land and had the best cultivation resources. Its area also occupied 70% of the earth realm. The southern wasteland was in the south, Jihua Immortal Realm was in the east, Kunlun Immortal Realm was in the north, and Jade Lake Sacred Ground was in the west. However, even if the strength of these four added together, it still couldn't compare to the 9 states of Huaxia. Perhaps only the Heaven Realm and the Earth Realm could compete with the 9 states of Huaxia. Therefore, in the mortal realm, Wu Feng City really couldn't think of any power that was so bold and arrogant to dare to do this. Don't think about these problems for now. It's not something that people at our level can think about. If someone dies, there will naturally be people who will think about this problem. Let's leave it to those ancient sages. Qin Shao shook his head. Wu Feng City curled his lips and shook his head, saying, I know this. Forget it, let's not think about it. Indeed, this problem isn't something that people at our level can think about. It should be something that the ancient sages think about. As for us, it's better to do our job well. It's useless to think so much. Qin Shao, your state of mind is indeed better. I have to learn more from you about this. Well, let me see where we are. As something seems wrong. Why does this world feel a little strange? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, it's a little strange. I already noticed it when I came in, so I interrupted your train of thought. You're more knowledgeable, so take a good look. Although this world is very calm, I keep feeling that there's a strange aura spreading in the air. And we've walked in this world for a while, but we haven't walked out. It feels a little strange. Wu Feng City didn't dare to be careless, and immediately looked carefully. There was no light in this world, only darkness, and the sky was gray. The air was a little cold, and the wind was blowing. It was often accompanied by the sound of ghosts, which was a little scary. The rocks on the ground were also black, and some even exuded a black evil aura, which gave people a feeling of evil. And this world didn't feel a trace of vitality. It was dead, as if they had entered a dead area. But it was surprisingly quiet, and they didn't feel any danger. Look over there seems to be an altar, Lu Ruyan suddenly said. Qin Shao and Wu Feng City immediately looked over, and saw a huge altar in the valley in front of them. The three of them quickly approached the altar. Looking from afar, the altar was a little strange, and it was different from ordinary altars. This altar had many strange elements in it, and there were some ferocious demon statues carved on it. The color of the altar was also dark, brownish-red, and there was no sense of sacredness. The entire altar seemed to be shrouded in an evil aura. It was gloomy, and there was no light in it. Strange, it was indeed very strange. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge statue that was 10,000 feet tall. It looked very ferocious, and it didn't look like a human. And this huge statue was wrapped in countless huge chains, which locked the huge statue there. This huge statue was half lying on the altar, and its posture was a little strange. Such an altar was too strange. Wu Feng City stared at the altar in a daze, and tried hard to search for information in his mind. Soon, he found the answer. It's the disaster demon. This is the disaster demon world, and the huge statue on the altar is the sealed disaster demon. Sealed disaster demon? Qin Shao, on the other hand, looked at Wu Feng City with a puzzled expression. It sounded very intimidating. Wu Feng City explained, It's like this. According to the legends, there was originally an extremely powerful abyss demon here, and it did all kinds of evil in the human realm. So, the experts of the human clan took action to deal with this abyss demon. No matter how powerful the abyss demon was, how could it defeat the experts of the human realm? So, naturally, it was beaten and fled. In a panic, it fled into the boundless territory. But how could the experts of the human clan let it go so easily? They chased it all the way here. But this abyss demon's demonic body was too strong, and it was very difficult to kill it. So, in the end, the experts of the human clan came up with a compromise. Since it was difficult to kill it, then they sealed the abyss demon here, and it would never be able to leave. This rumor has been around for a long time. Many people have entered the disaster demon world and found this altar. But, whether this rumor is true or false, there is no conclusion. Many people who came in said it was fake, that it was just a statue. Actually, there was no powerful abyss demon sealed inside. Whether it's true or false, that's unknown. It's just that in the records, the disaster demon world is indeed not dangerous. The dangers here have long been stamped out by our ancestors. Hearing this rumor, Qin Shao just laughed it off. He did not think that it was definitely true, but he did not confirm that it was definitely false. Whether it was true or false was not important. What was important was whether there was any danger inside. If there was no danger, then he could just casually look around. Qin Zhao's gaze moved, and he glanced to one side, but discovered two familiar figures. It's Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. This is the third time we've met them, right? It really feels like they're haunting us. Wu Feng City also immediately discovered them, and said with a pout. Qin Shao retracted his gaze, and did not pay much attention to them. Ignore them for now. We'll talk after we finish our business. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian naturally also saw Qin Shao and the other two. Qian Hao was very unhappy, but he did not show it. Soon, Qin Shao and the other two came in front of the altar, and felt the ferociousness of the statue on the altar. Qin Shao discovered a problem. Wu Feng City, everything on this altar is preserved very well. This statue also has no trace of being damaged. This altar has existed here for countless years. Has no one touched the altar? And it's preserved so well. It's a little inconceivable. Wu Feng City nodded and said, Yes, I also discovered this problem when I came here. It's indeed a little inconceivable. But if you think about it carefully, it's understandable. This altar should be protected by a restriction array or something. It's not an altar that ordinary people can go up. Rumor has it that if anyone dares to destroy this altar, it might awaken the sealed doom devil. If that happens, they won't be able to live. Whether it's true or not, I don't think anyone is so bored that they have to test it out. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed true. He also discovered that the altar was protected by a powerful restriction array. Someone else came in. 3 men came in, but Qin Shao did not know them. Wu Feng City sized them up, and probably also did not know them, so he did not say much. The 3 men sized up Qin Shao and the other 2 people, as well as Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. Then, they ignored them and went to do their own things. Cough Qin Shao, I don't know what happened just now. I suddenly had a terrible idea, Wu Feng City suddenly said. Qin Shao glanced at Wu Feng City and asked, What idea? Chapter 2020. Ba ba ba. As soon as Wu Fengqing finished speaking, Lu Rian slapped him and said angrily, Cousin, you have a crow's mouth. You still dare to say it. Just now, because of you, we almost lost our lives. You still dare to say it now? I'll hit you. Wu Fengqing also had a slip of the tongue. Realizing that he had said something wrong, he immediately covered his mouth and shook his head to show that he would not say it. If he continued to be a crow's mouth, then he would really have to slap himself. Anyways, Wu Fengqing dragged his voice and said with a bit of fear, I think this is an ominous place. It's not good to stay here for long. Anyway, there's nothing here. I think it's better for us to leave this world quickly. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. So it's better to hide. This way, there's no chance of anything happening. Lu Rian glared at Wu Fengqing and said, You still have the nerve to say it. You crow's mouth, not good things but bad things. Forget it, let's leave quickly. I don't dare to stay here any longer. It's never a bad thing to be on guard. Qin Shao did not think much at first, but since Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian suggested leaving, he also agreed. There was nothing here, and it was indeed not good to stay. And how to say it, although Wu Fengqing had a crow's mouth, he had to admit that such a risk might exist. No matter how small the probability was, there was still a probability. If they could avoid it, why not? The three of them left the altar and prepared to leave the disaster devil world. After walking for a while, they met three familiar people. It was Yun Lu Shangfeng and the other two. So unlucky. Why do I have to meet you guys wherever I go? Ghosts just won't leave. My good mood has been ruined by you guys. Yun Lu Shangqi was very vengeful. He was very unhappy with Qin Shao, and he was also unhappy with Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian. However, Yun Lu Shangqi was only talking a few times. He did not do anything excessive. Qin Shao ignored him again. The three of them left directly. TSK, as timid as a mouse. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't dare to respond to him twice, Shang-Chi was quite pleased with himself. In his heart, he felt even more disdain for Qin Shao. Originally, he did not put Qin Shao in his eyes at all. After all, he was only a second-step celestial venerable, and his cultivation level was very low. In his eyes, a puny human immortal was incomparably lowly, no different from an ant. Qin Shao and company walked for quite a while in the disaster devil world, but they actually did not find the way out. There was something wrong with this situation. Why do I feel like I can't get out? Wu Fengqing frowned. Ruyan Lu also shook her head. It does feel like we can't get out. There's no way out. It's like this space is completely sealed. This is very strange. Every world in the boundless expanse is connected to many other worlds. Every world should have many exits that lead to different worlds. But we've searched for so long, and we can't even find an exit. This is not right. Qin Shao thought for a while, then asked Wu Fengqing, "Did your information mention this situation in the disaster devil world? It's hard to get out after entering?" Wu Fengqing thought carefully, but still shook his head and said, "In the information I know, there are no records of this." "No records of this?" Qin Shao frowned deeply and said, "So, those who entered the disaster devil world in the past would not have such a difficult situation to get out? But this situation, we've encountered it now?" This, Wu Fengqing thought for a while, then shook his head in confusion and said, "Then I really don't know what's going on. Anyway, that's all I know. That's why I said something is wrong, very wrong. Logically speaking, such a situation should not happen. We've been to many worlds along the way, but we've never encountered such a situation. So, I think, could something be about to happen? That's why the disaster devil world is sealed. Could it be that something bad is about to happen?" Ba ba ba. Wu Fengqing had just finished speaking when Lu Rian glared at him again and scolded, "You jinx, you're still talking? Oh right. Can't talk nonsense. Look at my mouth, why can't I control it?" Wu Fengqing immediately covered his mouth again. Seeing Wu Fengqing's somewhat comical appearance, Qin Shao could not help but shake his head and laugh. The so-called jinx was actually just a coincidence. It was not that Wu Fengqing's mouth was really so pernicious. Wu Fengqing's worries were actually reasonable. At least, Qin Shao also felt that it was possible. Qin Shao said seriously, "Don't be anxious. Let's look for it again. If it doesn't work, we can try other methods. Can't really be a completely sealed world, right? If it's really like this, then Wu Fengqing should have mentioned it in your information. Since it didn't mention this aspect, then it definitely won't be like this. At most, it'll just be harder to find. But no matter how hard it is, it can still be found." Wu Fengqing nodded. It was definitely impossible to be completely sealed. This was completely illogical. There was no such situation in historical records. The boundlessly territory was extremely dangerous, but it was not a situation of certain death. The situation might be a little, but it might not be that scary. Maybe it was just that everyone had not found it yet. The three of them continued to search for a way out, but they never found it. During this time, people kept entering here. Gradually, everyone also started to search for a way out, but they did not find it. This search lasted for 3,000 years, and there was still no clue. And at this time, there were actually more than 20 people who had entered the disaster devil world. They were all geniuses from various territories in the 9 states of Huaxia. Everyone also realized this problem, so they also started to discuss it. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Did you guys find out anything? We didn't find anything. It's too strange. I've never heard of entering the disaster devil world but can't get out. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Yes, it's very wrong. The moment we entered, we realized that something was very wrong. We're trapped, and I keep feeling that something big is going to happen. In such a situation, we must not be careless. So, I have a suggestion. No matter which territory we're from, now that everyone has encountered the same problem, we should unite and get through this together. I propose that we find a way to leave this place together. The disaster devil world. I think that if it really doesn't work, then everyone should join forces to tear open this space and leave. We can't be trapped here forever, right? Yes, if we combine the strength of more than 20 people, it should be enough to fight with the fighting power of a saint, right? Tearing open this space shouldn't be a problem. Why don't we make a move now? There's no need to drag it out any longer. If we drag it out, it will make people feel inexplicably uneasy. What do you guys think? If you agree, then let's work together for once. It can be considered as a way out for everyone. Agreed. I agree too. Wu Fengcheng looked at Qin Shao and Lu Rian with an inquiring gaze. Qin Shao and Lu Rian also agreed. Since everyone agreed, they naturally wouldn't be the odd ones out. Moreover, at present, this method was indeed the best and safest. Naturally, there was no reason to object. Although everyone had a competitive relationship with each other, at least at this moment, they could all have a common goal, which was to leave the disaster devil world. But just as everyone was about to join forces, a strange, sinister laughter suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. It was as if it came from the depths of the void, and no one could find the source of the sound. Hearing this strange, sinister laughter, everyone shuddered violently. Everyone instantly became alert, and their eyes scanned the surroundings. There was indeed a situation. Quick, look, above the altar. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes uniformly looked towards the altar in the distance. Above the altar, the wind and clouds were surging. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a black evil spirit descended upon heaven and earth. Demonic chi rushed to the 9 heavens. There was a terrifying power hidden in the darkness, roaring and moving. How familiar was this method of entering the scene? Black-robed men? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this method of appearance before, and it was no different from the black-robed men they had encountered previously. The reason why they couldn't leave the disaster devil world was because of the existence of these black-robed men? Looking at this, these black-robed men should have been in the disaster devil world for a long time. It was just that they hadn't shown themselves all this while. Moreover, they had sealed off the entire disaster devil world, so that no one could leave. Just as everyone was about to join forces to tear this space apart, this force of power appeared. Where did these black-robed men come from? Why are their concealment methods so brilliant and powerful? Previously, we didn't detect their existence. Now that there are so many people, after such a long time, we still haven't detected their existence. Qin Shao secretly pondered in his heart. Just thinking about it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Too scary, it was indeed too scary. If they launched a sneak attack, in a situation where there were only 1 or 2 people, they could only obediently wait for death. But this time, this black-robed man was really bold. More than 20 people had gathered here, and he still dared to show himself and attack? With his strength alone, Did he have the ability to deal with more than 24th step heavenly venerables at the same time? There shouldn't be such a possibility, unless an ancient sage personally took action. Here were the geniuses of various territories, and each of them had unique skills. Moreover, they were all genius disciples who had life-saving trump card. Most likely, even a half-sage wouldn't dare to make a move easily. This black-robed man actually dared to make a move? Moreover, he had been hiding here all this while and hadn't made a move. Clearly, he had been waiting for more people to gather, and he wanted to kill more in one go. Could it be that there's more than one person? Qin Shao thought of this situation in his heart. However, when he checked that black cloud, there seemed to be only one aura, and there weren't any other auras. It seemed that there was really only one person. Moreover, although the aura was very strong, it was only about the same as the one they had encountered before. It wasn't at the level of an ancient sage. There shouldn't be any possibility that it was an ancient sage. How could a powerful ancient sage take action so easily? Seeing this situation, Wu Fengqing was stunned. He stood there with a dumbfounded look on his face. After a pause, Wu Fengqing stuttered, "Cough, don't tell me. I really jinxed it again? It's the same black-robed man as last time. He has been hiding above the altar. Could it be that he really wants to destroy the altar, break the seal of the evil demon, and release the evil demon? Could it be that the rumor isn't false? Could there really be an evil demon sealed here? It can't be true, right?" Chapter 2021. Where did you come from? You actually dare to cause trouble here. Are you tired of living? Yunlu Shangqi stood out with a stern shout, pointing at the black-clothed man in the dark clouds and scolding him. Those who could stand here were all geniuses of their respective territories. Which one of them wasn't a prideful person? Immediately, there were people who cooperated with Yunlu Shangqi and shouted. Earlier, I discovered that a few geniuses had been killed. Could it be that you were the one behind all this? Or perhaps there's a force behind all of this? You bunch of demons have some guts. You actually dare to cause trouble in the boundless desert at this time. You dare to kill the geniuses of our 9 provinces Huaxia country? You're so bold that you want to go against the entire 9 provinces Huaxia country? Your concealment skills are not bad, but I think you demons only dare to hide in the dark and don't dare to show your true faces. You're just a bunch of rats in the dark, pitiful worms. I think there's no need to talk so much nonsense with him. Let's work together and kill him first. He dares to cause trouble here and provoke our dignity. How can we let him go so easily? Yes, he's provoking all of our dignity. We definitely can't let him go. Everyone, let's attack together. This is the time to show the unity of our 9 provinces Huaxia country. We'll use the name of geniuses to protect the supreme immortal prestige of our 9 provinces Huaxia country. Let's kill him together. Everyone's fighting spirit and killing intent were aroused. Although they weren't very well organized, everyone was already standing on the same front. Even if they weren't tied together, they would definitely attack together. Even if they didn't cooperate, it was enough to deal with a black-clothed man. You think you have the chance to kill me? You think I'll give you the chance? Hearing everyone's shouts, the black-clothed man in the dark clouds laughed sinisterly. He didn't show himself. Laughing so confidently, it didn't sound too good to everyone. Could it be that they thought of the situation too simply? Was there still something unknown? Sure enough, the black-clothed man continued, "This is a trap that I have painstakingly set up. The purpose is to wait for you to come in and slowly gather more people. If that's the case, I'll be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Killing more than 20 of your geniuses at once would be an extremely satisfying matter." You want to attack? This sovereign won't give you the chance to attack. Come and enjoy the calamities feast. Calamity's feast? What did he mean? Not good. Many people immediately cried out in unison, their faces turning pale with fright. Qin Shao also realized what the black-clothed man wanted to do. In fact, he was worried about this before. Now it seemed that he really had to do it. Crazy. Could it be that the rumors about doom are true? There really was a calamity devil sealed on the altar. This black-clothed person wants to release that calamity devil? Wu Fengcheng's voice turned pale with fright as he spoke. If that was really the case, then it was indeed too terrifying. The calamity demon was a terrifying existence recorded in the legends. He was definitely a terrifying existence at the ancient saint level. To seal him, several ancient saint existences were mobilized before they succeeded. If he broke the seal and was released, then wouldn't he go on a killing spree? Even if all of them here combined, they would definitely not be able to stop him. Not good, quickly stop him. We can't let him break the seal. Everyone, quickly rush over and stop him. Otherwise, all of us will die here. Who has the means to stop him? Hurry up and do it. Don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll die. It wasn't just Wufeng City. Many people immediately realized what was going on, and they hurriedly shouted out. Everyone rushed over to the altar as fast as they could, but it was already too late. The black-clothed man did not give them any chance at all and quickly attacked. He was already on top of the altar, so when he attacked, a powerful force surged towards the altar, directly breaking the restriction formation and surging towards the huge statue on the altar. The terrifying force broke through everything, hitting the giant statue until pieces of stone skin fell off. The dark power was about to awaken the calamity devil sealed in the giant statue. Rumble! The giant statue had already begun to awaken. It began to move, causing the chains to ring. The stone skin on the giant statue fell off piece by piece, and soon, its true body was revealed. It was a giant monster that was 10,000 feet tall. Its appearance was incomparably ferocious. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 pairs of wings, and a long tail. Other than that, it had a humanoid appearance. So the whole thing looked very strange. What was this thing? Ferocious beast? Demonic beast? It didn't seem like it. However, its body was really big, and its aura was extremely terrifying. From afar, it shocked Qin Shao and the others, and they did not dare to continue charging forward. This was an ancient aura, a powerful aura, a terrifying saint-level aura. It was indeed the calamity demon, an existence at the ancient saint level. Facing an ancient saint, how could they still have the courage to fight? The calamity demon has awakened. It's actually not a rumor. It's true. The calamity demon came from the Abyss world. It belongs to the Abyss demon clan. It's over, it's over. This time, we're really going to play. This black-robed man is really too sinister, too cunning and abominable. He actually used such a vicious method. He actually broke the calamity demon's seal, released the calamity demon, and sealed the entire calamity demon world. He really wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. This time, I'm afraid we really can't escape this calamity. Even if there are more people, it's useless. In front of a saint-level combat power, we're all trash. We're as weak as ants. We don't have any power to resist. Wu Fengcheng looked a little dejected. He immediately lost his fighting spirit. How could there be any fighting spirit left? Facing a saint-level combat power, it was indeed enough to make people despair. Not to mention Wu Fengcheng, even Qin Shao felt a little desperate. A saint-level combat power, what else could he fantasize about? Rumble! The calamity demon had completely awakened. He stood up, opened his eyes, and swept them over Qin Shao and the others. His eyes were cold, sinister, and incomparably vicious. Wherever his gaze landed, there was an icy chill. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. One by one, they retreated, wanting to get a little farther away. Who dared to move forward? Everyone looked as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. They were a little frightened and didn't know what to do for a moment. In such a situation, how should they deal with it? The legend of the Calamity Demon is actually true. It's actually true. There's actually a Calamity Demon sealed here. It's over. The Calamity Demon has awakened. This is a saint-level combat power. With so many of us combined, even if we use all our trump cards, I'm afraid it's still not enough. There's only death. We can't be so unlucky, right? What's going on? Why did we encounter such a melodramatic thing? We're not all going to die here, are we? Is this considered a tragic death? Everyone, don't be so discouraged. No matter what, we can't just sit and wait for death here. If we're going to die anyway, then why don't we fight with all our might? If we fight to the death, it won't be too sullen. So I think everyone should unite and fight to the death. We'll fight to the death and use all our strength to break this world. There's bound to be someone who has a chance to escape. Haha, your words are really noble. Even if we tear an opening, it'll still take time to escape, right? If we need time, then someone will have to restrain the Calamity Demon. May I ask, who's so noble as to sacrifice himself for the sake of others? That's right. Who's going to restrain the Calamity Demon? You? Even if you're willing, you can't do it alone. I think everyone should talk less. The situation is already so bad. If we don't unite, we'll only die more tragically. I also think that if we unite and fight together, we might still have a chance of survival. Although they all understood the logic, everyone came from different territories and had different surnames. They didn't know each other very well. Therefore, now that they had met, it was naturally very difficult for them to unite and twist into a rope. Each of them had their own thoughts and concerns. Naturally, it was difficult for them to be on the same side. All of you stop quarreling. Aren't you ashamed to hear what you're saying? Yunlu Shangqi suddenly stood up and shouted. His gaze swept over the people who objected just now. He continued, "If any of you want to die, then scram to the side. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. If you continue to stand here, it means that you don't want to die. Since you don't want to die, why are you fighting among yourselves? At a time like this, you still have the mind to quarrel? You still have your own ulterior motives to fight over this and that? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to deal with the Calamity Demon? If we don't unite, then there's no hope at all. Everyone can just wait to be killed one by one and be slaughtered like cabbages. If everyone works together and fights to the death, then perhaps there's still a chance of survival. As for who can survive, that'll depend on their own luck. There's no such thing as who has a higher chance of survival or who wants to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Everyone, let's be less selfish and be more united. That's what we should be doing now. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, you can just stand to the side. Don't quarrel here. This place doesn't welcome you. If everyone agrees, then don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, you'll only die faster." Yunlu Shangqi was also a fearless person. He dared to say anything. However, his shout had completely intimidated those people from earlier. Those people resentfully shut their mouth. They didn't dare to say anything more. No one stood to the side. That meant that everyone was still willing to work together and fight for a chance of survival. Actually, everyone understood the principle. It was just that everyone had their own pride. That was why they were fighting among themselves. Roar! The Calamity Demon suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The sound shook the entire space violently. The earth actually started to crack open. Qin Shao and the others were all shaken to the point that their blood and qi flowed in the opposite direction. They almost vomited blood. This long roar seemed to contain endless anger that had been suppressed for countless years. When it was released at this moment, it was abnormally terrifying. Everyone was even more vigilant. They all stared fixedly at the Calamity Demon, prepared to fight to the death. This time, it was a matter of life and death for everyone. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fighting against an ancient saint existence? It was probably everyone's first time. In fact, they were all very nervous. The Calamity Demon shook his 3 heads and 6 arms forcefully. The countless thick chains on his body clanged against each other. Sparks flew everywhere and light surged. Chapter 2022. Streaks of golden light blossomed from the incomparably thick chains, revealing streaks of golden runes that formed a powerful seal that locked Doom in place, making it impossible for him to break free. Doom struggled to break free from the chains, roaring incomparably. Although he had not broken free for the time being, it was still frightening enough to make people tremble with fear. They had a feeling that those chains would not be able to hold Doom any longer. Once he broke free, killing them would be as easy as stepping on ant. Such a situation was too terrifying. What should they do? Everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone, don't panic. Prepare to fight with your lives on the line. Everyone must be united. We cannot have any selfish thoughts at this time. Don't blame me for being blunt. If anyone has any selfish thoughts and spoils everyone's plans, I will definitely not let them off. If you want to fight for a chance at survival, put aside your selfish thoughts and unite. It was Yun Lu Shangqi again. He spoke in a loud voice, rather imposing. After all, they were all geniuses from their respective territories. No one would submit to anyone else, who had such great prestige to stand out and lead everyone. What others did not dare to do, Yun Lu Shangqi, who looked like he was not afraid of anything, stood out. No matter what his intentions were, no matter whether he had the prestige or not, at least his actions had the power to unite everyone. Everyone was a sheet of loose sand to begin with. Someone had to stand out and guide them. Otherwise, even if a battle broke out later, everyone would probably be minding their own business and protecting their own lives. Then, there would be no hope at all. From this point of view, Qin Shao also felt that Yun Lu Shangqi had done a good thing. Of course, this did not prevent Qin Shao from disliking Yun Lu Shangqi. His personality was a little too flamboyant, too aggressive, and full of arrogance. Doom has not completely broken free from the seal. The chains are still firmly locked on him. As long as he has not completely broken free from the seal, we still have a chance. So don't panic, everyone. Let's think of a countermeasure, Yun Lu Shangqi said again. But this situation was still very worrying for everyone. It was just that he had not completely broken free for the time being. But it did not mean that the chains would definitely lock him down. Perhaps Doom's power had yet to fully awaken and recover. Moreover, the black-clothed men were there to help Disaster, so the situation was hard to say. The danger factor was still very high. Qin Shao, the runes on the chain should be Buddhist, right? Wu Fengqing suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, it's the Buddhist scriptures. With the Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist might, the Buddhist scriptures sealed the evil demon. From the looks of it, it was a Buddhist saint who sealed the demon back then. Using the supreme Dharma to seal Disaster Mo in this state, it was just that countless years had passed, and the power of the seal might have weakened. It has weakened a lot. In addition, the black-clothed man awakened Calamity, giving Calamity a chance to break out of the seal. Wu Fengqing asked again, then do you think the chances of this disaster demon breaking out of the seal are high? For the time being, it seems that the Buddhist seal won't be broken so easily. If Doom can't break this seal, then we should still be safe. With so many of us, we're not afraid of that black-clothed man at all. If he dares to come over, then only death awaits. I feel that we can take advantage of the current situation to work together and tear open this space to leave. However, to organize everyone, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. Qin Shao frowned slightly and shook his head. With a slightly serious expression, he said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The black-clothed man has schemed and planned this for so long. I'm afraid he must have some confidence. The black-clothed man definitely doesn't have such great ability. This trap must have been designed by the power behind him. Since the black-clothed man has a way to awaken Calamity, then he must have confidence that Calamity can break out of the seal. You see, the black-clothed man is still there and hasn't left. This means that he has full confidence. Calamity has been sealed for countless years. I reckon his power hasn't fully awakened. He's slowly awakening and slowly becoming stronger. The Dharma has weakened. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Hearing Qin Zhao's analysis, Wu Fengcheng's expression also became serious. This analysis was very reasonable. Then what should they do? It seemed that the situation was not good no matter what. Once Calamity broke out of the seal, then everyone would be dead. There was no possibility of survival at all. Qin Shao also didn't know what to do. It seemed that they could only watch and wait like this. It was a little like waiting for death. Qin Shao was also thinking of various possibilities, but he really couldn't think of any feasible way. The only thing that seemed feasible was for everyone to unite and make one last attempt. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. We must work together immediately. If we delay, there will be changes. We must take advantage of the fact that Calamity hasn't broken out of the seal and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, we'll only have a dead end. Those who don't want to die, then everyone come over and listen to my command. We'll work together and tear open this space. Yunlu Shangqi stood out and said to everyone again. Although his strength and prestige weren't very strong, only he dared to stand out and call for everyone at this time. Even if everyone had their own selfish motives, if they wanted to move now, working together was the only way out. Therefore, Yunlu Shangqi's call had some effect. Oh, right, I thought of something. Wu Fengcheng suddenly patted his head and hurriedly said to Qin Shao, Qin Shao, I thought of a record that I've seen before. It said that Calamity was sealed with a Buddhist holy weapon, the Buddhist staff. Therefore, a light bulb flashed in my head just now. Since Calamity really exists, then these records should also exist. It should really exist. If there really is a sealing Buddhist staff, then as long as we find the sealing Buddhist staff, and find a way to inject Buddhist power into it, we can seal Calamity back again? Since the Buddhist staff can seal Calamity for countless years and make it difficult for Calamity to break out now, it means that there's still a supreme Buddhist doctrine. However, under the baptism of countless years, the Buddhist doctrine has weakened a lot. Therefore, under such circumstances, if we inject Buddhist doctrine, we should be able to recover. Originally, none of us had this ability. However, I thought that you'd comprehended the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra and have a Buddhist weapon. Perhaps you can do it. If this path works, then we'll be saved. Hearing Wu Fengcheng's words, Qin Zhao's heart was instantly moved. From the sound of it, it was indeed a promising path. The premise was that everything was as Wu Fengcheng had said. However, since there were records, then the authenticity should be quite high. After all, there were indeed Buddhist scriptures on the chains. There was the existence of Buddhist Dharma. This was certain. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of sealing the Buddhist staff was very high, and could basically be confirmed. If there's a sealing Buddhist staff, then it must be on the altar, or around it, within that barrier. At this time, the barrier has already been destroyed by Calamity, so I need to get closer to the altar to find the sealing Buddhist staff. Qin Shao frowned and pondered deeply. This was a very dangerous move. Even if Calamity was trapped by the chains, it was still very dangerous to get close. After all, this was a saint-level existence. Moreover, there was a black-robed man eyeing covetously there. Therefore, relying on Qin Zhao's strength alone was obviously a fool's dream. Wu Fengqing also realized this problem and said with a serious face, "It's definitely not possible to rely on the strength of the three of us. We'll just be sending ourselves to our death. Therefore, we must unite everyone and work together. Only then will we have a chance of success." But the situation in front of them was obviously not optimistic. Everyone was a genius of their own territory, and no one was willing to listen to anyone else. At this time, if they stood up and said it, others would have to believe them. Moreover, Yunlu Shangqi had already called everyone to work together to tear open this space and leave this place. This could be considered a gamble. At this time, everyone stood over. Yunlu Shangqi's gaze swept fiercely towards Qin Shao and the other two, and he said sternly, "Humph, do the three of you want to die? Are you not going to join us? If you don't want to die, don't just stand there. Hurry up and come over. Let's work together." Qin Shao immediately said in a deep voice, "No, your path won't work. It'll only be appropriate. We have a way now." Listen to me first, however. Before Qin Shao could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yunlu Shangqi, who rebuked him angrily, "Nonsense. It's fine if you're weak, but you're still spouting nonsense here. Do you understand, or do we understand? This is our only path. If you want to die, get lost. Don't hinder our plan. Anyway, you're just a small second step, Heavenly Venerable. You can't help us at all. If you say another word, I'll kill you first. Do you believe me?" Qin Shao was really angry. Wu Fengqing also said rather unhappily, "Yunlu Shangqi, don't be too overbearing. If you want to refute us, at least listen to what we have to say first. We didn't even have a chance to speak, and were directly rejected by you. Are you really sure that your path will work? It must be a way to survive? Everyone's goal is the same. We all want to survive. Don't involve your personal grudges. That will only harm everyone." First it was Qin Shao, then it was Wu Fengqing. The words of the two extremely angered Yunlu Shangqi, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He glared fiercely at Wu Fengqing and said, "Wu Fengqing, if the three of you don't want to participate, then get lost. We don't need the three of you. If you continue to mislead people with your lies, be careful of your lives. If you want to die, that's your business. We won't drag you in." Affected by Yunlu Shangqi, the others also glared at Qin Shao and the other two. Clearly, they had directly excluded the three of them. "Humph, don't drag us down with you, even if you want to die. This is the only feasible way. If you still say it's not possible, then what other way do you have? I think you're just evil and want to drag us to death." Qian Hao found an opportunity and also spoke sarcastically. "Ignore them. If they want to die, that's their business. We still want to live. Don't waste time. Everyone, let's attack together and fight. Yes, let's attack together and tear this space apart. I don't believe that this small world can stop the footsteps of so many of us. All right, everyone attack together. Let's leave this place first. Everyone, listen to my command. Attack together. Success or failure will depend on this." Yunlu Shangqi stood up again and acted as the leader, commanding everyone. Everyone also gathered their strength and attacked. As soon as Yunlu Shangqi gave the order, they would attack together. Chapter 2023. Qin Shao, what are we going to do now? They won't listen to us at all. Wu Fengqing frowned deeply and was a little anxious. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen. Qin Shao shook his head solemnly and said, "I already expected something like this to happen. Our words are insignificant. Naturally, we won't be able to gain their trust. Moreover, everyone has been instigated by Yunlu Shangqi. At this time, they won't listen to us. Moreover, this is related to everyone's lives. We don't have the power to make everyone trust us and put their lives in our hands. If it were us, I'm afraid we would do the same. That's true, but Wu Fengqing also understood this, but this matter was related to everyone's life and death. Therefore, Wu Fengqing couldn't help but be anxious. What should we do now? Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "There's nothing we can do now. We can only wait and see. We should also prepare for the worst. I feel that something big is about to happen. However, the situation might not be so bad right away. As long as the demon hasn't broken through the seal, then we still have a chance. Perhaps this might not be a bad thing. If they fail, then they might trust us in a desperate situation. We need everyone's help to have a chance of success." Everything had its two sides. Some things, on second thought, might not be a bad thing after all. Good things and bad things, in fact, most of the time, it was just a matter of looking at it from a different perspective. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Fengqing nodded. It made sense. Now they could only wait and see. Anyway, they wouldn't get involved. A bunch of ignorant human brats. Do you think you can escape? Just as Yun Lu Shang-chi and the others attacked together, the demon opened his mouth, and a thunderous voice came out from his mouth, shaking the heaven and earth. Hearing the demon speak, everyone's expression changed. They knew that the situation was not good. This is bad. Wu Fengqing shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, Yun Lu, Shang-chi, and the others' energy was guided into the altar. All of their energy was sucked into the altar, as if they were being sucked in by a terrifying vortex. What was even more terrifying was that they couldn't stop their energy from being devoured. It was obvious that their immortal energy was being sucked away, but they couldn't stop it. It was as if a hole had been opened, and there was no way to heal it. What was going on? Not good, we've been tricked. Disaster Mo is waiting for us to attack together, and then absorb our immortal energy to help him break through the seal. Damn it, we've been tricked. It's over, it's all over now. My immortal energy is being drained rapidly, and I can't stop it at all. What should I do? What should we do? What else could he do? Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? There's simply no way to stop it. The more we use our immortal energy, the faster it will be devoured. We're already approaching death step by step. Cloud Willow Shang-chi, it's all because of your rotten idea. Damn it. You're trying to get us all killed. That's right. It's all Yun Lu Shang-chi's fault for urging us to attack together. Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Can you afford to pay for our lives? All right. What's the use of saying all this now? We agreed to it ourselves, so we can't blame anyone else. I feel like we've wrongly blamed Wu Fengqing and the others. Look, only the three of them are fine. Their immortal energy hasn't been devoured. Everyone who attacked had their immortal energy sucked away. Only Qin Shao and the other two were lucky enough to escape. Cloud Willow Shang-chi was being scolded by everyone. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't know what was going on either. But this matter, he was indeed the one who called for it. So everyone was naturally blaming him now. He still had a stomach full of grievances, but he couldn't say it out loud. He, ignorant human race brat. Originally, it would be a little difficult for this demon lord to break through this seal. But with the help of your immortal energy, it'll be much easier. You'll all die a worthy death, a glorious death. Use your immortal energy to help this demon break through the seal and kill everyone. The demon laughed maniacally. Monstrous energy poured into the entire altar, shaking it until it was incomparably wild. The money chains that locked the doomed demons also began to tremble violently. The situation was far from good. At this rate, the demon would soon break through the seal and come out. Such a situation made everyone anxious. The pace of death was coming too fast this time. and they didn't even have the strength to resist now. The feeling of waiting for death was too unbearable. What do we do? What should we do now? We can't just wait for death like this, right? What else can we do? Just admit that we're unlucky. Cloud Willow Shang-Chi, haven't you always called him Lehigh? Why aren't you saying anything now? Think of another way. If not for you, would we have fallen into such a situation? Cloud Willow Shang-Chi's face was the color of pig liver. What could he say now? How could he still have a way? Qin Shao, what should we do now? Although it might be a little inappropriate, but one had to admit that seeing this scene, Wu Fengcheng's heart was rather relieved. Just now, everyone was disdainful of them, and even mocked them. Now it was great. Everyone else was in trouble, and only the three of them were safe and sound. This was the consequence of not listening to them. Now that everyone else was at their wits' end, the only hope was with them. It was just to see how they would fight this battle. But this battle was obviously very difficult to fight. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to fight, right? If they didn't fight, they would die. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Fight it out. Qin Shao didn't have a good idea either. Fight it out? Wu Fengcheng also gritted his teeth helplessly. It seemed that the only way was to fight it out. Since there was no other way, then fight it out. Qin Shao looked at the others and said sternly, "Everyone, you may have heard of the legend of the demon's seal. You may have read a record that a Buddhist saint used supreme Dharma to seal the demon here. There is a Buddhist sacred object that sealed the demon. It is called the sealing staff, and it is in the altar. Now we have no other choice. Either we wait for death here, or we fight it out. There is still one last way, and that is to find the sealing staff, then inject Dharma into it and seal the demon back. Now there is only one way. There is no other way. Everyone, are you willing to wait for death, or believe me, Qin Shao, and help me fight for this last way out?" Just now, everyone was disdainful of Qin Shao and the other two. They didn't pay attention to them at all and even mocked them. But now they had all taken the wrong path and brought themselves into a hopeless situation. Now they naturally started to believe a little. But, who do you think you are? You are just a mere second step, celestial venerable human immortal. Do you think we will believe your words? Before you die, you still want to come out and be a hero? Yunlu Shang-Chi was the first to jump out and scold him. He was very sullen in his heart. After being scolded by everyone just now, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Now that Qin Shao had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally vented all his anger on Qin Shao. Although the others were not as angry as Yunlu Shang-Chi, Qin Zhao's words carried little weight after all. It was indeed hard for everyone to believe him. "Young man, it is indeed hard for us to believe your words." "That's right. If we cooperate fully with you, I'm afraid we will die even faster, right?" "Even if you are right, I have heard of these rumors. There is no doubt that there are Buddhist words and Dharma on those chains. It is also possible that the sealing staff does exist. But so what? Let's not talk about whether we can find it successfully. Even if we can find it, so what? We don't have it. Where would a Buddhist cultivator inject Dharma? That's right. So what if we find it? Death is still the only way out. Qin Shao continued, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I naturally have my reasons for saying this. There are indeed no Buddhist cultivators here, but it is not necessary to be a Buddhist cultivator to inject Dharma. Although I am not a Buddhist cultivator, I have also comprehended the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra and refined a Buddhist item. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qian Hao in Nangong Xian. I have fought with Qian Hao, and he has seen my Buddhist item. Now everyone has no choice. If you don't believe me, then you will undoubtedly die. If everyone believes me this time, then at least there is a glimmer of hope. So, even now everyone is still so suspicious of others. I think everyone should be very clear that if we don't unite, we will definitely die. No one can escape. At this point, everyone still can't let go of the concerns in their hearts? Wu Fengqing also immediately stood up and said, "Yes, everyone. I can assure everyone that what Brother Qin Shao said is true. Don't look at Brother Qin Shao as a second-step Empyrean. His strength is not below mine. Even Qian Hao has suffered a big loss in his hand. So, if you think that Brother Qin Shao is talking without thinking, then you are wrong. This is our last chance, and there is no time for everyone to consider. If everyone does not unite, then there will be no chance." Many people looked at Qian Hao. Qian Hao's face turned ugly when he heard Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing's words. He had suffered a big loss in the hands of Qin Shao, and he regarded this as a disgrace. Now that it was said on the spot, it naturally made him very embarrassed. But could he refute? Qian Hao did not refute, and everyone naturally understood that Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing were not lying. It seemed that they had underestimated Qin Shao too much. Although it was very hard to believe, they had to believe that this second-step Empyrean boy's strength could be so strong. In this case, there was indeed a glimmer of hope. "Okay, I believe you. Count me in. Count me in too. Let's fight." "Haha, if we don't fight, we will definitely die. If we fight, there is more or less a glimmer of hope. No matter how slim the hope is, it is better than waiting for death here. Yes, everyone, don't hesitate. We have no other choice. Let's fight together with fellow Taoist Qin Shao." Everyone expressed their positions one after another. Only Yunlu Shangqi and Qian Hao and Nangong Xian were not quiet. Yunlu Shangqi insulted Qin Shao again and again. At this time, he was naturally embarrassed to be quiet. Qian Hao originally had hostility towards Qin Shao, so he was naturally embarrassed to express his position. Wu Fengqing knew the two's thoughts. After glancing at Qin Shao, he said to them, "The five of you, if you don't object, then take it that you agree. No matter what unhappiness we had before, let's put it down at this moment and focus on the overall situation. Only if we join forces can we get through this difficult time. You won't object, right?" "No objection. We agree." Chapter 2024. This time, everyone's hearts were united, and they gathered together. Of course, Qin Shao knew that being able to gather everyone together was nothing more than that everyone was at their wits' end. Now it was a bit of a desperate situation, but that was not important. The most important thing was the result. Everything else was meaningless. Qin Shao was not so noble as to fight for the lives of others. Compared to the others, Qin Shao cared more about his life. After all, the original bodies of the others were still outside, but Qin Zhao's original body was in the primordial universe. It would be more difficult for him to return to the immortal domain. In order to fight for a chance of survival, Qin Shao needed to borrow the strength of others. It was a mutual benefit. Fight, begin. Whoosh. Qin Shao directly charged towards the altar and transmitted his voice to everyone. "Everyone, follow me to approach the altar. Disaster Mo has not broken the seal yet, so he can't attack. He is not a threat to me. The biggest threat is that black-robed man. His strength is unfathomable. So, everyone must block that black-robed man for me. As long as everyone can block that black-robed man, we will have won half the battle. So, when necessary, I hope that everyone will not hold back. When necessary, use your trump cards. If we win in the end, those who did not use their trump cards will have to compensate the others with Chaos Source rocks of equal value. This is a kind of fairness." Wu Fengqing immediately replied, "Qin Shao, don't worry. My cousin and I will be the vanguard. If we use our trump cards, we will be the first to use them. Everyone's life and death depends on this battle. If anyone tries to hide it, I'm afraid they will become the target of public criticism. Everyone, please weigh the pros and cons carefully. Don't worry, we will fight with our lives. Yes, don't worry. If we don't fight now, we won't have another chance. If we die, what's the point of having a trump card? Life is more important than anything. That's right. If anyone dares to selfishly hold back, don't blame us for not being polite. I want to see who dares to be so shameless. Let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone, prepare to give it your all. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I'm counting on you. While communicating with each other, they didn't stop moving forward. Instead, they quickly approached the altar. The flowing light wings turned into a battle armor and covered Qin Zhao's body, protecting Qin Shao. Qin Shao also used the spiritual armor given by Fatty Kai to protect her soul. After all, the soul was the weakest part. If anything were to happen to it, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the eight-sided Buddha mirror in one hand and the berserker sword in the other, Qin Shao quickly rushed into the protective circle of the altar. Doom didn't pay attention to the crowd. He was madly absorbing everyone's immortal energy to help him break through the seal. The moment the seal was broken would be the moment of everyone's death. Within the black clouds above the altar, the black-robed man sensed Qin Zhao's movements and immediately understood Qin Zhao's intentions. He scoffed coldly, humph, you want to seal the evil demon back with just the likes of you? So what if you found the sealing Buddha staff? You don't have any Buddhist cultivators. You can't inject Buddhist Dharma. Injecting immortal energy is completely useless. I'll just watch as you all struggle on the verge of death. The black-robed man wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He didn't think Qin Shao had this ability. Other than Qin Shao, who rushed in, Wu Fengcheng and the others were still guarding outside. They didn't enter the altar area. They all stared at Qin Shao, ready to make a move at any time. Qin Shao couldn't get close to the altar. On the square around the altar, there was an incomparably wild roar. The destructive power formed a terrifying vortex. As soon as Qin Shao entered, he felt a terrifying power crazily rushing towards his body. If it wasn't for the flowing light wings protecting him, Qin Shao would definitely have to retreat immediately. Otherwise, he would soon die inside. With the flowing light wings, he could temporarily withstand it. However, it was also abnormally painful. His immortal energy and immortal body were being depleted. After a long time, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was too terrifying. Now, I can only hope that the sealing Buddha staff is in this square and not on the altar. Hurry up and find the sealing Buddha staff. There's not much time left. Qin Shao prayed in his heart. His gaze fell on the stone pillars in the square. The sealing Buddha staff could be hidden in these stone pillars. It was also possible that it wasn't hidden in these stone pillars. The sealing Buddha staff. How could he find it? The entire altar is covered with the mechanical array technique. It's just that it's very advanced. According to this train of thought, the location of the sealing Buddha staff should have a pattern. Although my level of mechanical array technique is not high enough, I can only brace myself and calculate it. It's also a test for myself. In order to survive, I can only give it my all. And I believe that I can do it. I definitely can. Come on. Qin Shao encouraged himself in his heart and began to study. Time waits for no man. If he had enough time, Qin Shao wouldn't have any problems. The biggest problem now was that he didn't have much time to study this. He had to find it as soon as possible. Such a test was extremely difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had to do it. He had to succeed. Where is it? Where is it? He couldn't be anxious. He had to calm down and carefully analyze the situation. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, Big Dipper combined with the power of heaven and earth here, Qin Shao quickly made many inferences in his mind. Finally, with a flash of spiritual light, his gaze landed on an empty space. Around the empty space, there were a few stone pillars arranged in a starry pattern. If one looked closely, they would discover that the arrangement of the stone pillars was very particular. They displayed the power of heaven and earth and the state of yin and yang. The 9 suns of the polar regions, the center of the sky. Right there. Qin Shao quickly made a move. The berserk sword struck out with all its might and heavily struck the empty space. Suddenly, light shone in all directions. The ground opened and a golden light burst out, shooting straight into the sky. The Buddha's light shone, and a shining golden Buddha's staff slowly rose up. The Buddha's power was vast, and the Buddha's voice was thunderous. The Buddha's power was boundless, and the golden light of the Buddha's relic wiped out all evil. Qin Shao was bathed in the Buddha's light. Listening to the sound of thunder, his body and mind couldn't help but be startled. It was as if he had entered another world. If he continued to be silent, he was afraid that he would be in danger of entering the Buddha's path. Qin Shao also suddenly shivered. He steeled his mind and was not affected by the Buddha's power. Under the great boost of the Buddha's power, everyone was excited and happy. They actually saw the hope of survival. Previously, everyone came with the mentality of a dead horse as a living horse. But now, they finally had the passion and began to believe in Qin Shao. The sealing Buddha's staff. After breaking through the seal, the demon's gaze swept over Qin Shao. He was instantly angry. A brat that he didn't take seriously at all actually found the sealing Buddha's staff. This made him smell a trace of danger. He hated the sealing Buddha's staff. It was this staff that sealed him, the demon, in this endless period of time. He was also afraid of this sealing Buddha's staff. He was about to break through the seal. At this time, how could he allow anyone to ruin his grand plan? Quickly go and stop that brat. Kill him for me. Kill him. The demon roared at the black-clothed man in the black cloud. The black-clothed man in the black cloud naturally couldn't sit still. The plan was about to succeed. How could any accident be allowed to happen? The black-clothed man rushed out and shouted coldly, "Human brat, die for me! Everyone, attack together with me! Block this black-clothed man!" Wu Fengqing immediately shouted. Everyone saw real hope. Naturally, their fighting spirit was incomparably high. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their fighting spirit was monstrous. Hope was right in front of them. The desire to live made everyone not hesitate at all. They all attacked together to block this black-clothed man. Although they were all restrained at home, they had the advantage in numbers after all. It was enough to make up for the restraint. The power of more than 24th step heavenly venerables attacking together was probably something that even a semi-sage would have to consider carefully. Although the black-clothed man attacked with all his strength, how could he get close to Qin Shao? He was directly blocked by this force and was forced to retreat. Seeing that everyone blocked the black-clothed man, Qin Shao was even more relieved. His gaze fell on the sealing Buddha's staff. The power of faith became even stronger. Now, it's time for me to fight. Hua! The 8-sided Buddhist mirror was fully displayed. Buddhist light gushed out and integrated into the sealing Buddha's staff, making the Buddhist light of the sealing Buddha's staff even stronger. Om Mani Padme Hum! The Buddhist 6-syllable mantra was fully displayed. Many Buddhist principles were injected into the sealing Buddha's staff, making the sealing Buddha's light even stronger. The monstrous Buddhist light illuminated the entire space and suppressed all the darkness. The supreme Buddhist principles poured down on Doom's body like a waterfall. Together with the restriction array, they stimulated the binding power of the chains to seal Doom back. The Calamity Devil had truly smelled the danger and was howling madly. No, no, no. I don't want to be sealed again. I want to go out. I want to charge out and avenge my past humiliation. You lowly human brats are just ants in front of me. Do you really think that you can seal me back? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Break. break, break. Doom was roaring and going crazy. He was attacking the seal with all his strength. However, the seal's power was getting stronger. How could it be broken so easily? Qin Shao was also struggling. He was also desperately injecting Buddhist principles. This was a huge consumption for him. He was even burning his immortal power. However, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Hurry up and kill that brat. Kill that brat and help me break the seal. Hurry! Doom roared angrily at the man in black again. The man in black didn't want to kill Qin Shao, but he couldn't break through the seal in the face of more than 24th step heavenly venerables. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break through. At this time, unless his companions could rush over as fast as they could, there was no way he could break through this power alone. If you can't break through, hurry up and call your companions. Tell them to hurry over. I only need to hold on for a little longer and I can break through the seal, Doom said again. The man in black had already called for his companions, but they needed time to get here. During this period of time, he did not know if Disaster Demon could hold on. Brother Qin Shao, the man in black has already called for his companions. You have to hurry. Do your best. Fellow Qin Shao, do your best. The man in black has us here. He can't threaten you. Chapter 2025. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Everyone's will was sincere and their fighting spirit was extremely high. They worked together and fought for their lives. Naturally, they gave it their all. Moreover, everyone had not even used their trump cards, and they could already completely block the black-robed man. Everyone was holding on. Qin Shao was also giving it his all. He was desperately injecting Dharma into the sealing Buddhist staff, trying to seal Disaster Demon back. Under the boundless Dharma, Disaster Demon was suppressed by the Dharma. Rocks began to climb up his body again. His feet had already turned into rocks, and they were slowly spreading up his body. Clearly, when Disaster Demon's body was completely covered by rocks, he would be completely sealed back. From the situation in front of them, it could be seen that Qin Shao had already gained the upper hand. He was slowly sealing Disaster Demon back. The situation was very good and it was very exciting to watch. Everyone's enthusiasm was even higher. They all felt that this time they had done the right thing. They did not have to die. Although the black-robed man's expression could not be seen clearly under the mask, it must be very ugly. He attacked with all his might, using all kinds of methods. However, there were too many people in Wufeng City. Moreover, their fighting spirit was high and they worked together. They were simply invulnerable. With his strength alone, there was no way he could break through everyone's defense. Moreover, everyone only needed to block the black-robed man. They did not need to do anything to him. As long as the black-robed man could not get close to Qin Shao, it would be fine. Therefore, if the black-robed man wanted to break through, it would be even more difficult. Wufeng City and the others just stood there and did not take the initiative to attack. They did not mess up the formation. They just needed to defend well. In this way, it was naturally unbreakable, as solid as a fort. How much longer will it take for your companions to arrive? Disaster Demon roared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man was also anxious. He coldly replied, soon. At most 10 breaths. 10 breaths? Disaster Demon was even more furious. Do you think this demon lord can still hold on for 10 breaths? After 10 breaths, this demon lord will be sealed back. 3 breaths. They must arrive within 3 breaths. They must. Otherwise, this demon lord will not be able to break through the seal. This demon lord has been trapped for too long. This demon lord wants to get out, get out. Tell them to hurry up, hurry up. The black-clothed man remained silent. How could this matter be completely controlled by him? He also wanted to be fast, but this was the boundlessly territory. How could it be so easy to travel between worlds? 10 breaths of time was probably the fastest he could achieve. What he had said just now was all for the best. If Disaster Demon could not even last for 10 breaths of time, then the situation this time would be very bad. It was likely that all their efforts would be for naught. The man in black was unwilling to give up, but there was nothing he could do. He had tried his best, but he couldn't stop Qin Shao. What could he do? Ha ha ha, everyone, our victory is in sight. Calamity is no longer able to absorb our immortal energy. This time we've escaped a calamity. A man laughed heartily. The feeling of escaping death was really wonderful. Everyone was in a good mood. Victory was already in sight. Wu Fengqing reminded everyone. Everyone, now is not the time to be happy. We must hold on until Qin Shao completely seals Calamity Demon. Now we can't relax in the slightest. We can't be careless until the last moment. Yes. Wu Fengqing's reminder is right. Everyone, cheer up. Victory is in our hands. We can't let it fly away. Calamity Demon was really anxious. He knew that relying on those black-clothed men was unreliable. He had been sealed here for too long. It was so long that he didn't even know how many universe epochs had passed. He finally had a chance to break through the seal. How could he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? However, this sealing array was really too powerful. The boundless Buddhist Dharma restrained him, making it impossible for him to unleash his strength. This demon lord wants to break through the seal and leave this place. Now, I can only have a good talk with that human brat. As long as he stops, then this demon lord can leave this place. Who would have thought that this demon lord, the sacred venerate of the abyss world, would actually be so lowly as to negotiate with a mere human brat? Forget it. For the sake of freedom, this demon lord can only compromise this once. On Qin Zhao's side, he was desperately injecting Buddhist Dharma into the sealing Buddhist staff. Actually, it was also a very difficult and strenuous task for him. After all, he wasn't a Buddhist cultivator and didn't have much Buddhist Dharma on him. He only relied on the 8-sided Buddhist mirror and the 6-syllable Buddhist Dharma to inject Buddhist Dharma into the sealing Buddhist staff. To activate the 8-sided Buddhist mirror and the 6-syllable Buddhist Dharma required a large amount of immortal power. Qin Zhao's realm was only a second-step heavenly venerate, so his immortal power was actually not abundant. Naturally, it was very strenuous. If Qin Shao was a 4th-step heavenly venerate, it would be much easier to use. There wouldn't be any problems at all. However, at this moment, Qin Shao was also gritting his teeth and fighting to the end. Victory was right in front of him. No matter what, he had to persevere to the end. Even if there was a danger of damaging his vitality, there was no other way. After all, if he didn't fight, only death would await him. If he fought until his immortal power was completely exhausted in the end, then his vitality would definitely be damaged. The price to pay would be very high. Qin Shao had damaged his vitality once before, and it took him a full 2 million years to slowly recover. Moreover, the main credit for recovering his vitality previously was that his immortal Tao had broken through to the heavenly venerate realm. With the help of the heavenly Tao's baptism, his vitality was completely restored. If his vitality was damaged now, the price he would have to pay would be even greater. Soon. Looking at the situation, if I'm fast, I can seal doom back in 5 to 6 breaths of time. If I'm slow, it'll be 8 breaths of time at most. Grit my teeth and persevere. I can definitely do it. I can definitely succeed. My life, no one can take it away. No one can even think about it. The power of faith in Qin Zhao's heart was incomparably strong. It supported him so that he wouldn't fall easily. Human. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao could naturally tell who this voice belonged to. It was Disasters. Qin Zhao didn't find it strange that Doom would send him a voice transmission. In fact, it was already within his expectations. Qin Zhao also knew that Doom had been forced to a dead end by him. If Doom sent him a voice transmission, then clearly there was no other way. This meant that he was already very close to success. Therefore, Qin Zhao was actually very happy when he heard Doom's voice transmission. Doom, Qin Zhao replied. In his sea of consciousness, Doom's figure appeared. Qin Zhao's consciousness also transformed into a figure and stood in front of Doom, becoming the same size as Doom. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Zhao and Doom were currently facing each other. Hearing Qin Zhao call him by his name so calmly, Doom couldn't help but frown. You, a mere second step, heavenly venerable, can actually speak to me as an equal. How do you feel? He was a high and mighty sacred venerable. In his eyes, Qin Zhao was just an ant. Indeed, compared to Qin Zhao, he could be said to be a dragon, and Qin Zhao was just an ant. But now, this ant, Qin Zhao, was actually on equal footing with him, this dragon, and was speaking to him as an equal. This was simply a very ironic thing. If he didn't need Qin Zhao's help, how could he, Doom, be so humble? Trampling on his own dignity and lowering himself to such a lowly level? Little human, you're called Qin Zhao, right? You're a very heaven-defying and unprecedented talent. At such a young age, to be able to reach such heights as a second step heavenly venerable is indeed rare. I'm afraid that in the entire celestial realm, you're as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Your talent and potential are indeed very, very great. Your future is immeasurable. As long as you don't die miserably, then stepping onto the ancient road in the future should be a sure thing. Hearing Doom's praises, Qin Zhao chuckled in his heart. There was nothing to be happy about. How could he not know that Doom's praises were merely bewitching potions, deliberately said for him to hear? But Qin Zhao had never fallen for this trick, so this kind of soft trick was ineffective on Qin Zhao. However, it's not a good thing for young people to be too hot-blooded. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. Being too bright will always leave behind hidden dangers. This world has never lacked geniuses, but why are there so few who can step onto the ancient road and become sacred venerables? That's because many geniuses simply can't grow, or are too proud and complacent, or too conceited, or consider everything beneath them, and provoke enemies. Your future is limitless, but the prerequisite is that you don't die miserably on the way forward. First, he gave her a piece of candy, then he gave her a stern warning. This method was pretty good. Clearly, he was trying to control Qin Zhao's heart by hammering him one by one. But how could Qin Zhao be so easily manipulated by Doom? Qin Zhao pursed his lips and said with a cold smile, Doom, I think you shouldn't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have much time left, so there's no need to waste any more time, right? A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of Doom's eyes before he said, Little fellow Qin Zhao, it looks like you're a straightforward person. This demon lord likes dealing with straightforward people like you. Very straightforward. Alright, since that's the case, then this demon lord will also be frank. As long as you stop now, this demon lord can agree to any of your conditions, as long as this demon lord can do it. I don't need to kill anyone here. Even that man in black, this demon lord can kill him for you. As long as it's your request, this demon lord will do his best to satisfy you. Little fellow Qin Zhao, your potential is limitless, but the road ahead is still filled with countless difficulties and dangers for you. It won't be easy for you to successfully set foot on the ancient path and become a saint. But if this demon lord helps you, then this demon lord can sweep away all obstacles and ensure that you successfully set foot on the ancient path. high-grade immortal arts, secret arts, high-grade immortal weapons, even saint weapons and saint arts. As long as you want it, this demon lord can give it to you. If you have any enemies which ancient saint you want to kill, this demon lord can satisfy any of these conditions. As long as you stop now, everything is negotiable. This demon lord will not treat you unfairly. What you can get from this demon lord will definitely exceed your imagination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. It's a great opportunity for you to become stronger and ensure that you can set foot on the ancient path. If you're still worried, then this demon lord can swear on the heavenly Tao that I won't go back on my word. Think about it, if a powerful ancient saint like this demon lord fulfills all of your conditions, the benefits will be endless. Chapter 2026. Disaster looked at Qin Shao expectantly, waiting for Qin Zhao's answer. In order to break out of the seal, Disaster could be said to be disregarding everything. He was willing to pay any price and was willing to put himself in the most humble position. One had to admit that the conditions offered by Disaster Demon were sufficiently tempting. With such a condition, it was likely that no one would be able to reject it. After all, it was every man for himself. Qin Shao was fighting so hard just to survive. If he agreed to Disaster Demon's conditions, then not only could he achieve his original goal, but he could also obtain endless additional benefits. These benefits were probably enough to make ordinary ancient sages go crazy. It was enough to make half-step heavenly venerates fight with their lives on the line. Qin Shao did not know how powerful Disaster Demon was, but he was sure that he was at least at the level of a second-step ancient sage. He was definitely not an ordinary ancient sage. Since Calamity had made such a promise, then the benefits he could obtain were simply unimaginable. There were endless benefits. Just thinking about it was enough to make one go crazy. To say that he was completely unmoved was obviously impossible. Qin Shao was not so indifferent to such a sacred extent. Qin Zhao's heart was indeed palpitating with eagerness. He was indeed tempted. As long as he nodded and agreed, then under the condition that everyone could survive, he would also have dug up a huge treasure trove. Moreover, this huge treasure trove was 10 times, 100 times better than his previous gains in the Thoughtless Sea and Heaven Mountain City combined. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was too crazy, too crazy. If it were someone else, they probably would not even think about it and directly nod and agree, right? In that instant, Qin Shao had the impulse to nod and agree. After all, his goal was actually to survive. Apart from him, he would at most bring along Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian. Actually, Qin Shao did not care that much about the lives of others. Indeed, he was not familiar with the others. Qin Shao was not so noble. Now that everyone was helping him seal Disaster Demon, then Qin Shao would naturally protect their lives. Disaster Demon could totally agree to all these. It was just that he would release Disaster Demon from here, but the benefits he would obtain were endless. No matter who it was, this transaction was definitely worth it, right? Wasn't Doom forced into such a desperate situation? How could he be like this? This was equivalent to using everything in exchange for his life. Naturally, he was willing to pay a heavy price. However, Qin Shao shook her head and firmly refused. Sorry, I don't associate myself with evil spirits, so you'd better give up. You should obediently scram back and wait to be sealed. Calamity originally thought that he had offered the best conditions and brought out the greatest sincerity. With such a lowly attitude, Qin Shao should have agreed. After all, he really couldn't think of any reason why Qin Shao wouldn't agree. As long as they weren't stupid, they would agree, right? However, he didn't expect that Qin Shao would refuse him so firmly. There was no room for negotiation at all, which surprised him greatly. This brat, he actually refused? He actually rejected it? Why did he refuse? Disaster was naturally a bit anxious at such an answer. He naturally found it hard to accept. You actually refused? How can you refuse? Is it because my conditions aren't generous enough? No, no, no. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Your offer is indeed very generous. Very, very generous. Even I was shocked by it. I've never seen such generous conditions before. Can even be said that it's 10 times, no, 100 times more generous than everything I've ever received in my life. It is indeed very tempting. I was almost moved, really. I also have reason to believe that if it was someone else, they would have agreed without hesitation. Such a great treasure indeed cannot give anyone a reason to refuse. Therefore, I cannot help but admire your methods. They are indeed terrifyingly powerful. Even your temptations are at such a level that it's impossible for anyone to refuse. Therefore, I can tell that in order to break the seal, you are truly willing to do anything. Other than your life, you can use anything to exchange for it. As soon as you came, you immediately threw out your bottom line. You have shown enough sincerity. I also admire your courage and believe in your sincerity. Disaster looked at Qin Shao with a cold expression and said coldly, But you still refused. That's right. I refuse. Qin Shao nodded and confirmed once again. There are many reasons why I refused you. Every single one of them is worthy of me sticking to my decision. I've always had my bottom line. I will not wallow in the mire with evil spirits. This is my bottom line. Humph, humph, humph. You won't wallow in the mire with evil spirits? Then you're truly very noble. Disaster sneered. His words were filled with mockery. Qin Shao shook her head and curled her lip. I've never thought of myself as noble. I've never thought of myself as a good person. I've also never thought of doing anything grand. Those are all hypocrisy. I'm not a Buddhist cultivator. I can't be without desires and without care for anything. I can sacrifice myself for others. I truly don't have such nobility. The only thing I have is the bottom line that a person should have. You shouldn't be a good person, nor should you be a bad person. You shouldn't be a good person, nor should you be a bad person. If I let you out, who knows how many lives of the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. If countless lives of the human race were to be lost because of my selfishness, then wouldn't I be guilty of the most heinous crimes? I can't be a hero who saves the world, but I also won't be a sinner who kills countless people. Since the ancestors of the human race sealed you here, they naturally had their reasons. How could I go against their wishes and let you out? Disaster's expression was very ugly. He stared fixedly at Qin Shao, his anger soaring to the heavens. From the looks of it, it was impossible to make Qin Shao stop. He was furious. He was filled with hatred. He had already thrown out all his conditions and brought out all his sincerity, but it still wasn't enough? Could it be that this time, he, Disaster, was destined to never leave this damned place? He was unwilling to accept this. He had waited for countless years for this opportunity, but this was the result? Ancient and gloomy, endless years of slumber. How sorrowful and desolate was this! If he were to be sealed again, when would the next time he would wake up? Humph, human brat, you forced this demon lord's hand. Since you won't agree, then this demon lord can only kill you first. Disaster's face was filled with madness and malevolence as he spoke. Immediately, an incomparably powerful and strange energy surged towards Qin Zhao's soul. This was an attack of the soul power. As expected, I knew Disaster would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. It's definitely not as simple as just wanting to talk with me. He's very sinister. Qin Shao sneered inwardly. In fact, he had long been prepared. Disaster had been negotiating with him, giving him all his conditions. He had endlessly lowered himself, showing no bottom line. Actually, on the one hand, he really wanted to talk. On the other hand, wasn't he just trying to numb Qin Zhao's consciousness? Once the negotiations failed, he would use his sinister move. Taking advantage of Qin Zhao's unpreparedness, he launched a strange full-force attack on Qin Zhao, directly attacking Qin Zhao's consciousness and soul, wanting to silently kill Qin Zhao. But Qin Zhao had long been prepared. How could he let disaster succeed so easily? Qin Zhao's consciousness was incomparably powerful and resolute. Qin Zhao's soul was also very powerful, and he was also protected by the spirit armor. It could be said that he was unstoppable. Although disaster's realm was extremely high, he was still sealed after all. He couldn't use many of his tricks at all. So his soul attack wasn't considered powerful. If he really was strong enough, then he could directly attack Qin Zhao. There was no need for this. It was precisely because disaster didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that he would do this. In a situation where Qin Zhao was already prepared, how could he have a chance? Therefore, disaster's power was directly blocked by Qin Zhao. Disaster, you want to use such a lowly move against me? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Qin Zhao laughed coldly. What? It was completely blocked? Seeing this, disaster was a little dumbfounded. He immediately understood that Qin Zhao had long been prepared and had been guarding against him all this time. He had indeed underestimated this brat a little too much. It was over. His plan had completely failed. What should he do? Should he really accept his fate? At this moment, the rock had already covered Disaster's chest. At most, in 3 more breaths of time, Disaster would be completely sealed back. The black-robed man still didn't give up and continued to fight. However, he still couldn't break through and get close to Qin Zhao. The black-robed man's companions also didn't rush over. It seemed like they couldn't make it in time. Qin Zhao continued to activate the sealing Buddha staff. Boundless Dharma purified the entire world. The rocks on Disaster's body were rapidly moving upward. Very quickly, they had covered his shoulders and reached his neck. At this moment, Disaster could no longer move. Only his head could move slightly. But soon, the rock reached his face. His head couldn't move anymore. Only his lips and eyes could still move. The general trend had basically been set. No, 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 Disaster let out a bemoaning and pitying roar. His voice was so desolate and indignant. This demon lord is unwilling, unwilling. Endless years of loneliness and pain have already tortured this demon lord to the point where he wants to die. This demon lord doesn't want to continue suffering. Qin Zhao, you are so ruthless, so ruthless, so ruthless. This demon lord will remember you. This demon lord won't let you go. Absolutely not. This demon lord has already sent a message to my people. They will come to settle accounts with you for this demon lord. They will definitely kill you. Qin Zhao, you will pay an incomparably painful price for your extremely foolish actions today. You will know how the word regret is written. At that time, it will be too late, too late. Ha ha ha, Disaster laughed wildly again. But this time, his laughter was filled with anger. Endless fury. Damned heavens, you want to seal this demon lord? This demon lord refuses to accept you, refuses to accept you. There will be a day when this demon lord will go against you, damned heavens. I will charge out of this seal and stir up chaos in the entire immortal region. After roaring wildly, Disaster's mouth was completely petrified, turning into rock. Soon, the rock covered Disaster's eyes, and finally the top of his head. In the end, Disaster completely turned into rock, returning to his original appearance as a stone statue. The seal was successful. Everything calmed down. When the black-robed man saw that the situation had changed, he knew that there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned and left. Soon, the dark clouds dispersed, and the seal on this world was lifted. The light of the sealing Buddhist staff dimmed, and it returned to the ground. Qin Shao also withdrew the Buddhist 6 syllables and the 8-sided Buddhist mirror. Everything in the world returned to normal. Everything had returned to its original state. Chapter 2027. Haha, it's a success. Qin Shao has succeeded. Our lives are saved. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, you are our hero. You saved our lives. Thank you, thank you. Phew, it's really a narrow escape from death. It's too thrilling. To be able to survive like this, we're really lucky. Yeah, I was in complete despair just now. I really didn't expect to be able to survive. It's really a miracle. Thinking about it, I still feel a lingering fear. The disaster devil was sealed again, and the black-robed man also escaped. The world of the disaster devil returned to peace, and everyone's lives were saved. And all of this was obviously Qin Zhao's credit. It was Qin Shao who saved everyone. A kid who was previously just a mere second step heavenly venerable in everyone's eyes, who was looked down upon by everyone, could actually save everyone's lives. It was really a bit of a miraculous feeling. Qin Zhao's name was also remembered by everyone. His position in everyone's hearts was also raised to a very high level. This was a monster, an extremely extraordinary character. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Everyone walked over and looked at Qin Shao with concern. Brother Qin Shao, are you all right? Wu Fengcheng walked forward and supported Qin Shao. He could clearly feel that Qin Zhao's aura was very weak. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I just used too much immortal power and mental strength. I'm a little exhausted. I'll be fine after some recuperation. A figure walked in front of Qin Shao and handed an exquisite bottle to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, I have a few immortal pills here. Take them. Qin Shao did not know any of the geniuses of Huaxia in the 9 state. Wu Fengcheng immediately introduced her to Qin Shao. This is Ku Jeming from the Cook clan of Jilin. Qin Shao also had immortal pills on him. He had prepared some when he came. They could be used to quickly replenish immortal power. This was very necessary. However, for someone like Qin Shao, who had almost exhausted all of his energy, he would need at least 3 immortal pills to fully recover. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, I appreciate Brother Ku's kindness. I have immortal pills on me, so I won't take yours. Ku Jeming smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao, you're too polite. You saved my life. How can this debt be repaid with a few immortal pills? If you're not willing to accept it, then I can't take it. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't reject it. Ku Jeming was indeed very sincere, making people feel embarrassed to reject her. Qin Shao was also in a difficult position. He felt a little embarrassed to accept it. Although he did save everyone's lives, he wouldn't have survived without everyone's help. So this time the result was more like the result. But to say that everyone owed Qin Shao a big favor, this was also reasonable. However, Qin Shao really didn't have the habit of accepting gifts from others. If he didn't accept it, it would chill Ku Jeming's sincerity. It didn't seem very good. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, since this is Ku Jeming's kindness, you should accept it. Don't be too polite with him. He's a rich man. He has an alchemy master in his family. So, a few immortal pills are nothing to him. I think he must have brought a lot this time. Giving you a few won't affect him much. Wu Fengcheng saw Qin Zhao's dilemma and immediately came out to smooth things over. Ku Jeming smiled and said, Wu Fengcheng, are you trying to flatter me to death? I'm not a rich man. Since that was the case, Qin Shao accepted it first. Daoist Qin Shao, you've spent a lot of immortal power for us. I'm not an ungrateful person. As for immortal pills, I don't have many on me, so I won't give you any. I have a path understanding fruit here. This is for you. Immediately, another person walked over and handed a rainbow-colored fruit to Qin Shao. This fruit emitted a rainbow-colored light, making it look like an immortal light. It was very magical. It emitted a strange fragrance that made people salivate. Seeing this fruit, many people's eyes couldn't help but light up. Qin Shao was also slightly taken aback. He stared blankly at the path-understanding fruit in front of him. He knew about the path-understanding fruit. It was a rare treasure. Gu Mingchen also knew about the path-understanding fruit. It was very helpful in comprehending the Tao. Just like the path-understanding tree. Of course, the path-understanding fruit had to be eaten. It was a one-time use. Qin Shao was only a second step heavenly venerable now. Therefore, the path-understanding fruit was very useful to him. The path-understanding fruit was extremely rare. It was priceless. This one was precious enough. It was probably more valuable than the immortal pills Clipchamp gave him. Since he accepted Clipchamp's, it was not good to reject this one. Moreover, compared to the immortal pills, the path-understanding fruit was much more attractive to Qin Shao. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao accepted it. Thank you. Haha, Clipchamp, Wu Taihao, you're both extraordinary. I know you're rich, but you don't have to throw a brick to attract jade. You're already like this. How can we accept this? Let's do it. We're not as generous as you. If we don't do it, we'll look like we don't know how to be grateful. What should we do? A man said. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He said to the crowd, everyone, you don't have to be so polite. Brother Ku's immortal pill and Brother Wu's path-understanding fruit are enough. If you're all sincere, please don't be stingy when Qin Shao needs your help in the future. You don't have to be so polite about anything else. Without me, you wouldn't have survived. But without you, I wouldn't have survived either. I'm not someone who likes to take credit, nor am I someone who wants to be repaid. I've always felt that meeting each other was fate. Being able to get to know all of you is also a gain. Qin Zhao's forthrightness was affirmed and acknowledged by everyone. He wasn't arrogant or overbearing. He was very easygoing and easy to get along with. Most people were willing to make friends with such a genius. But most geniuses were very arrogant. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, you're so broad-minded and bold. I admire you. Since you've said so, Qin Shao, then forget it. I'll remember this favor. If you come to Yuling in the future, look for me. Daoist Qin Shao, I can't thank you enough. I'll remember this favor. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Everyone expressed their gratitude and goodwill to Qin Shao. They also wanted to make friends with Qin Shao. Qin Shao also responded to them one by one. It was naturally a good thing to make friends with these geniuses. Qin Shao didn't care if he couldn't make friends with them. Yun Lu Shangfeng and Qian Hao didn't say anything. Yun Lu Shangqi had spoken rudely to Qin Shao many times, and Qian Hao also had a big grudge with Qin Shao. A big guy suddenly walked in front of Qin Shao. He smiled very honestly and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder with his huge palm. He grinned and smiled at Qin Shao. If it weren't for his honest smile, Qin Shao would have thought that he was going to do something to him. He was big and burly, with a strong back and a bare waist. His whole body was very thick and strong, tall and mighty, like a small giant. He was also a bit like a miniature barbarian life card, giving people a sense of strength. Qin Shao, I'll definitely make friends with you. In the future, whoever dares to provoke you is going against me. I'll definitely fight him to the death. You saved my life, so my life is yours in the future. As long as you, Qin Shao, say the word, I'll climb a mountain of swords or go through a sea of fire. I'll go to the 9th heaven to capture dragons and go to the 9th hell to kill demons. I won't even frown. I'll say it here today. Everyone heard it. You can all give me an audience. If I violate these words in the future, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. My cultivation path will be cut off. When this tall and honest man opened his mouth, Qin Shao was a bit scared. Wasn't this gratitude a bit too much? He was directly giving his life to him. Qin Shao really couldn't bear it. But how to say it, this kind of straightforward and honest character that knew how to be grateful was quite liked by Qin Shao. He could make friends with this kind of person. It was just that this came a bit too fast. For a moment, Qin Shao naturally didn't react. When making friends, there should at least be a process of getting to know each other, right? It couldn't be said that they were life and death brothers right off the bat. After saying this, the tall and honest man's gaze swept over Yunlu Shangqi and Qian Hao. He said, "It's fine if some people don't know how to be grateful, but if you still bite the hand that feeds you and continue to oppose my brother Qin Shao, then don't blame me for being rude. When the time comes, my fists don't recognize people. I don't care if you're the heavenly emperor, I'll beat you up without hesitation. When the time comes, let's see if your swords are sharper, or my fists are harder." Obviously, these words were directed at Qian Hao and Yunlu Shangqi. When the two heard this, their expressions immediately turned ugly. A wave of anger rose in their hearts. Qian Hao fiercely gritted his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back and didn't open his mouth. Yunlu Shangqi's temper wasn't good. He couldn't hold back and directly pointed at the tall and honest man and cursed angrily. "Meng Dali, don't make oblique accusations here. What did I do to offend you? What does the conflict between me and Qin Shao have to do with you? Do I need you to shout here? Who do you think you are? Are you Qin Zhao's dog?" Humph. Yunlu Shangqi's words completely enraged Meng Dali. "Yunlu Shangqi, try saying that again if you have the guts. Let's see if I'll tear your mouth apart. If you're not convinced, then fight with me. Let me see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Not just you, even your big brother Yunlu Shangfeng doesn't dare to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You haven't seen the world before, have you? Who told you to be so arrogant? Jump again for me to see." "You." Yunlu Shangqi was an arrogant person. After being scolded by Meng Dali, he felt that he had lost a lot of face and his dignity had been trampled on. He was unable to restrain his anger and was so angry that he wanted to attack. However, in his heart, he knew that Meng Dali was very strong. If they really fought, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. He could only rely on his big brother Yunlu Shangfeng and Pin Wu. There was strength in numbers, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would have to think carefully. After Meng Dali finished speaking, he provocatively crooked his finger at Yunlu Shangqi as if to say, "Hurry up and come over." Yunlu Shangqi was hot-headed and wanted to go out and fight, but he was stopped by Yunlu Shangfeng, who said in a low voice, "Don't be rash. You're no match for Meng Dali. If you bully him with numbers, I'm afraid the others won't agree. Forget it, let's go." Although Yunlu Shangqi was very angry and unwilling, he knew that his big brother's words were true. So, no matter how angry he was, what could he do? He could only endure it for the time being. Yunlu Shangfeng and the other two left first. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian didn't dare to stay any longer and left as well. After the 5 of them left, the atmosphere became much better. Chapter 2028. Meng Dali's actions made Qin Shao look at him in a new light. It seemed that not only was he forthright, but he was also very domineering. He dared to provoke and humiliate Yunlu Shang-chi in such a way, and even made him leave without daring to respond. He was really something. It had to be said that it was really satisfying. Everyone also cried out in joy. Yunlu Shang-chi had spoken rudely to Qin Shao several times. Everyone had seen it, and many people were already unhappy with Yunlu Shang-chi. It was just that they didn't want to easily provoke the two brothers of the Yunlu family. After all, everyone was a genius of their own territory, and their strength was about the same. If they really made a scene, no one would be able to gain anything. But Meng Dali didn't care so much. He had such a heroic spirit that forced Yunlu Shang-chi to run away. He did what others didn't dare to do. He was really manly. Brother Qin Shao. In the future, your problems will be my problems. We will be life and death brothers. Don't be polite with me. To deal with a villain like Yunlu Shang-chi, you can't be polite to him. You should be more ruthless and domineering than him. Meng Dali turned his head again and put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder. He said in a very familiar manner, "This kind of person bullies the weak and fears the strong. Give him 2 slaps, and I guarantee that he will be obedient." He didn't care whether Qin Shao agreed or not. He directly announced that he and Qin Shao were life and death brothers. This made Qin Shao a little embarrassed. Qin Shao had seen a lot of people who liked to make friends with everyone they met. From the very beginning, Brother Pure to Fatty Kai, they were all people who liked to make friends with people. He liked to make friends with all kinds of people. However, for Pure Gokai and the others, although they made friends with a lot of people, there were very few who they could really make friends with. Therefore, after interacting with such people, one would know that their character was very good, and they were people worth making deep friends with. Meng Dali's enthusiasm was indeed a little strong. Qin Shao couldn't get used to it for a while. However, since Meng Dali was so enthusiastic, Qin Shao didn't want to reject him directly, so she didn't respond much. Qin Shao felt that Meng Dali was not a bad person. Forthright, straightforward, responsible, courageous, and loyal. He should be someone who would do anything for his friends. The most noble quality of a man should be loyalty and filial piety. "Brother Qin Shao, why don't we go together?" Meng Dali asked enthusiastically. This put Qin Shao in a difficult position for a while. Wu Fengcheng already knew about Qin Zhao's difficulties, so he immediately stood up and said, "Haha, Brother Qin Shao has always been with us. Don't tell me you want to snatch him from me? There's no need to fight over it. I can go with you." "I'll listen to your orders," Meng Dali said. Don't. Wu Fengcheng immediately gestured for them to stop. "The 3 of us are enough. Everyone is here for the boundless water. Everyone has their own opportunities. It's not a good thing to have too many people. Even if we find the boundless water, it won't be easy to distribute it. So, don't get involved with us. My cousin is here to help me. She won't take up any resources. The 3 of us are only equivalent to me and Brother Qin Shao. If we find the boundless water, it'll be easy to distribute it. If you join us, won't our plan be messed up?" Meng Dali could only helplessly say, "Okay, then let's say goodbye. Brother Qin Shao, we'll meet again someday. Let's keep in touch. By the way, Brother Qin Shao, where are you from? I'll find you next time." Meng Dali didn't continue to pester him, which made Qin Shao secretly relieved. He replied, "I'm actually not from Huaxia. I'm a disciple of the Southern Wasteland's Fumo Immortal Palace." Someone from the Southern Wasteland? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Meng Dali looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. Someone from the Southern Wasteland? How could there be such a monster in the Southern Wasteland? Not only Meng Dali, but the others were also very astonished. They had a whole new level of respect for the Southern Wasteland. In fact, in their hearts, the Southern Wasteland was a remote and barren place. They wouldn't even think of setting foot in this place in their lifetime. The southern wasteland was known as the barbarians. They didn't expect that such a peerless monster could come out of the southern wasteland. It was really amazing. Okay. Next time I'll go to the southern wasteland to find you. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, in the entire human world, except for the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the southern wasteland is the only place I haven't been to. Meng Dali immediately nodded and smiled. Then, they bid farewell and left. The AI also bid farewell and left one after another. The danger had been resolved. Naturally, they would continue to look for the boundless water. After all, there were still many people looking for it. The competition was very strong. After sending everyone off, Qin Zhao's group of 3 also left. Before leaving, Qin Zhao even took a look at the demon that was sealed back. He indeed had some sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was a powerful ancient saint existence. Powerful to an unimaginable extent. His strength was probably far above the Heaven Mountain City Lord. However, he was sealed back by Qin Zhao. It could also be considered to have contributed a little to the human race. Being able to do some good was indeed a very happy thing. Qin Zhao never felt that he was great, but at least he had a clear conscience as a person. Oh right, Qin Zhao, Meng Dali, this person. I've heard before too. He's very simple and honest, and his personality is very straightforward. He's a very loyal and righteous person. His character should still be very good. So, I feel that he can be befriended, Wu Fengqing suddenly said. Hearing Wu Fengqing say so, Qin Zhao also felt much more at ease. His intuition was originally the same. However, intuition was intuition after all. It might not be correct. Wu Fengqing was well informed. He definitely understood a little more. But it did not matter either. Qin Zhao did not treat Meng Dali as a brother for the time being. For the time being, he was just a friend. In the future, they would slowly see. If they could be friends, then they would be friends. If not, then forget it. Making friends was a matter between both parties. It was also not Meng Dali alone who had the final say. Wu Fengqing continued. This Meng Dali is also considered a prodigy. In the White Meng territory, he's also considered an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Perhaps looking at the entire 9 states of Huaxia, he's also considered a first-rate genius. I didn't expect that he actually came to participate in the Holy Son-in-Law selection too. He seems to have only lived for 100 million years until now. Very monstrous. Qin Zhao was also secretly astonished when he heard. Only lived for 100 million years until now? That was indeed very young. This was a 4th-step Empyrean realm. It was indeed monstrous enough. Such a monstrous talent should have a lot of potential to be able to assault the Saint realm. Why did he still want to participate in the Holy Son-in-Law selection? A true monstrous talent would scoff at the Holy Son-in-Law's choice and be very disdainful. I don't quite understand. Perhaps he has his own plans, or perhaps he's just participating for fun, treating it as an experience. He doesn't really want to become the Holy Son-in-Law. Wu Fengqing shook his head. In any case, he did not understand. He continued, it is said that the Meng clan of the Baimeng territory has a very deep relationship with the Baimeng clan of the 100 schools of thought. Some rumors say that the ancestor of the Meng clan was actually a member of the Baimeng clan. However, for some reason, he was chased out of the clan and then established the surname of the Meng clan. After countless years of development and growth, it finally became a big surname. In the Baimeng territory, it can definitely be ranked in the top 5 forces. Moreover, it is said that the blood of the barbarian clan flows in the Meng clan's body. Therefore, the people of the Meng clan, whether male or female, are abnormally tall and sturdy. They are tall and mighty, born with divine strength, and their bodies are extremely valiant. They have a very strong innate advantage, so Meng Dali's strength is actually very strong. It is precisely because of this that even Shang-Chi of Yunlu does not dare to provoke him. The blood of the barbarian clan flows in his body? Qin Shao frowned. Looking at Meng Dali's appearance, it was indeed a bit like a miniature version of the barbarian clan's life. However, it was just like, not necessarily true. But it did not matter. Qin Shao was not interested in investigating this gossip. There was no need to discuss this matter further. That's right, Wu Fengqing thought of something again and suddenly said, Qin Shao, this time you ruined the good thing of the black-robed men. I guess those black-robed men hate you to death. I'm afraid that they will target you. Therefore, we still have to be more careful. In fact, if Meng Dali was with us just now, it would also be beneficial. Meng Dali is a general. If he is with us, then if we encounter two black-robed men, I'm afraid we can fight. Otherwise, with the strength of the three of us, it is still possible to deal with one black-robed man. If there are two or more of them, I guess it will be very troublesome. Qin Shao nodded. She was also aware of the existence of this potential danger. However, it was useless to talk about it now. Qin Shao did not regret not letting Meng Dali follow them. Forget it. Now we can only take one step at a time. This matter has been blown out of proportion. Those black-robed men probably will not dare to stay in the boundless territory any longer. Qin Shao shook her head. It was useless to think about this now. It was better not to think about it, so as to avoid adding more troubles along the way. Wu Fengqing nodded. This was also true. He had already told the news to his family. He believed that many people had already sent the news back. Moreover, the families behind those geniuses who had died would definitely take action. There would definitely be ancient sages who would come personally. Moreover, they had almost released Doom just now. Therefore, those black-robed men would definitely not dare to stay in the boundless territory any longer. It would not be so easy to find them in the boundless territory. Now, they just hoped that those black-robed men would leave the boundless territory quickly. Following that, it was much calmer. The three of them walked through one world after another and also met many people one after another. Just as Wu Fengqing said, this time, it would most likely attract thousands of geniuses from various territories in the 9 states of Huaxia to come and participate. It was indeed such a great attraction. The gathering of geniuses and the twinkling of stars also aroused everyone's fighting spirit. It was as if there was an invisible competition for everyone to compete with each other. And the final victory would be marked by who found the boundless water first. Therefore, everyone was desperately searching for the boundless water. After all, the boundless water was rare. Even if they could find it, it would definitely be extremely few. That was not only a competition of luck, but also a competition of speed. It had to be a competition of who found it first. If they were late, there would definitely be none. With this journey, tens of thousands of years had passed. Qin Shao Trio did not know how many worlds they had walked through. Fortunately, they did not encounter any great danger, nor did they meet the black-robed men that they were most worried about. It seemed that those black-robed men should have already left the boundless territory. When Qin Zhao's team of 3 stepped into a new world, an extremely cold aura immediately hit them in the face. Instantly, Qin Zhao's team of 3 felt as though they had been sucked into an ice cellar. The cold was bone-chilling. Chapter 2029. What a terrifying aura! What a gloomy and cold aura! It was as if they had entered the 9 Serenities hell and entered a death zone. What appeared before the eyes of Qin Shao and the other 2 was a vast expanse of white. It was as if there were snowy mountains and snowy valleys that appeared on this piece of land, filling the entire world. The entire world was white as snow. It was so white that there was no trace of color, and it was so white that it was extremely cold. The gloomy aura was evil, and the chilly wind was blowing. It was mixed with a strange and mournful sound that made people's hair stand on end. If a mortal came in, they would probably be scared to death. Being in this place would make people feel as if they had fallen into a death zone. A very dangerous aura lingered around them. Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. He put on the flowing light wings on his body and became vigilant, ready to attack at any time. Intuition told Qin Shao that it was very dangerous, so he had to be careful. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian also sensed the extreme danger. They were also very vigilant, looking around carefully. "Cousin, what the hell is this place? Why is there so much gloomy aura? It feels very dangerous. We have to quickly find an exit and leave this place." Lu Rian frowned and said. Wu Fengqing nodded and said, "It must be a dangerous place. We are in trouble. If we want to leave this place, it will not be so easy. We must pass through that valley. Since we have come in, there is no way out. So we can only continue to move forward. Everyone be careful," Qin Shao solemnly said. The three of them cautiously moved forward. This time, they were especially vigilant and their pace was slower. They were all vigilant of their surroundings, not letting go of any wind or grass. Although it seemed that the world was still very quiet for the time being, there was no danger. But this kind of silence was particularly scary. This kind of silence could be the sign of a storm, just like the darkness before dawn. When Qin Shao and the others approached a valley and saw the situation in the valley clearly, the three of them suddenly had goosebumps. They were so shocked that their eyes widened. The valley in front of Qin Shao and the other two was actually filled with piles of white bones. Countless white bones were piled up like mountains, filling up the huge valley. Most of the bones were relatively complete, but there were also many bones that were incomplete. Some only had a head, some were missing arms, some were missing legs, and some were missing ribs. They were piled up in a mess in the valley. Looking at such a scene, the impact and shock it brought was indescribable. It really made one's hair stand on end, and the shock wasn't small. Ruyan Lu was so scared that she covered her mouth. She grabbed Wu Fengqing's arm tightly with one hand. "What the hell is this place?" Qin Zhao's scalp went numb. He had also seen piles of white bones, but it was far from the scale in front of him. This valley had a diameter of more than 100,000 miles. Such a huge valley was actually completely filled with white bones. Just thinking about it made one know how terrifying it was. The number of lives that died here was also innumerable. And from the looks of those white bones, most of the dead were from the human clan. There were also some lives from other clans, but the human clan was the majority, accounting for 99% of the dead. How many people would have to die in order to fill up this valley? What the hell happened here? Just thinking about it made one feel scared and angry. It was no wonder that the death aura here was so heavy, and the evil Yin Qi soared to the sky. "Cousin, it's so scary here. Looking at it makes me uncomfortable. Let's leave here quickly," Ruyan Lu said again. Wu Fengqing smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to leave. I know where this is. I used to be most worried about entering a few places, and this is one of them. I didn't expect that we would break in. This time, I'm afraid it will be an unprecedented test for us." Hearing Wu Fengqing's words, Qin Shao was also surprised. What the hell was this place? It seemed that it was indeed a very scary place. They were in big trouble. Qin Shao also felt it. After pausing for a moment, Wu Fengqing sighed and continued, "This should be the departed Soul Mountain. According to the information I know, among the tens of thousands of dangerous worlds in the Boundlessly territory, the departed Soul Mountain can be ranked in the top 20. This danger is definitely more terrifying than any world we have encountered before. The departed Soul Mountain is where countless dead souls are. The white bones you see can all turn into dead souls and come to life to kill us. No one can clearly explain the origin of the departed soul mountain, and there are no records. We only know that it is very scary. Those white bones are all in the heavenly venerable realm. After they died, they were thrown here. There are trillions of white bones here, and all of them can come to life and attack us like a plague of locusts. No matter how strong we are, we can't defeat this endless army of white bones. Alas, it's over, it's over. We are really unlucky. Seeing Wu Fengqing so dejected and without confidence, Qin Shao couldn't help but step forward and pat him on the shoulder. He comforted him and said, "Don't lose your fighting spirit like this, right? You are not a person who easily admits defeat. Along the way, we've faced many dangers, but we've survived them all, and we're still alive and well. So, until the moment of death, you can't say discouraged words. You can't lose your fighting spirit." Only by maintaining an incomparably high fighting spirit and strong faith can it be possible to overcome all the dangers and difficulties. Our lives are in our hands. How can we easily give them away? Lu Rian also said, "That's right, cousin. Why do I find that you are getting weaker and weaker? You were not like this before. When faced with danger, how can you say discouraged words without fighting? In my heart, you are a hero. You are a man full of courage. I don't even recognize you like this. Wasn't it like this in the disaster demon world? Everyone felt that they were going to die and were in despair. But in the end, didn't we still turn the tide and seal the disaster demon back? Everyone survived? Miracles always need people to create them. So what if it is the Dead Soul Mountain? We just need to create another miracle. You lost your fighting spirit without fighting. Then there is no hope at all. This is not how you should behave." Hearing Qin Shao and Lu Rian's words, Wu Fengqing also nodded with a face full of shame. He regained his fighting spirit and confidence. Nodding, he said with a serious face, "Yes, yes, yes. You are right. I lost my fighting spirit. I really shouldn't have. Yes, what do we have to be afraid of? Even the disaster demon could be sealed back by us, let alone the Dead Soul Mountain? Let's fight together. As long as we are strong enough, there is nothing we can't win." It seems that my state of mind is still not strong enough. Brother Qin Shao, thank you for reminding me. I have to learn more from you. Your evilness is not without reason. To be able to know you is my, Wu Fengqing's, honor in this lifetime. Qin Shao patted Wu Fengqing's shoulder. It was good that he could understand. These were not important. What was important was to figure out the situation here and see if there was any way to get out. That was the way to go. This place was obviously not suitable to stay for long, so they had to think of a way to leave as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. As long as they fought for time, there was a possibility of a way out. Everyone had to be calm and not be anxious. Qin Shao said in a low voice, "Wu Fengqing, tell us everything you know. We will stand here and not move. Don't touch those bones. Think of a feasible way out first." Wu Fengqing immediately said, "Qin Shao, according to the situation I know, the exit seems to be in the center of the valley." "What? The exit is in the center of the valley? What you mean is that if we want to leave this world, we have to step on those bones to reach the center of the valley, and then clear the bones there. Only then can we leave here?" Qin Shao said with a deep frown. Wu Fengqing nodded and said, "Although I don't want to say it, according to the situation I know, it is like this. So, just now This was indeed bad news. Listening to it gave people a headache. If the exit was in the center of the valley, then no matter what, they had to alarm those bones. Once the bones were alarmed, all the bones would wake up, and endless bones would crazily rush towards them. At that time, Qin Shao and the other two would have to face a powerful, terrifying, and crazy army of bones. Just by wasting time, Qin Shao and the others would be exhausted to death. Just thinking about it was scary, too scary. What should they do? They could not think of any good way. What should they do? What should they do? It seemed that this problem was a bit unsolvable. If they went head-on, it would be a dead end. If they did not go head-on, there was no other way to get out of here. This problem, at present, was just a single-choice question, and there was no other choice. This gave Qin Shao and the other two headaches, and they were sleepy. What should they do? No matter how they thought about it, they could not think of a feasible way. Therefore, the three of them looked at each other with a helpless expression. Qin Shao, you also have no idea? Lu Rian asked in a weak voice. Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly, I also have no idea. I can't think of any feasible way. It seems that we can only fight head-on. But if we fight head-on, the probability of us dying is very, very high. By the way, Wu Fengqing, according to historical records, those who entered the departed Soul Mountain should have walked out alive, right? Wu Fengqing thought for a while and said, I'm not too sure about this. There is not much information recorded. I'm afraid some things will not be recorded. I only know that there were ancient sages who went in and came out successfully. But most of the records only vaguely mention it, only saying that it is extremely dangerous inside, and there is no chance of survival. Many people who went in died inside, never to come out again. I really don't know if there are any fourth-step heavenly venerables who walked out of the departed Soul Mountain alive. If there were successful precedents, then it would be a relief. At least it proved that there was a way to get out. But if there were no such precedents in the records, then it was even more troublesome. Qin Shao also had a headache. What should they do now? Is there really no other exit? Qin Shao asked again, somewhat unwilling to give up. Wu Fengqing shook his head and said, As far as I know, there is no exit. There is only one exit in the departed soul world, and it is in the center of the valley. It should have been buried by those white bones. We can't see it from here. Chapter 2030. This was an unprecedented predicament. However, Qin Shao immediately calmed down. He thought for a while and said, What's written in the records may not be true. If others can't find a path, it may not be that we can't find one. Many times you have to create your own opportunities. You have to walk your own path to know if it's possible or not. Let's take advantage of the fact that those bones haven't awakened yet. Let's go to other places to search. Although the three of them knew that the possibility of this was extremely small, they still had to look for it. There was a reason why the Dead Soul Mountain could be considered as one of the top 20 most dangerous worlds in the Boundless Li territory. This was definitely the conclusion of countless ancestors over countless years. The three of them carefully went around the valley and walked towards the side of the mountain. There were no flowers or trees on this mountain, only rugged rocks like a forest. All the rocks were white, as if they were covered by a thick layer of snow. The rocky forest was full of gloomy coldness, as cold as the 9 hells. A strange aura filled the entire mountain. Walking in it made Qin Shao and the other two feel as if they were walking on thin ice. Their hearts were inexplicably tight, as if a great danger could erupt at any time. This feeling was very bad, making Qin Shao and the other two even more careful. They walked slowly with their hearts hanging in their throat. Kacha! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from under Rian Lu's feet. This sudden sound startled Rian Lu. When she glanced at her feet, she saw a white skull. She was so frightened that she opened her mouth and was about to scream. Luckily, Wu Fengqing covered Rian Lu's mouth at that very moment, preventing her from screaming. Shh! Rian Lu's other hand immediately made a shushing gesture. Only then did Rian Lu react. She nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. Only then did Wu Fengqing let go of Rian Lu. With this, Rian Lu also calmed down. It seems that there are many bones on this mountain, but most of them should be broken. These bones probably won't wake up. Even we have to be careful. Don't panic if something happens. Qin Shao transmitted a message to Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian. Qin Shao and Wu Fengqing didn't have any problems. Rian Lu wasn't a coward either. She just couldn't react to the sudden situation. Rian Lu nodded solemnly, indicating that she understood. Qin Shao took the lead, Lu Rian was in the middle, and Wu Fengqing was at the back. This way, Rian Lu would be protected to the greatest extent, and she would be less exposed to unexpected situations. Sure enough, they kept bumping into broken bones along the way. There was a skull, a broken arm, a few ribs, a broken leg, and even a few fingers. There were also some broken bones. It was hard to tell where they came from. These skeletons must have been awakened in the past and were shattered by the intruders. Therefore, white bones could be seen everywhere on this mountain. After seeing so many of them, he was a little numb. After walking around the mountain, Qin Shao and the other two were disappointed that they did not find any other exit. This world was very small. Compared to other worlds, it was very small. Other than this mountain range, there was only that mountain full of white bones. After walking around, they found nothing. This made Qin Shao and the other two a little worried. Qin Shao, what should we do now? There is no other way. There is only one way out. If we don't make any noise and don't make any big movements, then we shouldn't wake up those sleeping skeletons. But if we want to go to the center of the valley to find the exit, then we will definitely alarm these skeletons. Once these skeletons wake up, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to fly out even if we have wings. Wu Fengqing looked at Qin Shao and asked seriously. Qin Shao was of course clear about this situation, but there was really no other way now. There was no other way out. The only way out was there. What else could they do? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It seems that we can only choose to fight with our lives." Fight, even if it was a situation of 10 deaths, they could only grit their teeth and fight. Wu Fengqing sighed helplessly and shook his head. Did they really have to fight with their lives? The loss of a doppelganger was very big. One could not blame him for having no fighting spirit. Indeed, the situation in front of them really made them unable to see any hope of survival. Saying that it was a situation of 10 deaths was just to comfort themselves. It was simply a situation of 10 deaths. In the face of these endless skeletons, perhaps only the existence of the ancient sage could possibly kill their way out? How could it be so easy to get out of the world that was known as the top 20 most dangerous world in the Boundlessly territory? "Cousin, I think we should ask for help from home?" Lu Rian suddenly suggested. Ask for help? Wu Fengqing's expression changed. It sounded like it was not a bad idea. Lu Rian added, "As long as we stand here and don't move, then we should not wake up those skeletons. If we ask for help from home now, they can send an ancient sage to find us and then take us away. No matter how dangerous it is here, it definitely can't stop the footsteps of an ancient sage. How about I go find my father? My father loves me the most. If he knows that I'm in danger, he will definitely rush over to save us." This Wu Fengqing's heart was really moved. This was indeed a better idea. Moreover, in such a dangerous situation, it was not a shameful thing for them to ask for help. The most important thing was that in this way they could ensure their survival. The lives of 3 people were worth it to be thick-skinned and ask for help once. Although once they asked for help, they would definitely be disqualified from the Holy Prince Consort selection. But Wu Fengqing did not care about this. He originally did not want to become the Holy Prince Consort. He just wanted to use this opportunity to train himself. At the same time, he could also compete with the geniuses of the various territories. This was a rare opportunity. If he asked for help from his family, he would be a little embarrassed. But if Lu Rian asked her father, she would be much more relaxed. Hearing Lu Rian's words, Qin Zhao's heart secretly relaxed a little. If this was the case, it could not be better. Otherwise, they would have to fight. Qin Zhao also knew that this time, the danger was too great. It was really possible that they would die here. Okay, cousin, then I'll leave it to you. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Fengqing finally nodded. After getting Wu Fengqing's approval, Lu Rian quickly said, Okay, cousin. Then I'll go find my father now. You guys wait here first. With this way of survival, everyone's heart suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. In Qin Zhao's heart, there was a slight trace of regret. Speaking of which, along the way, he had experienced many dangers, but there was really no time when he asked for help. Therefore, Qin Zhao also developed a mindset. No matter what kind of danger he encountered, he liked to solve it with his own efforts. Creating one after another impossible was also a kind of success and a sense of accomplishment. Didn't the road of cultivation require these successes and this sense of accomplishment? Without these, wouldn't the road of cultivation be too dry and boring? But this time, after all, it was not just his matter. There was also Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian. Lu Rian wanted to ask her father to save her. Qin Zhao could not refute other people's right. Wu Fengqing and Lu Rian were able to ask for the help of the ancient saint. There was indeed no need for them to risk their lives for this. The situation this time was different from in the Disaster Devil world. In the Disaster Devil world, the Disaster Devil had already awakened. Everyone had no time to wait for help to come. And now, as long as they did not wake up those white bones, there would be time to wait for help to come. Wu Fengqing, we can't relax our vigilance. We still can't be careless. Whether these white bones will suddenly wake up or not, we don't know. Or maybe, later, there will be people who will break in and ruin things. So, we still have to be careful. Qin Zhao said. Wu Fengqing nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's words. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the valley. He stared at those white bones to prevent them from waking up. It was better to be prepared for battle at any time. Qin Zhao's gaze suddenly fell on a place. There was a strange aura hovering there. It was strange and evil, hovering there. Even though it was far away, Qin Zhao could feel that the aura contained powerful energy. The energy contained in it was incomparably violent, as if it could explode at any time. What a powerful aura, what a violent aura, this aura! After staring for a while and feeling it, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. It was as if he had caught something important. Could that be the violent aura? A thought suddenly came to Qin Zhao, and he could not help but be a little excited. The violent aura, this was what Qin Zhao needed the most now. It was the material needed to cultivate the violent aura. Qin Zhao originally planned to enter the abyss of beasts to find the violent aura, so he casually looked for Xiao Gu. Could it be that his luck was so good this time that he could find the violent aura here? If so, it was simply too good. However, Qin Zhao was not too excited. Instead, he pulled Wu Fengqing and asked him, "Look at that aura over there. What is it? I feel that it is very extraordinary." Wu Fengqing also immediately looked over. Only then did he discover that there was a violent aura over there. After looking for a while, Wu Fengqing's face suddenly surged with a bit of surprise. "Ha ha ha, I don't know what to say. Say that we are lucky, but we ended up in Departed Soul Mountain. Say that we are unlucky, but we ended up finding the violent aura here. And there is a lot of this violent aura. The quantity is not small. Its value is immeasurable. It is really the violent aura." Getting Wu Fengqing's affirmative answer, Qin Zhao's mood was a little excited. This was really the feeling of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Qin Shao really did not expect that entering the boundless territory this time, there would be such an additional huge harvest. To be able to obtain the violent aura, that was of great significance to him. However, that violent aura was in the valley. For the time being, he naturally did not dare to go over to collect it. Wu Fengqing also suppressed the impulse in his heart and said, "Haha, brother Qin Shao, it seems that you are very eager for this violent aura? You need it very much?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I really need it. I want to cultivate a secret technique, and it just so happens that I need the violent aura, so I have been looking for it. Previously, I planned to enter the abyss of beasts to look for it, but the plan changed at the last minute. I came to the boundless territory to look for the boundless water first." "Oh, so that's how it is." Wu Fengqing was relieved. He smiled and said, "Then it seems that brother Qin Zhao's luck is still very good. When Uncle Lu comes later, let him help collect the violent aura." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.